Why is all about trust and transparency. Technology for its own sake is fantastic, but there is a core need, and the need many of us, and I'm not going to go into massive detail on this, I think many of the audience would be well aware of and very experienced in issues to do with supply chain integrity and trust. And we've all seen the reports. Edelman's trust barometers come out again. Every time it comes out every year, its trust is at a newer low than it was before. And more and more, consumers are looking for trust and transparency, but more importantly, particularly younger generations are looking for proof of claims. And the claims that we all are familiar with are, broad and growing. So obviously there's, question marks around authenticity and organic and other sorts of claims, but increasingly sustainability is becoming a mandatory requirement for products. And the question is, are those claims real or are they greenwashing? And consumers have a right to see the proof for these sorts of things. The other one that's very topical in the pandemic era is safety and biosecurity. And actually, if you think about it, what tools does a brand have to actually prove the safety and the security of their product, or in the case that something goes wrong, that it's not their responsibility, and that can be very important legally as well. So with all of that said, I mean, this is a strong position we've had for a long time, that the brand that can offer the greater trust and transparency will win, and actually has a higher degree of, or greater chance of being able to defend its brand premium in market. So blockchain is the reason we're all here today for this event. It's one of the key transformative technologies of our time. And it's obviously got massive potential benefit to consumers and to brands to be able to prove the trust and the transparency and the other claims that are part of their brand promise. But it's got one basic reality, which is that by itself, it's invisible to consumers. And if you think about your own experience, if you've ever scanned a product in a supermarket or you've interacted with it on a website, many times there's simply a link, whether it's a URL or a QR code or an NFC chip. The most common link, particularly for a consumer or an importer to use, is a QR code. And that's actually the weakest link in the chain in our experience. And I'm going to actually bring Marcus in on this topic as we'll come back a little bit to this case study in particular. Marcus, I'm going to ask sort of a question your way, being our lead engineer. Why is it that QR codes are the weak link in the chain? What is the weakness that we found?
Well, what we discovered, and the main reason that we pursued the methods that we use for our smart fingerprints, is QR codes are fundamentally a representation of a digital record or data. And that transformation from scanning an optical code that's used on the supply chain for products is simply a baked-in protocol that's very old now, that was used originally in the context of Japanese automation. And we discovered that there needs to be more. There needs to be more understanding of the context of what a code contains. So in this example here, we could scan a QR code. It's going to scan, it will produce a certain amount of data through your smart device or scanner, but it won't tell you the context of information around it. And so in this case here, it's very simple to see. You could have a fake box, fake cherries in this example. The QR code could be fake as well, because it's very difficult to visually interpret, and it could verify at a fake or bad actor's location. So it's important to understand that it's almost obfuscated from the physical to the digital world, which might contain the blockchain link, as to what is actually being recorded or what is being scanned. And I think that that's just an important part to think about with these, I guess you could say, legacy codes.
Thanks, Marcus. And we're going to come back to this subject, obviously, in more detail soon. For those who aren't aware as well, anyone who's worked particularly in premium food markets will know that things such as cherries have very great cultural significance. And these particular cherries are some of the most expensive in the world, selling for over $100 a kilo at peak seasons, particularly in places like China and the parts of Southeast Asia. This particular producer, Reed Fruits, is one of the world's leading brands. They're a Tasmanian exporter, which is known for its premium quality. The cherries are very, very high quality and very ripe, and are actually air freighted to the destination. They go from a tree to a Chinese consumer's table in 3 days, which is pretty astounding. So they command a very high premium, and as a result, that's created an opening for counterfeiters to actually move in and create replica boxes. And in fact, this is one you see here with a little kangaroo image and so forth. They've been copying the boxes for many years. They've then been filling them with those counterfeit boxes with fake cherries, or with, let's call them, substitute product, which has come from cheaper markets. And over the course of many years, Reed Fruits have experimented with more and more elaborate boxes with safety features in the cartons, with even laser etched labels and all sorts of other techniques. And then the year before we started working with them, they actually issued individual QR codes to every box of cherries to be able to prove the provenance and the authenticity of those cherries. Unfortunately, those QR codes were copied and actually on sale in China before the product even left Australia. And the damage to the brand that particular year was very severe, which forced Reed Fruits to look for a new partner, which is where Lava came in, and you'll see some examples of our work together as we move forward. Now, as important as the ability to trust products is, it's beyond obvious that actually connecting with the consumer is critical. And actually, even there, if you ask yourself, well, why? The obvious point is that we're all trying to generate higher yields for our brand partners. We're also trying to increase repeat purchase, and we're trying to increase the preference of consumers to come back to that brand. And these days, consumers, particularly millennials, will expect to have a higher degree of engagement with the brand, particularly one that they love. And if you get it right, the payoff is fantastic. So if you put all of that together, Lava's perspective, and it's one that we often talk about with our brand partners, is that premium producers in particular have to create absolute trust and compelling experiences. The two are intricately linked, and that's where Lava comes in particular. You can see some of our work at Bright, which we'll talk a little bit more about in some of the case studies later. And as I said, there's a reason for doing this. It's about profitability, it's about engagement, and it's about repeat purchase. Now, from our perspective, we also realized, and Marcus will elaborate more on this later, that it takes a village. No one technology typically, especially if it's specialized technology such as Lava, can do it all. So we actually partner with traceability partners, we have blockchain partners, we have digital storytelling partners, we have IoT partners, and many others, including forensic provenance assurance as well. And we actually all come together. We've created a first of its kind body called APAC Provenance. It's a member organization, but an informal one, which just allows producers to be able to access the best of these capabilities and to get what you see on your screen there, those two key things coming together. So again, coming from the perspective of a technology company that was looking to change the status quo and actually solve these problems, we realized that there's always been a visual connection between consumers and brands, going all the way back to seals and to carvings and so forth that we're all used to. Brands were that mark of trust. That's where the name actually comes from originally. And more recently, there's been attempts at turning that into more digital and verifiable means. Our view is that really there is a need to connect securely, a new way to connect securely to the brand story and to the traceability journey using blockchain. So now we're going to talk about the concept of digital fingerprints, which, as you can see there, we also refer to as crypto anchors, which you'll see why in a moment. So what we're going to really ask Marcus to talk a little bit about now is, what are digital fingerprints, also known as crypto anchors, and how do they differ from product codes? So Marcus, I might throw to you to talk about this next subject.
Yeah, absolutely. So a digital fingerprint, basically, we've worked recently with IBM Research in Zurich, and they've been kind enough to share some of the slides that we've discussed with them previously. And one of the important things to understand is blockchain is all-encompassing center of security and providing trust, and crypto anchors work hand in hand with this kind of blockchain foundation. So a crypto anchor in the definition, if you can move to the next thing, is really related to the most advanced version of the evolution of this product intelligence, we call it. So if you have a look at this is a fantastic slide. If you have a look at originally when a product, and it could be anything that is agricultural related, supply chain related, started off with absolutely no recognition or of record keeping digitally. It were paper records. We've since moved to what we commonly use now with barcodes, RFIDs, other trackers. These can be considered crypto anchors if they're used in certain methods. And also, this is currently the state of the industry that we're at in the supply chain. We're starting to evolve, and Lava's been pushing for evolving this approach of barcodes, RFIDs, into a new approach working with IBM and other blockchain partners on. And this is the final step here, where a crypto anchor is more advanced method of product identification that can be attested to on the blockchain or any blockchains if needed. And it creates, as described, a digital twin of a physical product that allows us to either use for provenance or traceability or any kind of record keeping. And examples of crypto anchors, and there are many, is things that the core different categories have been identified are really physical properties of objects that are hard to clone, that add security for identifying products on the supply chain, add security for identifying things to prove for provenance. Is embedded security features. It's a common one. You'll recognize these in microprinting, the security inks technologies, covert technologies that are being used to embed onto products, holograms and labels. And there's also, what's called configured secrets, which are very similarly related to what you would probably use to store records on the blockchain. And these work hand in hand with things like RFID chips that you can store hashes of codes, encrypted data to identify products digitally, a digital sense mostly. And then a domain that we also work in is physical fingerprints, where we actually physically can identify something in an analog world, so to speak, use that identifier and its uniqueness to, again, further enhance the trust using blockchain. And Lava's kind of unique in a way in that we've got properties of all of these features, and we very deliberately tried to spread these properties through the fingerprint to enhance that trust.
Thanks, Marcus. I mean, I'm sure you share as well our gratitude to folks at IBM for allowing us to to share these materials with the audience, and I hope they're useful. IBM, as I've mentioned, used this term crypto anchors really to, it's very much along the same path of the digital fingerprints that this topic's all about. And if I just sort of very quickly wind back a couple of slides, I really like this progression that they've talked about here, about first having products, then of course having product IDs and things that we're used to seeing and using. I mean, it was very transformative, and they still are amazing, and they're still evolving. And what I particularly like about IBM's philosophy is that product IDs and crypto anchors work in synergy. They're not actually different things. You actually need them for different purposes at different times, but they're not in opposition to each other. So you're still going to need a product barcode, and that barcode increasingly is likely to be a 2D code, a data matrix, or even a QR code. As you'll see when we get a little bit more into it, our view is that, particularly if you're using product or you're looking at identifying technology for products, for things such as product authentication, it's about using the right tool for the job. And actually, that's really what we've sought to build with Lava. Our smart fingerprints, as we call them, are a type of digital fingerprint or crypto anchor. And this is an example of one there. These round circular codes, they were designed to be engaging for consumers, but more importantly, they were designed to be secure. And as you can see there, that's our our mission is really to make them the world's first secure and globally scalable alternative to things such as QR codes, which have got a very valid place, but particularly for brand protection, we think that well, our experience is that the market needs a more trusted last mile technology, and of course something that can still connect with and work with blockchain and traceability platforms, as well as NFT platforms and others as well. So with that said, I'm going to throw back to Marcus just to talk you through a few of the characteristics of what makes Lava smart fingerprints unique, and perhaps some of the elements you see on your screen, on our screens there as well. Thanks, Marcus.
Yeah, so one of the differences that, the common code that we could probably relate to more than anything in track and trace at the moment is QR codes. And again, like I mentioned before, this is essentially an optical disc. So we've worked in creating our own protocol by analyzing the optics ourselves and interpreting them, with many different features. And something that's really great to note here in the slide is we're not just looking at the code and the features within itself. We're actually looking at the context that it's in as well. And that's something that, a QR code previously demonstrated, it could be stuck on anything. And this is a problem with many different product identifiers. We've tried to utilize the ability to look at the optics to enhance our security for fingerprint. Another thing that's an important property with smart fingerprints is they're unique to each individual item. They're serialized. So each individual item will have a completely different code and essentially acts like a fingerprint would on your finger. Everything we do is being, our own patented vision optics code and technology. And we also don't really store any data in the fingerprint. It's a very analog approach to looking something. And this really hardens the security of each individual fingerprint, the combination of them being unique, the combination of them living in the analog world and understanding the context that they're being scanned in. So we're very proud of doing this and also being able to do that in a scalable way with all of the blockchain integration. A couple of things that we've recently focused on is making sure that we're blockchain agnostic. The opinion of having specific blockchains, I've heard a few blockchains noted, it doesn't matter in terms of trust. It's about the attestation and storage, and we realized that early, and to be agnostic to that.
And Marcus, you mentioned before about the optical process that we use, the computer vision tech, and also the fact that we're actually capturing the context. What's going on in this image here with the three circles around it? Can you elaborate a little bit more on that?
Absolutely. Well, I mean, we work with partners as well in print. So actually creating the labels, and we have certain properties to the labels in this picture here. And one of them is we've got these anti-tear labels that have been applied, and we can identify that there is a couple of anomalies in the picture. This is being pulled off from what we can see the product itself. It's actually being cut away and teared, and there's a background that's definitely not what the product claims. It says it's definitely not a box of cherries back there. So this is really important information that we can use with our optics and scanning through and identifying counterfeit or opportunistic counterfeiters in this problem area.
I think it's a very important point, because what we've got happening here as well is we've got an intersection of this rich analog data, and of course there's more going on here, that this is just one image, but that actually can become forensic data in an investigation later, right? But there's a beautiful blend here with the digital data itself, the digital telemetry and the scan metadata that we have, the date, the time, the location, the number of scans, and we can piece it all together, and a brand can actually see what's happening to their product in market. And actually, if there's anything suspicious, they can kind of call time on it, or the rules can automatically intervene if the product's outside of normal scope, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no,
Terrific.
and it all gets tied together, and all the data is stored for the fingerprint and the product, and attested to on various blockchain integrations.
Correct.
And that's really the key thing to remember.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. And as it mentions there, I think this is sort of dealt with, through this slide here. As you mentioned before, we're very much focused on being agnostic in terms of not only the actual chains themselves, but the applications on it. It's very much of a right tool for the job. And these are some of our partners. I don't know if you have any sort of further perspectives on that, Marcus.
Well, definitely in the case of agriculture, there's a lot of different use cases that we've applied to in these partners. For example, in terms of document integrity on the supply chain, Global. We've also worked with OpenSC and True Trace Unlimited tracking technologies. Fresh Supply Co. in terms of their blockchain solutions, where they're actually agnostically providing different integrations with blockchains as well, and things like as we'll see in a moment, a couple of chains are specific to a few projects that we've worked on.
Absolutely. Well, we'll get into some of these examples in the case studies, but I thought I'd also point out as well, we've got even a couple of our NFT partners there, like Vincent, who make these produce these beautiful Bordeaux wines for their direct-to-consumer business all around the world. VeChain and Ariani as well, some really interesting partners, not just purely in DLT, but also now getting heavily into the NFT phenomenon as well, which is fantastic. So that kind of brings us really to the third and final act of our presentation today, which is talking through some real life case studies to see it in action and hopefully, paint a few pictures. So we've talked a bit about the cherry example, and Breed Fruits is a great case study, particularly of brand protection. But this is another important case study we did about, we're still working with Mildura Fruit Company, but this particular case study was done and these particular labels were applied 2 seasons ago. We're now in our second season working together. Now, Mildura Fruit Company, I should point out, is the second largest, or it is the largest citrus exporter in Australia. Roughly 20% of all of Australia's export citrus comes from this one company. Very famous, and product sells, for very high multiples, very high yields in China, especially. So one of the things you can see going on here is these export cartons they tend to be very long-lived. They're made by a partner of ours known as Opal Packaging. They tend to live a long time. They're very durable. And there has been a phenomenon of the cartons themselves being refilled with again, similar to the cherry scenario there. But we were approached or worked in collaboration with one of our key states in Australia, Agriculture Victoria, which is the agriculture division of Victoria State, and Citrus Australia, to see if we could actually expand on the idea of being able to not only verify the authenticity, but actually of also tracking the traceability, the key sort of chain of custody steps of that particular citrus. And it wasn't just one carton, it was hundreds of thousands of cartons going from Australia to China. And this collaboration included one of our first blockchain partners, Trust Provenance. I think from memory, Marcus, their solution ran on the Ethereum blockchain, was that right?
Yep, that's right. Trust Provenance provided the traceability data, which we were able to sync with Mildura Fruit Company as well. And through that collaboration, we were able to attest to the data for the provenance and the traceability, all integrated quite smoothly. And it was a very good user experience as well. One of the themes I've heard is the complications in really translating the consumer experience and the detail that's found in some of the supply chain information and traceability data can be overwhelming. And so we really focus on trying to create a great customer and user experience. And this was a great example of that.
Yeah. And Marcus, I mean, it's probably worth pointing out as well, this was a nerve-wracking time for you and me and for our whole team. We were still a young startup at that stage, and this was our first ever full-scale blockchain integration. I know we'd done some piloting before, but this was really on the world stage. This was every carton being tracked through the blockchain and, of course, scanned securely and engaged with Lava. Were there any interesting moments for you, or any great lessons learned?
Yeah, I think really making sure that this was a integration nightmare if you're trying to wrangle certain types of data between multiple parties, and the blockchain is really one of the tools that can be used to really clean all of that the data up, attest to it, and take away that responsibility from an individual party. And we did that, and we learned that less is more, and really I think that ended up, if you move to the next case study, was a really good example with pole to pole. It was very smooth sailing. We would work with Fresh Supply Co, and the responsibilities were clear in our integrations. Blockchain was a core component of maintaining the data, and we just slipped straight onto the top of that user journey, and we slipped straight on top of the product. And again, we were able to provide the traceability and the provenance, as well as some really good recipe and user experience elements as well.
Absolutely, and I think the lessons learned from that first blockchain project have now resulted in the whole integration journey with any blockchain being super easy by comparison. Now it feels like it's just a formula we can set to work quite easily, and it's soon I think we'll have even more developer tools available for anyone who's watching this, maybe who has a blockchain platform and is interested in being able to expand their access and their consumer experience as well, and take advantage of some of these features, which like you can see on your screen here. This is actually the competition that was run by Pole to Pole out of New Zealand, which included, it was a very well subscribed competition to enter a draw. But what's interesting here is even this competition was secure in the way that it works. These entries, the registrations here, were piped directly into our client's CRM system, and it was all done through using secure deep links as well. I know we're running short on time, so I might just quickly mention here as well, Marcus, you referred to document integrity. We've actually also been working with the Australian horticulture industry in total, and all of the suppliers to these major brands you can see on your screen, many of which will be known to people internationally as well. Anyone who supplies horticultural products into these providers is issued a HARP certificate, the Harmonised Australian Retailer Produce Scheme. And these certificates sadly had been the subject of some counterfeiting and airbrushing of names and so forth. And of course, now with the Lava Smart fingerprint on every single one of them, anyone in receipt of one of these can actually scan to verify who they were issued to and the validity of those certificates. And that's something that, because of the security in the Lava process, can't be interfered with as well. And only, of course, HARPS is the only brand that can actually issue their own HARPS smart fingerprints on their certificates as well. I don't think we're going to get a lot of time to talk about this. I'm just looking to the organisers as well, but we just thought it might be of interest as well, just to point out that applications for food security and for food provenance also extend into the botanicals and so forth that are often used in nutraceutical products. And of course, this was our first ever project, done with a leading Australian exporter called Biogency. All of their products are now featuring, all of their key export products are now featuring Lava. And what's interesting here, the final sort of point I'll make, is how simple it can be as well. There's always a perception sometimes that you need to start with, the gold standard. Well, sometimes just simply having some manufacturing production information and some standard product confidence information, such as expiry dates and batch details, can pair very nicely with the with a brand protection and digital storytelling example, and make it all very easy. So that project was done start to finish in just a number of weeks, and the product has been sold in China now by the millions ever since. So just conscious that we're sort of running, I think, towards the end of our session now. I don't want to make the other speakers after us late, so I might throw back to our organizer, our host Mark, just for a bit of a check-in.
You should be able to hear me and everything. Yeah, I mean, thank you for that. I was particularly struck by this fact that, that those QR codes were available in China before the product had even sort of left its home market. It gives an indication of the scale of the problem, But I think, the key point really is that you guys are building confidence, hopefully throughout the system, whether it's business or right through to the end consumer. I think that's really the key point here.
Yes, thanks very much, Mark. And I mean, that's certainly the way we approach it is we really work on the idea that the brand can not only increase confidence, but also increase its return on investment for all the amazing work that they do. It's easy to sort of forget about it, but, producing high quality products of this caliber, what you've seen in our presentation today, is incredible hard work done over generations in many cases. So for us, we see great value in being able to sort of ensure that not only does the consumer get what they paid for, but the brand gets the return on the investment that they've made as well.
Yeah, definitely. Well, listen, guys, thank you so much. Is in fact building consumer confidence in our food systems with Sophia Kuhn of EIT Food. Hi, Sophia, and welcome.
Hi, thank you.
Yeah, no, I'm really keen to hear your presentation. I won't keep us long, but just to say that we've obviously been talking a bit about that consumer confidence thing, and the importance of that can hardly be overstated. So I'm very keen to hear what you have to say about that.
Thank you very much, and thanks for having me. I'm going to see if I can figure out how to share the screens to start with. I think I already am sharing the screen, so let's start.
Yep, that's perfect.
Okay, perfect. So thanks very much for that introduction. So my name is Sophia Kuhn, as said, and I work at EIT Food, where I head up the public engagement team. So I wanted to first do a little bit of a check-in with you. For most of us, or at least the ones in Europe, we're now a sort of mid-morning. So I was wondering, what did you guys have for breakfast this morning? Perhaps you can just put it into your chats, write what you had for breakfast this morning. Myself, I had a cup of tea, I had some cereal, and I had some fruit. I guess that most of you had perhaps something similar, maybe you had something different. Perhaps you can just pop into the chat what you guys ate this morning for breakfast. Coffee and more coffee. Excellent. Nobody else had breakfast? Banana bread and tea? That sounds delicious. Mango, bread and jam. Some quite exotic breakfasts here. So let me ask you this. How many of you know where the food comes from? Who produced it? Who grew it? Who harvested all the different ingredients? Were the people harvesting ingredients fairly paid, treated well? Was your food sustainably grown? All of these kinds of things. I certainly don't, and I think the general feeling amongst most consumers is that they really don't know exactly where the food comes from. It's the origin of our food. So what I'm going to talk about today is really that how we can increase consumer trust, and what consumers are looking for in terms of building consumer confidence in our food system. So in today's session, I'm going to first go through a little bit what EIT Food is. We're going to talk about trust. We're going to look at whether we think our food system is transparent. I'm going to talk a little bit about communication. And then at the end, I'm going to cover some final recommendations from some of our research that we've done within EIT Food. But first, I'm going to just briefly take you through what EIT Food is. So EIT Food is Europe's leading food initiative, and we're working to make the food system more sustainable, healthy, and trusted. Our vision is really a world where everybody can access and enjoy sustainable, safe, and healthy food with trust and fairness from farm to fork. Our role is really to bring all players together and guide and accelerate the innovation process that will transform the food system. Our strength really comes from our partners, and we represent 85 of Europe's leading agri-food companies, research institutes, and universities. And we also have a very big network of what we call rising food stars. And these are Europe's agri-food startups and scale-ups. So you can see here on our little map that we have various offices around Europe. Our headquarters is in Belgium, in Leuven. And then we have various other offices. And in order to achieve these things, we work very much on trust. And we, of course, have to first understand what drives consumer trust in order to increase consumer trust. So today I'm going to take you through a little bit around some of the trust work that we're doing. Trust. So consumer trust is really a prerequisite for a healthier and more sustainable food system. When trust is strong, we're able to get consumers on board with new innovations that perhaps can move the EU and the world towards a green transition, towards a more sustainable food system. The problem is that the food system has very many actors when you go from farm to product, and the food chains are getting longer and longer, and this is very confusing for consumers. And consumers can't really verify the information that comes through from manufacturers and producers. So they feel a little bit lost in what happens to our food, how it's produced, and what happens in the food chain. Trust is also very easily lost via a lot of negative press. You've all read about food scandals, and when we read in the media about unfair working conditions for workers. And we all sort of end up wondering, shouldn't there have been measures in place for that? Food is often produced behind what we sort of feel is like behind closed doors. And when some less lovely practices come to light, we really start to question the entire food system and the actors within it. This is very similar to how we lose trust in the people around us. If somebody lies to us or does something different from what we expected them to do, then we lose trust in our friends and family. And something that comes up a lot when we talk about trust is transparency and traceability. Becoming more transparent by opening doors will help many actors to increase consumer trust. Believe and trust more. People believe and trust more if we can verify the statements for ourselves. And increasing transparency means that we don't have to take everything we're told at face value, because we can actually see it with our own eyes. Another thing that's very important is traceability and allowing consumers to really understand where these things come from. How have the people been treated that work within the food chain? So I'm going to take you through a few studies that we've been doing. So in 2020, 2021, we carried out a qualitative study. It was online because it was during Corona. But of course, radical transparency is something that came out of that. So people generally trust our food system quite a lot when it comes to food safety. We feel that our food system provides us with safe food. But it's very unclear where our food comes from and the steps it went through in the production process. And also the impact on the environment is very, very unclear. And radical transparency is what people feel would give them this insight and full view of what's the hows, the who's, the where. And people in this study, they really felt that people not willing to disclose these kinds of data and information are very suspicious. They showed particular interest in seeing or kind of getting insights on things like animal farms and slaughterhouses. And this, of course, is a sample of a little bit less than 200 people, but they felt that unnecessary suffering of animals is very inhumane, and transparency is very, very important in this area. They felt that food companies, but also farmers and retailers, should be clear about their products and their ingredients. And since food companies quite often already have this information, it should be made public. This is what Chiara from Italy said about radical transparency. The consumer must always have the possibility of reconstructing and following the path of a food through all the phases of production, processing, and distribution. You must have the guarantee of being able to request clarifications and verifications in order to facilitate traceability by means of relevant documentation or information according to the requirements set forth in the matter by specific provisions. So we see that this is something that's very much on people's minds. We also carry out a year-on-year study. It's a quantitative study, which is carried out by some of our academic partners, University of Reading, University of Aarhus, University of Leuven, Warsaw, and the European Food Information Council. And to date, we've surveyed over 25,000 consumers, and we're now surveying in 18 countries. And in this study, we've also found that transparency is really the key. This is a must to increase trust. I'm going to talk a little bit about the other things later. But just to take you through some of the results, so perhaps unsurprising, when we look at the four entities, farmers, manufacturers, retailers, and authorities, we see that farmers are really the most trusted out of these four entities. And of course, these entities are related to the food system, so food manufacturers, food retailers, and authorities linked to our food system. And when we look across the years, so we have a consistent 5-country sample that where we can compare the last 3 years, we actually see clear improvements in trust levels for every part of the food system. So there's a significant increase between 3 and 8% of those expressing trust, and the levels of general trust stay the same. So this significant jump might be related to our situation, recent situation with Corona and COVID, and the gratitude felt by many people when it came to the food system being able to consistently supply us with safe food, even though there were lots of challenges. So, do you think our food system is transparent? I'd now like to go to Mentimeter. So, if everybody could log into menti.com, and the code is 97764035. We're going to look at a few questions. Will be quite short. I have to share some. Okay, so I hope that everybody can see the survey or the Mentimeter thing. And what I would like for you to answer for each part of the food system, would you agree that they are honest about their role in the food system? So we have farmers, yes, no, manufacturers, yes, no, retailers, yes, no, authorities, yes, no. And of course, in our actual study, we had a much larger scale, but Mentimeter doesn't allow for that. So we go with a yes, no answer. So I see that farmers, yes, lots of people say yes. Manufacturers, no. Retailers, no. Authorities, no. Oh yeah, thanks for sharing the code, Carmen. I see that you shared it in the chat. I will wait a few minutes for a few more people to join. Yeah, the picture is changing now. Some people think that manufacturers are indeed honest about their role in the food system. Retailers still no. Authorities also, a bit of a mixed bag. Wait for a few more people to join still. Interestingly, nobody thinks that farmers are not honest. Retailers have some votes now. Some people think retailers are honest. Authorities also racing ahead with being honest about their role. Okay, I'm going to move on to the next question now. For each part of the food system, would you agree that they are sufficiently open? So not just open, but sufficiently open. Thanks for playing. Authorities have some votes for being sufficiently open, farmers as well, but for most of the other entities, you think that they're not sufficiently open. A few more votes. Nobody thinks that manufacturers and retailers are sufficiently open. Okay, go to the next question. For each part of the food system, would you agree that they provide all relevant information? Do you think farmers provide all relevant information? Manufacturers, retailers, authorities? Farmers, yes. Manufacturers, no. Retailers, no. Authorities, no. Any other views? Some people also think that farmers don't. More votes for no for farmers. So it looks like most people indeed think that there's room for improvement. Okay, so these were some of the questions that we actually asked in our quantitative study. And these are the results that we have from our 25,000 plus consumers. So we have various behaviors associated with the key trust determinants. And we've looked at competency, care, and openness. And we see variations in how they rate, how people rate these criteria. But there's for sure scope for improvement across the board. So for the openness criteria, this shows the greatest room for improvement overall. You see, this is the one at the bottom, which is circled in red. And these are the same questions that you just answered. So do we think that they're honest about their role in the food system, sufficiently open, and provide all relevant information? So if the food system shares all the relevant information, then we see that 50% of farmers, people feel that they do share enough relevant information, 41% of retailers, 39% of authorities, but only 35% of food manufacturers. So a very similar picture to what we saw with you on the Mentimeter thing. We see similar responses to whether they are honest about their role in the food system. So again, farmers come out top, and 55% thinks that farmers are honest about their role in the food system. Only 39% of retailers and 38% of authorities. And at the bottom, we have the manufacturers. The most successful, let's say, competency criteria, the most successful criteria is competence. Most Europeans, many Europeans, think that indeed our food system is competent and it delivers food that is safe and healthy and so on and so forth. Indeed, 64% of our respondents, they thought that farmers were doing a good job. Similar percentage that they're competent enough and they have the necessary skills to carry out their jobs. The percentages go down. We see that next in line is the retailers. They do a good job, they're competent enough, and they have the necessary skills. Then the next one down, manufacturers. And the authorities are considered to be the least competent, doing a good job and having the necessary skill. And for the care criteria, so whether they care, whether they act in the public interest, whether they listen to public concerns, and whether they listen to what ordinary people think, then less than half of Europeans asked believe that the authorities do these kinds of things. And even for farmers, it was not so high. So it's over 50%, but less high than for competency. So we do see that European citizens, they think that our food system is rather competent, they don't care so much, and they're not very open. We also looked at, sort of dug a little bit deeper through a qualitative study. And here we see that farmers in general have high levels of trust. They're sort of idolized, and people look at them as the custodians of the land. They are the backbone of the food industry. They're very hardworking, they're very passionate. But they also felt that the big industrial farms have less trust, and they are not really transparent about their farming methods, what they're using, what kind of pesticides, hormones, the GMOs, and so on. So there's a lack of information about these things. When we move to manufacturers, the familiar brands are indeed trusted, and there's a level of confidence in the competency that these brands produce their food, and because people believe that because manufacturers are really image conscious, they will play by the book and they will follow the rules, and therefore they produce safe products. But on the other hand, people feel that manufacturers are really profit driven, they're even ruthless, they're exploitative of workers, suppliers, and farmers. And they have a lot of additives, they produce a lot of waste, and they have misleading claims. When we look at retailers, local retailers, so it's the same kind of picture as with farmers, local retailers have a lot of trust, but the bigger retailers, they're seen as impersonal. So there's a lot of ambivalence here. They look at the impersonal and sterile, kind of the bad guys. They're unfairly pressuring farmers and suppliers, and they're manipulating consumers to buy too much of the wrong things. They are responsible for excess packaging waste, and they see them as trying to. They are trying to adjust to consumer needs, but they could do more. When it comes to authorities, people see that the necessary regulations are in place, but there are some problems with the execution, and the execution could be better, the control and execution. There's a feeling that there's sort of enough, that there's a confidence in the basic competence of the authorities, but it's felt that they're too interest-driven by policymakers and industry, and therefore also quite distant from the consumers themselves. They also felt to be too reactive and not really acting as a problem solver. So they could be more sort of forward-looking. Another study, or another activity, I should say, that we did is on our Food Unfolded platform. So Food Unfolded is our online platform that looks at the origin and the future of our food. So it's more of a traditional investigative journalist style site where we produce a lot of content and we have a lot of dialogues. And within this context, we ran 5 UN dialogues in conjunction with the UN Food System Summit in 2021. We had over 200 participants, and out of that came 5 manifestos. And one manifesto was increasing transparency, that this was something that people felt was very, very important. So I guess all of these things are very good news for the participants of this conference. Just to let you know a little bit what the audience of Food Unfolded is. So we have at the moment about a community, an active community of about 65,000 followers on Instagram, but also on our website. It's mostly millennials, so it's an audience that is rather hard to reach otherwise. But it's from across Europe. And we have more women than men, but still. And what we do is that we really encourage sort of nuanced conversations and dialogues around the origins, but also the future of our food. And in this context, what we do is that we run polls. We run a lot of polls every week on Instagram mainly, and we have normally about 1,000 respondents to each of our polls and quizzes. And we had a week on traceability. So I wanted to show you today what the outcomes of that. So we asked our audience, do you think that you know enough about the food you buy? And you can see that 73% feels that they don't. So that's actually 1,502 people that say that they don't, and 557 people saying, yeah, I think I know enough. We also checked whether people thought that we could use a QR code and to see the entire history of the products we're buying. And this had lots and lots of people were very interested in that. So 90% of people, that's almost 1,700 people, said that they would absolutely subscribe to that. That would sort of meet their needs. And 184 people said no. And would you be willing to pay more for such a transparent product? And again, people were less convinced about that, but almost 70% said yes. So that's over 1,100 people. And 489, so almost 500 people said not really. We also asked if people thought that we should require producers and supermarkets to disclose more information. And unanimously, everyone said absolutely, yes, yes, yes. And I've just highlighted one thing here because several people said it, but I just took one screenshot. Lots of people said blockchain. But we also had lots of other suggestions, and this came from some of our qualitative studies, where people suggested maybe an online website where you can look up products, a database with lots where you can see production methods and products of food chain operators. And one of the main things that they said, they wanted to have some sort of public evaluation of it so that it's independent. And that's something that came again and again and again, that it has to be independent, like a Wikipedia or something that's, cannot be tampered with. So I want to go back to this slide again, and I want to focus on something else. This is then whether we think the producers and supermarkets should disclose more information. And everyone said yes. But what came back a lot of times as well is that people would like information, but in normal language, not too complicated, not sort of in a ways that is not understandable for consumers, for normal people. So I would like to talk a little bit about communication. And I'm actually going to share with you how we the mistakes that we made that made us learn better, how to do things better. And I think perhaps we don't always talk about the mistakes that we make. We made an infographic and an article about coffee, and it was called The 7 Steps for the Perfect Cup of Coffee. We didn't really think about, we made the article and we wanted to, our initial idea was that everything, if we keep everything very science-based, then we're safe because we have references and we can back up what we're saying. But we also wanted to attract people with our headlines. So 7 steps for the perfect cup of coffee. That was our initial headline. We posted the infographic separately on Instagram and had a complete storm of baristas coming to us saying, this is not correct. What about cold brew? What about this? What about that? And what we learned is, so this is just some examples of the things that people said. But what we learned is that it's very difficult to take things out of context. We had posted the infographic only without the article to explain. And so people didn't really see the references or the connections. They also didn't really, something like coffee making, it's a very cultural thing. It's a very personal thing. It's not just something we can do scientifically or with science-backed kind of information. But what we did, so what I wanted to focus on is what we did. We first were really, really scared and thought, oh my God, what should we do about this? But then we actually struck up a conversation with the barista community and we started speaking directly with them. And all the people that were just sort of trolling or sending really hateful messages, they stopped commenting and they sort of disappeared. And the people that were interested, they started speaking to us. And we were owning up to our mistakes, saying, okay, we see we made a mistake, but how can we do this better? Can you help us? And through that, we really learned that do not shy away from controversy. And when you're wrong, just own up to it and find a way to remedy the situation together. Our ethos now is very much about asking, okay, if you found mistakes with what we've done, do you have suggestions for how we can do it better? And how can we do it better together? And this has generated quite a lot of engagement in a community. And I think that's where we need to go to increase trust as well. So for the interest of time, I'm just going to wrap up now with some final take-home messages. So we look again at the farmers, manufacturers, retailers, and authorities. And a different level of trust is really needed to entice and support consumers into making more sustainable and healthy food choices. And this includes also having a belief that every actor in the food chain is working towards a higher and greater communal goal. So farmers need to be more approachable and get closer to consumers. They need to have more transparency, especially sort of opportunities for people to visit. And this in particular refers to the larger farms. Manufacturers, what do they need to do? They need to come clean about their ingredients and their processes and their additives. They need to communicate in an accessible language with clear and consistent information on their packaging. They need to respond better to changing consumer expectations. Retailers must listen more to their consumers and work directly with them to drive positive change in a way that support farmers and suppliers. People want to see a product range that is more fair trade, more local, more seasonal, more organic, and with less packaging and wasteful practices. They want to increase traceability, and they want retailers to really take a stand on what they won't sell. Authorities, we want more visibility. We want harsher sanctions for rule breakers. We want less interest-driven authorities and more proactive and driven change. People also want authorities to provide or endorse more consumer symbols that make it easier, or ways for consumers to have an easier way of understanding the food chain better. So we also found that there are sort of 3 strands that these things fall into. So we have transparency and control, where the food chain becomes more transparent so that everyone can see what is happening to make informed choices as a result. We need full clarity on ingredients and sensible logos and the power of the community. So coming back again to what we've said before, that people really want to be able to interact with the information. We want simplicity, increasing simplicity to make it easy to know what good food is. So shorter supply chains as an example. And we need to build love. We need to build love for food and an affection for the products and the produce that we eat and produce. And that means we need education and curiosity. And we need a trial to be made easy. We need it to be easy to understand what new products and new innovations mean and how we can participate in them. And we know that to achieve more trust in the food system, people need to have trust in each of its component parts. Ultimately, the food value chain is only as strong as its weakest link, and work is required across the board to deliver better against the criteria for trust, in particular, being honest and open, providing relevant information, listening to people's concerns, and acting in the public interest. We need closer relationships, smaller businesses, shorter value chains, more focus on natural and local, better labeling and transparency from farm to fork. We often think of our food system as something detached from us, but we forget that we actually are the system. We're just composed of a lot of disconnected parts that need to be reconnected through communication and information and transparency. By making those connections and reforging trust, we can all build together and change happens. We can get to that reality where you and I don't need to worry about where our food comes from, because we can trust that instead of choosing between bad and worse, we're now choosing between good and better. And I think I've finished more or less on time to have some time for questions as well. I have here in my last slide all the references to the reports that I have spoken about. I would like to highlight as well that the EIT Food Trust Report that I've referenced quite a lot came out at the end of last year, and we promoted it early this year, and we're just about to release the 2021-2022 kind of version, but based on 2021 data. This is a yearly report that we release once a year, and it pulls together much of the trust work we do within EIT Food to understand what drives consumer trust and to also understand what measures we can take to increase trust. And I've also included a link to Food Unfolded. So that was it for me. So thank you very much. Any questions? I would be happy to answer.
Thank you so much, Sophia. I'm going to jump straight in there with a couple of questions I have, actually, if I may. That last point there, you were sort of making about how, rather than having to choose between bad and worse, knowing that the system, and I was really struck earlier by this idea of radical transparency. And, perhaps you can correct me if I've understood this right, but the idea that one of the ways to overcome sort of consumer inertia with the enormous complexity of these things might be just that trust thing, is knowing that they could go and check something, that they could access that data, not just consumers, but also, customers all through the supply chain could go and check, and that might be the key to building that trust, even if they don't necessarily have the time to go and do that. Does that sound about right?
It does indeed, and I think it's also that might be something that would increase trust. I think it's also a generational thing. We've started to look a little bit at different generations, Gen Z, millennials, and so on, and different, especially the more tech savvy or online kind of the younger generation that really check everything immediately. I think here it's even if they don't go and check, but I think that they would go and check. It's really necessary to really have the information there, to build the trust with the younger generations, because they expect it to be there.
Yeah, no, I totally see that. And I think, in terms of some of the things you were talking about at the end, these Unfold platforms, and it's really interesting also that a big part of it might just be making the system less complex in certain places as well. You talked about sort of younger consumers in particular, but consumers generally trusting the local supplier, the smaller retailer, the more local farmer, right? So, you know, while we do have to use these technologies to address those longer ones, there is also something to be said for shortening some of those or simplifying some of those chains along the way as well.
I think there's a general feeling that some of the participants in the qualitative study mentioned this a few times. That there's a general feeling that our world is becoming more and more complicated because of the mobility of, you know, how we work, and then everything is online, and you know, you have access to a lot of information. You don't really know which information to trust. So it's becoming increasingly complicated for people to know also where to go. And so I think this is also something that we really need to bear in mind when we think about transparency, that it needs to be somehow recognized as a system, so people know that this is the information I can trust, versus this is just kind of white noise online. If that makes sense.
It does. I mean, I wonder how big is that kind of white noise problem in your experience? You know, is it, and does that vary across different levels of the supply chain, I suppose?
I guess it does. I mean, just as I can give an example of, I think it's an example that gives, let's say, a positive sort of image of what we can do. So we recently did a sort of a study around on Food Unfolded. We wanted to know what kind of impact we had. So we looked at, you might know it, there was a Netflix documentary called Seaspiracy. Yeah, and so we looked at Seaspiracy, and then we looked at Food Unfolded. We also had, in conjunction with the Seaspiracy documentary, we produced quite a lot of content around aquaculture and kind of marine practices, fishing practices, things like that. So we took these two and we compared. And of course, a lot of people, having watched Seaspiracy, they kind of were quite alarmed by how how the system worked. And what we found was that, because we sort of thought that perhaps there was a big segment of the audience that we couldn't reach because we weren't sensational enough. So if I go back to the example about coffee, we tried to be a bit sensational, but that failed badly. So we kind of, decided we don't want to go down that route at all.
Sure.
But what we found with Seaspiracy was very much that what people felt, and it was both when they watched Seaspiracy first and then read our content afterwards, and the other way around, that what Food Unfolded, because the content is nuanced, it's well researched, and people can ask questions, that this was kind of a balancer of the original views that had been formed when people watched Seaspiracy. So the Seaspiracy serves a purpose in raising an issue that people perhaps otherwise wouldn't know about, and they were very interested in it. But then once the issue is raised, there needs to be kind of a leveler or balancer, and I think that's where also increased transparency and traceability can come in. We need to have kind of an entry point, which can be more popular media, but then there needs to be another layer which provides the transparency.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. Okay, brilliant. Well, I mean, we're gonna move on now, but that segues me quite nicely talking about coffee and long supply chains, because our next speaker will be about that very topic, about tracing coffee supply chains. So thank you to Sophia, and welcoming Aon, Hazra, and team. Hi there.
Hey.
Hi to all.
Hi, how are you?
Glad to have you with us. In the interest of without further ado, in the interest of time, I shall hand it over to you.
Sure. No, thank you. And thank you to Agri-D Convention for inviting us. Since morning, it has been some wonderful sessions, some great insights. So what we'll do is we'll sort of, just to lay from an agenda perspective, I'm Deb, and along with me is Ayon. We are co-founders of Bolog Web Services. And our intention is to showcase and basically share what has been our experience in basically with working with UNDP, working in Uganda with the coffee value chain, and more importantly, why did we choose? What are the positives and the negatives we have faced? And then obviously we can end it up with any question and answer that an audience might have or you might have. Right. So with that, I'll start sharing my screen, and I'll start off with some presentation. And obviously, if you have any questions, the audience have any questions, would love to answer them as we are going along. Yep. Hopefully, everyone is able to see my screen. I'll start off. Yeah. So
I'm not able to see your screen just yet.
okay. One second. Oh, sorry. Yeah. There was one more step required, which I had to confirm.
That's perfect.
Great. Okay, great. So just to set the context, we, as I mentioned, I'm Dave. Along with me is Ayon. We are the co-founders of the platform called Bolog Web Services. We are a blockchain SaaS platform, and the intention is to bring transparency and traceability in agri value chains. So we start off this with a very common question, something that we have every morning, almost all of us, and that is the coffee that you're drinking, is it ethically sourced? Now, based on which part of the supply chain you are, it might mean different things. But what we have seen right from the producer and developmental organizations and right up to the agribusinesses, it is a negative impact that occurs from a social, environment, and economic perspective. So there is definitely a need to bring in more transparency and traceability. And when we talk about product traceability and provenance, we think about just tracking an item from point A to point B. But what we have realized while we have dig deeper in this value chains, it's just not limited to just the product traceability alone. An opaque supply chain has all these negative impacts and more. Now, let's dig deeper slightly into the Ugandan coffee value chain. And the reason I wanted to speak about Uganda is basically we are talking about the specific coffee value chain, and and what we are doing over there. And apart from the the issues that we spoke about in the last slide, what we are seeing also is that one of the other problems is that 70% of the women in the coffee trade are poorly compensated, although from an effort perspective, from an involvement perspective, they're right up there. And the other aspects that we are seeing is that only 30% of the smallholder production is BSS certified coffee. Now, why are these two important? These two are important because the inclusion of basically women in the coffee value chain has historically shown a better involvement of all the people, a better involvement for the next generation to be in the coffee trade and overall economic prosperity. And why is the certified coffee important? Most of the nations in, let's say, in Uganda and in Africa overall, there is a need to export a huge amount of coffee to European Union and Americas. So it is important that the importers know where their coffee is coming from, it is certified, and everything is maintained. Now, what we have seen is this can unlock the next $100 million of export, and also aligns with the government vision of having over 20 million coffee bags by 2025. Now, when we dug this further to understand, so what is the problem in the agri supply chains today? What we realized is that most of the these platforms that are used are centralized systems, and the problem with centralized system is that they offer visibility till the tier one level only, and hence this leads to a limited visibility, and there is a broken chain of information. So it is almost impossible to know from which group of farmers or farmer producer organization my coffee has come from, if there is a product to recall, and more importantly, there is no accountability in the entire value chain. So we took all this information into our strides and tried to look for an answer, and when we realized that if we have to solve this, there are three different aspects that we need to consider. One, we need to have a decentralized ecosystem, the concept of me to we. And that is the kind of a mentality that we have to bring in as we build and develop platforms. The next part is about empowerment of the producers, ensuring that the producer is an active part in not only in the value chain, but also from the economic perspective. And the third part is about the governance and the accountability across the value chain. So it ensures ensuring about the subtile level visibility, the various quality standards, and the ESG compliances. Now, all these things are required to make the data traceable, auditable, accountable, and verifiable. So, and as a result, we have taken a very modular approach to achieving the transparency at scale. So, what we have done is developed a blockchain SaaS platform. So, we have this Borlog blockchain platform, which is an open source, purpose built platform that sort of caters to this agri supply chains. Now, in order to sort of remove the complexities of blockchain, we have built a layer of BWS APIs. And these APIs help sort of connect to this blockchain where any of the applications can hook onto it. And with these APIs, we give sort of three core basically uh, things from our end. One is identity, the other is compliance, and the other is the track and trace. So through identity, we want to ensure that each and every stakeholder in the ecosystem is accountable. The compliance module ensures that every audits, certifications, your best practices are maintained within the platform itself. And finally, all these things comes as a group in the track and trace, where we are able to sort of track the produce right from the source of origin to the end consumer if required. And all of these things, what we have realized is that companies don't like to move away from their existing systems. They don't want to move away from the current ecosystem where they are in, and that is absolutely fine. So we give them all these APIs and hooks that they can integrate their existing ERPs, their SCMs, their GTM, or even a custom app can be easily integrated to our system for easy adoption. So the question comes is now, why did we sort of choose such a complicated way of really achieving something where we know that a lot of sort of these a standard sort of blockchain networks already available, the usual suspects like the Hyperledger, the Ethereum. In fact, we started off with Hyperledger, we started off with Ethereum, but we found that each value chain, each supply chain requires their own specific implementations. There are aspects within each of these supply chains that requires more detailed analysis. And that's the reason why we have built a blockchain that understands this thing. Like an identity of a farmer is understood by the blockchain, and it's not just a generic smart contract like any other blockchain. So what we have seen is that with the focus was to ensure that we have a lower time to value, we have a reduced maintenance costs, and we have it is easy to have runtime upgrades pushed over in rather than shutting down the system, having a downtime. So all these things has enabled us to scale the model and go for a faster adoption. And also what we have done is, as opposed to a lot of other implementations that requires an upfront cost, we have gone via a complete SaaS model, which sort of ensures that in FPOs, even the developmental organizations, are easily be able to implement this as opposed to having a high upfront cost. And that's basically in a nutshell what we are doing. From a business perspective, we are ensuring sustainable production at the supply side. We're giving sort of provable compliance to the regulatory frameworks and the responsible sourcing at the demand side. And from a technology perspective, we are giving the first mile visibility. We have an open source SaaS. We have a real time data sharing. So anyone across the world can easily track at any point of time what is actually happening with my source. And finally, the proof of origin and easy integration can be achieved. What we also are currently right now sort of doing is basically the carbon sequestration. We see due to the impact having a basically climate friendly approach where we can easily track, measure, comply, and share the basically the carbon offsetting. So it's essentially helping out the various shipping companies, the exporters, and also helping the farmers also have an additional income via this entire route. So this is also part of our long-term plan in Uganda, where we want to leverage the layer zero economy for effective tracking of carbon measurement usage and the compliances. With that, with the overall idea of what we are trying to do, I'll sort of hand it over to Ayon, where he can go about the specifics of the Uganda implementation, and more importantly, a bit more about our per product, what we are doing. Over to you, Ayon.
Thank you, Deb. Thanks for the introduction and the overview. So, so I'll just take it over from here and probably give a very brief overview of the Ugandan implementation that is going on with UNDP. Now, what we're doing there is, like we mentioned in the first half of the presentation, that we're using a SaaS model. Hence, there is no the capital expenditure is removed, and we are targeting the FPOs, the various FPOs. We're starting off with uh, uh, in two regions in Uganda, one in the central region and the other in the Elgin region. So we are covering two varieties of coffee. One is the Robusta, the other is the Arabica coffee. And using the SaaS model to and those three pillars that they've just mentioned. One was the identity, where we collect so the identifiers, the DIDs, collect the identity of the FPOs and its members. We onboard them and verify them, primarily skewed towards women-led farms, because one of the goals of this is gender inclusivity. And also doing the sustainability certifications, which will be a global gap certification for these farms. And the DID that I mentioned, for all these farmers, there will be continuous audits on their profiles. So there will be production audits going on at regular intervals, and that information is available to the other stakeholders. And that drives also the financial inclusion, or any subsidies or any financial inclusion programs that the government might have with these registered farmers. And finally, tracking and tracing the coffee production batches uh, from the origin till it is packed and it's put into the distribution network. Now, what we're focused on is the sub-tier level visibility. And I'll reiterate that once more. See, what we have seen is the real problem lies beyond the tier 2 and the tier 3, because centralized systems like ERPs have already got control and enough information about their tier 1 suppliers. The problem starts with the data beyond that. And the data beyond that, if centralized systems had to scale to that layer, it would be a humongous task. And moreover, you're creating large, huge databases, and every buyer in the world would have such extensions of their centralized ERPs, which is not scalable. Because at the supplier level or at the producer level, these producers not only supply to one uh, buyer, but they supply to multiple buyers. Now, if they have to comply to all these buyers, then they have to go through the compliance process. Instead, if you have a decentralized system, and what we do with Borlaug Web Services at the base of the pyramid is we are creating units of value, which is not possible through a general purpose blockchain. There, everything is a transaction. Here, we're creating units of value that can be transacted. It's very similar to the concept that we talk about these days, like NFTs. So if it is an audit report, it's a specific audit report for that farm, or if it's a provenance report, it's a provenance report about that batch, or if it's an identity, that identity profile can be shared, and these identity the verification credentials that are there as part of the identity is also visible to the different stakeholders. So that's the overall approach that we had. And in doing that, what we try to deliver is the benefits, like, since we are tokenizing the co-benefits with the product. So whether it's a audit report or it's a a provenance, a trace map, or it's the identities who are associated with it, it increases the value, the quality assurance of the product, and that is giving them almost a 15% increase in farmer incomes. And not only that, we are also keeping land records as well as doing the dispute settlements, everything on the blockchain. And the governance, which is on the blockchain, I mean, we don't have governance outside, it is actually on the blockchain, that is ensuring governance of these FPOs. So any referendums or any price that is decided by the FPOs can go through a voting process, and then those prices can be put into a curated marketplace. And that's where traceability culminates in this program, that we create curated marketplaces for buyers. When they're buying the coffee, they get all the traceability reports, all the provenance reports, climate policy practices that if you could
Yep.
slide, please. So impact go to about 100,000 farmers, create about 1 of coffee this 15% more because 25% of the coffee that is procured is VSS certified, and most of the VSS certification is not traceable. It's the certification that is available, but traceability reports do not exist, or the traceability data is not verifiable or auditable or even accountable. And identity brings in that accountability for our solution. Next slide. Yeah, so this is the business model that we have in the coffee traceability platform. It starts with coffee growers who are organized into these farmer producer organizations, which is on the third layer. But these FPOs these coffee growers are now subscribed to the FPOs. Now the first challenges that we had faced, or we were doing it for honey in India as well, and we saw that these coffee growers are not tech savvy. So registration of these identities or these DIDs that we are talking about, and their continuous verification, cannot happen autonomously from the from that level. So what we have is a more inclusive model. Whenever we talk about blockchain, we start with one of the usual use cases that we talk about is disintermediation, or the possibility of disintermediating the intermediaries who don't add value. But if you look at from a social impact standpoint, these middlemen or these coffee collectors, or even for honey, what we're doing in India, they were part of the process. If we disintermediate them, that is actually breaking the balance of the ecosystem. Instead, we could make them a part of the system and have better behavior, or basically when they do the registration, so they are doing the registration, we call them as coffee resource points. We are enabling them, empowering them, and they are going to giving us the first mile visibility, because scaling at that level needs another layer there. And why not use the erstwhile middlemen now become service providers to the system? And as a service provider, they do the registration of the coffee growers, they give advisory services, they provide inputs, so we also get information on the inputs, as well as the continuous audits that goes on in these profiles. I'll show you in a while through a video of the product. And this data that goes in from coffee resource points are coming to the FPO. FPOs continuously monitors that data, and there is incentivization for good behavior. So if they do not put in the right data, they're falsifying information, that gets checked, because every coffee bag is tracked. Their quality reports are then checked when it comes to the FPO. After it comes to the storage facilities, there are quality checks done. There is a processing done, then it packaged, then it goes into the logistics and goes into the distribution channel. So Since there are multiple checks available in further points, it is possible to track back which channel is giving me the right quality and the right advisory is going into the coffee grower so that I get the desired quality of the coffee. So it's again, as I go ahead in the presentation, what we are building is a more inclusive model, because sub-tier level uh, ecosystems need to be more inclusive. We cannot just discard the middlemen here. If they are adding value, they are now getting assured incomes. And not only just for collecting coffee and mixing it with others, but now they're doing it for a reason, because they get paid for for the registration services that they do. They provide inputs, so they earn through that. They do the audits. They also provide advisory, apart from the third-party audits that is done externally for Global Gap and all. They go ahead and proceed. So as I said, if I take one of the FPOs here, uh, we have an identity module where we onboard and verify the stakeholders. So it's onboarded through a mobile app. These coffee resource points. They go into villages. They onboard them, or they come to cooperative offices where there are camps held, where they onboard these farmers. uh, then it goes into the compliance process, where there are regular compliances being done on the farms, as well as there are audits done on the profiles, which are more regular audits that are done, and that gets added to your DID. So DID is more like a KYC for the a real-time KYC for any farmer or any organization or any entity for that matter. And then comes the provenance, which is again zero code. You just create the provenance processes and along with attesters of each step, and that data goes in, and we finally get all these reports that goes into a curated marketplace, where the coffee being sold is attached to the identities, to the compliance reports, to the provenance reports. Dave, can you just run the
Yep.
Yeah. So just to be sure, we just can you just pause?
Yep, sure.
Yeah, pause a bit. Yes. So just go back a little bit. Sorry.
Sure.
Yeah. So what we provide to customers is a console, which is a zero code console. The businesses add catalogs. So these catalogs could be, in case of honey, in India, they are segregating it as clusters. So inside the clusters, you have the members of those clusters who are these individual identifiers. In case of coffee in Africa and Uganda, it's by the FPOs. So FPOs, let's say they have 100 coffee farmers, so that would be put into the Co-op 1. So this Co-op 1 that you're seeing is a catalog. Uh, Play the video, please. Yeah. So once it goes ahead, all these different identities of the just pause it.
Yep.
Yeah. So Rebecca is one of the coffee farmers, and her DID record, I mean her profile, as well as the claims that she's gone through a crop gap certification, crop audit. Whatever you're seeing is through a web app, but as we go ahead, you'll see it on the mobile app. How all this information can be captured through a mobile app, which is very easy to use. And whenever they are getting captured, they get saved into our blockchain. And these are not smart contracts. And that's exactly why we've used a purpose-built chain, and where the chain understands, like you're seeing right now, the catalogs that I just spoke about. It's through the mobile app. So a volunteer goes, or those erstwhile middlemen that I was talking about, coffee resource points, they can go, they can capture all this data, they can create a new DID whenever they're creating a new DID. Along with that, their claim information gets captured uh, along the way, like gap certification or whatever, crop audit. But what Okay, this is what you're seeing right now is a create DID. So a new DID is getting created about a farmer named Afia. Her entire profile gets it's just like a Google form. They're just collecting it. After they save it, it goes as it creates a record on the DID, and then you can add claims to the DID. So basically you can have production audits done, or if they are a member of the coffee board, or they have membership with UCDA, like Ugandan Coffee Development Authority, so you can create those claims. In this case, Rebecca's crop audit certification is being done, and you can have all these templates you can create on your own. So it's completely templatized. So there is no coding involved, whether it's coffee, whether it's olives in Europe that we are doing, or honey. Everything is templatized. So here what you're seeing is attestation of these claims. So DID standard, as we know, there is a decentralized verification of these identities through the different so this is a claim which has to be attested. So the attester, who could be a neutral attester from the government, comes in, sees, okay, this is the gap certificate that the person has. They verified it with the global gap report. So we have a separate system where you can do a complete audit, which is called, we have a different system for that, where you can see the audit report. Dave, can you please pause it a bit?
Sure.
Yeah. So you can see the audit there. And once the audit, you have verified the audit here in the profile, you can add those audit reports or the certificates along with the profile of the farmer. So go ahead. Yeah. So the claim is being attested here. Once the claim gets attested, it becomes like a KYC for AFIA. So what you're seeing right now is various claims. They've just go back a bit.
Sure.
Because this is not clear. Yeah, let's go ahead and then I'll tell you where to pause. Yes, pause it. Yeah, what you're seeing here is a DID document and a claim. So whatever we have used, we have just used the W3C standard of DID version 1.0, where you have a DID document where all the profile of the DID can be captured. And a DID does not only mean an individual, it could be an entity, it could be a concept. So even the DID is contributing towards the traceability. So traceability is not only about the product traceability, it is also about the people who are involved, their KYC information, their live KYC information, how that is getting verified. And all these claims information that we are seeing here are decentralized claims. So you're building a chain of trust with various claims being certified by bodies that we trust. And that creates a KYC that drives the financial inclusion for these farmers. And in fact, in Uganda, what will happen is later on, the subsidies will be driven by the registered farmers on the DID. Here, we start off with the next module, which is track and trace. Now, in track and trace as well, again, it's a zero code platform. So what we've done here is you can configure processes. Just like this, you can configure a process. This is just a sample process, but you can configure any process with the steps. You can have dependencies of the steps. So you can have child provenances, you can spin multiple provenances, and all these PIDs are stored on the chain. Again, going back to the thing that I just that we spoke about, that is, these are not smart contracts. These the blockchain understands, so it's a purpose-built chain. It understands what a DID is, what a provenance is, or what a audit report is. And this is whatever you're seeing here. This is on the platform. So this can be done on a mobile app or a web app, or even custom apps can provide this information, or IoT can provide the information, because everything is going through our APIs. Like they mentioned in the first half, that all these applications are connecting to our APIs. And that's the Boardlock Web Services. So we've made the API our platform. What you're seeing here is the Boardlock Network Explorer. That's where all the transactions are available. And these transactions are not just transactions. These are, if it's a audit, Yeah. So can you hear?
Yep. Yep.
Yeah. Can you
I-
go back a bit, Deb?
Sure.
I was disconnected for a while.
No,
Yeah.
even I was, I guess. Yep.
Yeah. So what you're seeing here is the provenance report. So everything is purpose built. So the transactions are branded. It's not generic transactions like in a general purpose blockchain. It's a blockchain which is meant for value chains and traceability and transparency, and it gets evolved. So in the next version, which is getting launched next year with Aztec, right now we are using the Maya chain. So there are various civilizations after which we have named the chain. So we're going into Aztec, but that will be a seamless upgrade for all customers. And that's the benefit we give. That's about it. And finally, this is the curated marketplace that we were talking about. So you have all the offers, and these offers have the provenance and the audit information of the coffee that is getting sold. The contracts can get created, everything. Now, here is where we use the smart contract module, but not everywhere. And that's how we make the chain more greener. We make the chain more, optimized. And there are various modules meant for different things. Smart contract is only meant for contracts where you can create contracts. And finally, Deb, if you can go to the video, we would
Sure.
or just go to the next slide. I will just end that slide and our overview.
Yep. One second.
Yeah.
You want
So
to-
so whether it's like I said, whether it's coffee in Africa or honey in India, it's the same product being used. We're doing olive adoption program again on blockchain. It was covered by Parity because the first time olives was on blockchain. And you can adopt half a tree. So we were using the tokenization module, can adopt an olive tree and get back olive oil from the garden. That's it. And finally, can we run the video, please?
Sure.
I think from the team, somebody will. Hi, I'm Ayan, founder and CEO of Boardlock Web Services. The coffee that you drink every morning or the honey that you have for breakfast, is it ethically sourced? Opaque supply chains could potentially mean negative social and environmental impact, food fraud, zero visibility at the sub-tier level of the value chain. Agribusinesses are exposed to compliance risks, quality concerns, and all this digitized data is not verifiable or accountable. With increasing jurisdictional mandates and the pandemic has made transparency today a business imperative. BWS enables sub-tier level visibility where centralized systems have difficulty in scaling. We are decentralizing the ecosystem from me to we and empowering the producers, ensuring fair trades and climate positive practices. Increased visibility and governance is ensuring jurisdictional compliance and trustworthy certifications for agri-businesses, especially for cross-border transactions. Boardlock Web Services is a blockchain SaaS platform that provides transparency and traceability solutions, improving efficiency, visibility, and compliance of agri-value chains. It's a three-step approach. Onboard and verify farmers and stakeholders to ensure accountability, compliance audits on the blockchain for producing VSS certified coffee, and finally tracking the coffee production batches increases visibility and efficiency. This data on the blockchain is auditable, verifiable, tamper-proof, and shareable across all stakeholders. We are providing an underlying layer of trust with our purpose-built agri-blockchain, which is the Boardlock network at the layer 0, which is open source and governance is built onto the chain. Boardlock network has all the complex logic and concepts built in, and hence, using our APIs, businesses have a readily usable platform. Hence, it means faster blockchain adoption and bringing Web3 applications into the mainstream. The program is aligned towards our vision of enabling sustainable food systems where profitability and ethics can coexist. Thank you. Back to Mark, if you have any questions.
Yeah, thanks, guys. That was really interesting. I got a few things I want to talk about actually here, which is I was really interested in this idea of software as a service and essentially in a more inclusive and accessible model, right? Because newer technologies tend to be seen as being more expensive or otherwise, through that capex or opex or whatever, being difficult to implement in all places and at all cost levels. And I think what I guess I want to ask is how important is that in terms of that sort of accessibility in including the sort of the developing world, and that you mentioned gender parity in there as well, sort of small female farmers, that kind of thing. How important has that process been to developing that and enabling that?
It's very important because, like you mentioned in your question itself, like developing countries, it's a very price sensitive market, and what we have targeted is the sub-tier level. Though the clients would be the traders, but if they have to include the sub-tiers, we have to go to the FPOs and all. There, we have to be at a price point which is affordable and cannot be complex. And hence the SaaS model was very important for us. Moreover, what we also wanted is to have control over the technologies, and hence even at the layer 0 we've built a purpose-built solution.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's good that you mentioned the complication there, because I saw, in your presentation, you talked about these kind of units of value and removing sort of unnecessary units of duplication, essentially. And I would imagine, although I guess you're better placed than me on this, but you could very quickly end up with an almost unmanageable system if you didn't have a way to kind of simplify that and get rid of those unnecessary duplications.
Absolutely. So one of the things that we have is governance on the chain. And this governance process enables so the unnecessary information would not go through, because there is governance in every step of the process, not only on the chain itself, which is the chain being managed by the validators and the nominators. We are basically we would be a parathread to Polkadot. So we are a parity based, a substrate based chain. So it's validators and nominators are the ways to go about it. We're using nominated proof of stake, but the governance is built into the chain. We have 4 principles of the chain, that is GICC. One is governance, the second is identity, compliance, and confidentiality. So all these put together ensures that we have the right data in the platform.
Yeah, absolutely.
Specific examples, but it's the governance that ensures that.
Yeah, absolutely. And just one last question, if I may. I just wonder about this. You mentioned sort of the cutting out the middleman, but that can actually cause more problems than it solves, in terms of like if they've got a function within it and you just kind of arbitrarily cut them, you actually make more problems than you solve. So the way that your solution addresses that by kind of rebalancing that ecosystem a little bit more to be better for everyone, right?
Absolutely. Because see, one of the things is in these developing countries, these middlemen, they need to earn as well. And today, if they earn for a positive thing and they create positive impact and ensure the quality of the produce, because that is also important. We cannot just give them empowerment, but also we need to ensure the quality of the produce through the governance process. Now, they are being included, their incomes are being assured. And not only that, in case of honey, I can talk about in India, we have actually doubled the incomes of farmers, the apiaries, because it's assuring that quality of unifloral honey. So we know exactly how much the cost of honey would be, and they're able to give back a better income to the farmers as well as the service providers who are now part of the system.
Yeah. Okay, well, listen, thank you both so much for that presentation. That was really interesting. At that point, I'm going to move us on to the last session of the morning and introduce Dr. Michelle Natty of the IOTA Foundation. So, Michelle and Alex as well, welcome to you both.
Thank you.
Morning, afternoon.
Coming to us from, at least partly from the IOTA Foundation, which is of course one of our event partners. So thank you very much for being part of that. And yeah, I'm going to hand it over to you to talk about the Internet of Things, e-commerce and identity. So over to you.
Great. Thanks, Mark. Can you see my slides?
Yep, that's good.
Great. Okay, morning, afternoon, everyone. Nice to meet you and great to be at the Agri-D conference. Thanks to Mark and the team for inviting ourselves. So as Mark said, my name is Alex Fryer. I'm from Zebra Technologies and
Thank you.
I'm alongside Michele, who is from the IOTA Foundation. And of course, we are two separate companies, and we are presenting together as we have a very strong partnership, and we are doing a lot of work together in the space of traceability, blockchain, and you know, our portfolios are very complementary to one another. So we're going to start off with just a few slides on Zebra Technologies, and then we're going to go into, I'm going to pass it to Michele to talk a bit about what the IOTA Foundation are doing and some of the applicability of IOTA in the agriculture sector. And then we're going to finish off with some words about the combined partnership that we have and what we've been doing in a few different sectors. So many of you may have heard of Zebra Technologies. Many of you may have not heard of us. Zebra Technologies is a large organization, as you can see, with about 4.5 billion of global annual sales. We have about 8,000 employees, offices all around the world, a number of channel partners that help us to distribute our products, and we invest a lot in research and development. And Zebra Technologies is well known as a hardware company. So we have a number of different product portfolios, and everything that we do is around essentially traceability and capturing data at the edge, as we say. And so a big part of our sort of mission statement, as I just said, a big part of our portfolio is around traceability and capturing data at the edge. A big part of our mission statement is around visibility, as we say, end-to-end visibility. So we traditionally operate in a few different sectors, or four main sectors, which is retail, manufacturing and warehousing, transport, logistics, and healthcare. And in all of these sectors, there's quite a consistent need for understanding where things are and also capturing data on events of things passing through the supply chain. And whilst we focus on these sectors, we're also seeing a lot of different use cases in additional sectors, for example, agriculture. And you know, the use cases and what we're doing and with what we're doing with IOTA is very applicable not only for the sectors we focus in, but like I say, in agriculture. So the core parts of our portfolio, like I said, is capturing data at the edge. So what that means in terms of actual products is we have a large portfolio of printers, so both mobile and fixed printers. So these printers are printing some sort of tag. We have millions of these printers around the world. We're one of the leaders in this space. And so use cases, like you can see on the left, I'm in a manufacturing facility and something has come into the facility without a barcode, or perhaps we've if it's a manufacturing facility, we've actually built something, and the packet requires the barcode before it leaves. So our printers are used to print and encode data within a barcode, whether a 1D or 2D barcode, which goes onto that item. So printing is a big part of our portfolio. Equally, we also have a large part of our portfolio, which is devices that scan barcodes. So we print the barcode, and we also, our portfolio of hardware scans the barcode. And so, of course, we know scanning, it's a very traditional and well-known technology, but scanning is going through its own evolution as a technology. So today, traditionally, you see a 1D barcode, which is just a traditional barcode with the black lines on it. That is, of course, probably the most known way of tracking an item when it passes through the supply chain, scanning it at each point. But there's also additional, like I said, an evolution of this technology to the point where you could scan an item without any barcode. And there's a technology called OCR, which is often used on our devices as well to scan an item without a barcode. For example, scan a driving license or an ID with the device. As long as it has a camera and this OCR technology in the device, then it can scan a device scan an ID or any sort of item without a barcode. And of course, QR codes are very familiar now as well, which is an evolution of the 1D barcode. So we have scanning devices, so we scan items. We also have a big part of our portfolio, which is locationing. So locationing is obviously a very important part of end-to-end visibility. And locationing comes in lots of different formats. And I'll go on to that in the next slide after this. So we also have, in addition to our hardware portfolio, we launched a couple of years back a platform called Zebra Savannah, which is really the sort of the technology level, the way that we work with IOTA. So we don't just work with IOTA, you will see in terms of like a business relationship, but we also have a product relationship with IOTA, and that is delivered through Zebra Savannah. So Zebra Savannah is essentially an API platform that we use internally to collect and analyze data from our devices. And you can start to think about some use cases already, I'm sure, about how useful it would be to know where a print job had happened, or where the encoding of a barcode had happened, or where a scan had happened, and what happened in that scan, and why did that scan happen, or where an item had passed an RFID reader. All of these different data points have a significant number of use cases that we'll get into. But Zebra Savannah is designed to collect that data, and then we store that data. It's all anonymized and aggregated data, and enable our partners and customers to access that data to create new workflows and essentially get better visibility on what is happening in the supply chain. And again, giving this introduction, you'll start to see where we fit very nicely in working with IOTA. We collect the data from the edge devices that we already have out there, and then we enable access to the data. But the storage of the data and the sharing of the data is really the part that IOTA brings in our partnership. And this is just a very high level sort of architecture diagram of what I was just describing. So like I said, on the left, this is Zebra's edge ecosystem. This is all the millions of devices that we have out there in the form of printers, scanners, locationing devices. We have both traditional scanners in our portfolio as well as mobile computers they look like a phone, like a mobile phone, but they have a scanning engine in the device. All these devices are collecting data, and Zebra Savannah is storing that data. And then we enable and provision access to these APIs, which is a very traditional and popular way of accessing data and sharing data through REST APIs. And you can see at the bottom there, we have an IOTA API that we'll talk about in a bit. And then our partners and our customers use these APIs to ingest data into their applications. And those applications are typically quite vertically focused. So, in the agriculture sector, we can imagine an agriculture application, or a farming application, let's say, which is tracking data across the farm and across the wider supply chain perhaps that data being sent from our devices to the IOTA distributed ledger, and then they have that visibility across the edge where the barcode is being put onto whatever the item, or the RFID tag is being put onto the pig. And then also they have visibility through an application to where that data is and how it's being shared. So just a final point on the Zebra side, just to dig in a bit deeper into locationing. Like I said, locationing is a part of our portfolio that's very important. We're the market leader in indoor locationing. And our focus, again, as it is across our portfolio, is market-leading hardware when it comes to locationing. So you can see here we have huge variety of different locationing devices, from beacons and tags to fixed RFID readers, mobile RFID readers, units that Zebra have developed with a variety of these technologies within them for different sectors. And when it comes to locationing, it's still quite a misunderstood technology area and industry. Locationing, like you can see, can come in lots of different formats. And ultimately, it depends on accuracy and data output when we talk with customers about what sort of locationing solution might they need. Accuracy, i.e., how accurate do you want the location? Do you want it sub-meter? Do you want it just in a zone? And then when it comes to data output, do you want completely real-time, sub-second, or are you happy that it's more of a passive locationing system? So an example being, if you're on you had a locationing installation on a farm, it's very likely that you would, if it's tracking animals, for example, you would want that locationing to be pretty real time. And you'd want to know where those pigs are moving at whatever time, depending on the use case, so that you can, understand what's going on. And so ultimately, these are the two variables, as well as, of course, cost. The more accurate and the more real time you get, as you can imagine, typically the higher the cost of the solution. But locationing is really all about the use case. But we collect data from our locationing devices just as we do from our scanners and our printers, and that's really sort of our strategy and our focus within Zebra. The sort of best-in-class hardware, along with capturing data and enabling access to that data. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Michele.
All right. Thank you, Alex. I'm gonna call for next slide when it's the time, and I'm gonna pick it up on what you present so far to try to explain a bit where the role of blockchain comes into place in this whole ecosystem, and what kind of solution and work use case we are actually developing together with Zebra. So the main idea and what we have seen from Alex being presented so far is that we can really get now connectivity, so we can connect rural area, and in particular there is now new technology like cloud and 5G that allow this pervasiveness of connectivity across the whole supply chain. And of course we have seen what Alex presented, so technology like track and trace, Zebra device, locationing, allow to actually bring connectivity, a new way of getting connection, as well as integrate smart things into the agriculture ecosystem. So all of these are part of the new trends that are transforming the agriculture industry. So we start to think more about connected agriculture in this sense that we have connectivity, we have tracking, sensing, and we have also ability now to learn from the data and automate some of the processes. So all of this is basically creating a new way of learning from the environment, connecting device, generating IoT data, and managing all this amount of data. So that need to be taken into consideration. So if you can go to the next slide. So this basically come with benefits, but come also with challenges. Opportunity brings also risks. So monitoring with IoT device, increased pervasiveness, of course, provide more monitoring. We can have smart actuation capability. We can have all sort of smart farming, but connected farming also brings security issues. So data integrity becomes very important, need to be guaranteed, and also access to specific data need to be managed properly. So farming is an industry where confidentiality of data it's key for the farmer as well. So if you think about now automating the farming process, this brings also a lot of expertise that farmers have, and they don't want to share all this information collected by this IoT device with everybody else. So there is still need of digitizing the industry, but controlling also end-to-end security for the data and the device itself. So again, network infrastructure, accessing to the network infrastructure where previously was not available, allow us now to reach everywhere from production to consumption. So from where things are produced in the farming industry down to the end of the supply chain. So this basically create also new opportunity like smart logistics, just in time creation and production and so on and so forth. But again, all of these IoT device, part of these different networks need to have proper identity management. So we need to access network infrastructure that need to be used only for the specific purpose that's been designed. So we have to mitigate and remove risk like malicious attempt, denial of service attack. We also have possibility to connect everything again with these new trends of connectivity. But again, farmers as well become more connected. Their safety can be increased during their work. But again, there are new challenges like privacy. So we need to be sure that we don't invade privacy. We don't generate new data that comes new privacy risk of privacy theft. So next slide. So definitely there is a lot of potential with the edge processing, the IoT device, the track and trace connectivity that we have seen, or by technology like Zebra or Zebra. But there is also challenge, and we start to explore what could be the role of blockchain in how to capitalize on these current trends. So blockchain, I think you are all well aware, but can enable really now to bring that kind of security or integrity on the data without need intermediary that allow to share data in disconnected farming environment. So farmer now can connect to different stakeholders, can connect to logistics, like we said with Zebra. So you can now connect also to customer. You can actually optimize your production depending on the demand, all together in a way that is requiring sharing of information on a trusted infrastructure that doesn't require any more central point of failure or central authority for dealing with it. So the flexibility of connecting using a blockchain, these different stakeholders is much greatly increased. At the same time, the centralized identity, which is one of the, let's say, emerging protocol that leverage distributed ledger technology, leverage the immutability of distributed ledger, can become attend and help to basically create new way of identifying the different stakeholders from farmer, from their tools, what is used to or their product they produce, to track and trace authenticity of their produce. So, but this requires as well device and individual can be authenticated or original product verified. So there is all again one more benefit of using decentralized identity and leveraging blockchain technologies. And of course, emerging smart contracts will help to automate most of the data flow, the processing of data, as well as the execution, actuation of different action that has to be envisioned in a farming environment. Next slide. So having said that, there is a lot of potential that in this connected farming that brings together many different ecosystems with potential risk, but also interest in protecting their business, their data, and their product. for benefit of consumer that we'll see now more authenticity, ability to verify authenticity, create a just-in-time production, so remove waste of production. You produce only when you know it's needed. So all of this can benefit from blockchain, but also blockchain will have to satisfy specific technical requirement that the industry itself will need. So first of all, it need to be a blockchain that offer the element that we said, offer the ability to protect the data, the confidentiality of data, the ability to scale. So if you start to think about connected farming, be a new way of doing farming, so we can imagine how much data this will produce, how much device, how much product as well will be track and trace. So all of these need to leverage on infrastructure that is scalable, as well as low cost. Farming industry doesn't have itself too much margin profit, so we can't add the burden of an infrastructure that we need to be sustained with extra costs. So we need a blockchain infrastructure definitely need to lower this cost, as well as the energy consumption. So we all look for more sustainable farming. We can introduce a blockchain that basically help to leverage some of the trends and the benefits, capitalize those benefits and reducing the risk with a technology that is very cumbersome in terms of consume energy. So we need also an energy efficient blockchain. So definitely we need a blockchain as well that can fall into some regulatory, let's say, compliance and regulatory boundaries. We don't expect data that has to be shared with everybody once they're on the blockchain. Data might be locally and geographically located, so we need to guarantee this. And then of course, we need an open source technology that has to be accessible to everybody with low friction and for experimenting and testing new concept of connected agriculture. So if you can go to the next slide. So IOTA is actually partnered with Zebra, and that's actually what we are, why we are working together. So we are basically bring it to the ability to connect and track and trace along the whole supply chain, the production in the farming industry that Zebra can offer with a blockchain, which is IOTA, which is particularly suitable for large and scalable amount of data. And the main reason reside into how IOTA is built. IOTA is not anymore a blockchain technology. It's not anymore building chains of blocks that have to be validated, have to be mined with cost for the network, for the validator itself. So it's a new data structure. It's based on what we call direct acyclic graph, DAG, that allow much more scalable and parallelizable way of validating transaction and generate consensus about the validity of the information stored on the ledger. So you can say that in this way we meet with the scalability, the technical requirement the farming industry has. So we are well positioned to be the bridging between the the tracking capability that Zebra provide to the whole industry using blockchain. We of course can run in different ways. We can run as a permissionless blockchain or a permissionless blockchain. Then satisfying some regulatory needs, the ability of locate data in specific countries rather than all over the world. That's something that we can also bring. And of course, we are an open source technology that is very lightweight, suitable for interconnecting, like Alex explained before, very easily. Tagging technology, so without too much difficulties, and open source software that allow and makes this much easier than other technologies. Next slide. But in order to get adoption, to get traction, so we need to be sure that basically the technology itself, like I said, it's very accessible. So IOTA builds on a few frameworks. We have at the bottom the core protocol, the ledger protocol that guarantees the integrity of the information that goes in. We have different what we call frameworks or second layer protocols that allow managing of decentralized entities, but also bring smart contracts, and in future will bring tokenization. So Organization is also a very important aspect of connected farming, so we can think about the production of a given farm can be tokenized, so there can be also a return of the investment done in different area of land, so can also be based on benefits that a farmer might receive, and the production of a given land or portion of land can also be mapped directly to the value that is generated. So these are future use cases, but again, we can provide this kind of framework. But anyway, what makes better for the adoption is to be able to abstract as much as possible this capability, and that's what we have started to do by building integration service. Some of them are those that are actually leveraged by Zebra for the integration of their device. So on top of this, any sort of use case can be built and deployed, and have the global vision of connected farming. So next slide, please. A quick note about decentralized identity and why this is important. So with decentralized identity now we can identify farmer. We can actually know that something is produced by a specific farmer. So if you want to guarantee end-to-end visibility for consumer requesting more and more sustainable farming, organic farming, and so on and so forth, all of this can be attached to the concept of decentralized identity. So farmer can get their own decentralized identity, which means that basically they are represented with a public key on a infrastructure that is immutable like the ledger, and can collect a set of credential certificates that allow third party to verify their identity. So to prove their identity, so to prove that, for instance, they're a farmer based in a given geographic location that produce in a given way after inspection are done, or in a way that becomes now much more transparent for the consumer, for the end user. So end user now, they don't need anymore to rely on stamps added to what they consume by a third party, but they can actually go down back to verify the identity of the farmer, of the producer. So all of this done with the centralized identity that apply in the case of IOTA to everything from farmer to their organization to even their device that they use in the farming field, in a way that all of this is trusted, because the credential that the farmer collects get their identifier, the identifier that is stored in the chain, in the blockchain, in this case IOTA, and get signed with other identities that are, in this case, the verified identities of all the other stakeholders around the farming industry. It can be the bank that actually give a loan to the farmer for establishing his farming practice, can be inspector that goes and inspect the way farmer produce. All of this is then, after all, managed by farmer thanks to their decentralized identities and verified by consumer real time without need to direct interaction, but in a trusted way. So next slide. So just to quickly wrap up what we have built so far. So we have built what we call e-commerce service that are actually services that will allow this journey of connected farming from let's say really farming to production. So the main one we call audit trail. So it's basically allowed to share the information that farmer want to attach to their produce, to their production, in terms of explaining how this was done. That can be reviewed and audited and give then those credentials that I explained before to certify their way of working. So all of this leverage the IOTA ledger, but expose some APIs that wrap up around the tool that we have, in this case, streams that allow to actually create confidentiality of data. Whatever is shared on the ledger is only controlled and always controlled by the source, not accessible to everybody without authorization of the source of data. So next slide. Can we go next? Sorry, Alex. Yeah. So as I said, we have the audit trail that wrap up this information, allow any application, can be a mobile application now, to write, read or read and write data that becomes immutable and the integrity of which can be verified. So we can really digitize the industry and give the benefit that distributed ledger brings in terms of security with simple APIs, so that everybody can build their own solution on top of that. So we don't need anymore to go to the burden of installing blockchain network or installing nodes and so on and so forth. But we are really able now to offer the service building experience rather than focusing on the infrastructure itself. So next slide. We have done something similar in order to expose also this concept of decentralized identities through a simple framework that allow the farmer itself to create his identity now, the identity in terms of identifier, but then expose this identity to all the party interact with, like banks, like I said, auditor or other quality assurance, let's say, stakeholder or organization, authorization, for collecting their credential. All of this, again, can be done through a service that's very simple to access, allow very simple mobile application integration, and all of this gives back to the farmer the control of the information, all the certification, all the paper that he will receive, and can at some point attach to their product, again with track and trace capability that Zebra offer, and expose to their final customers. So next slide. So we can imagine now like a scenario that I mentioned already a few times. Banks can become actually the issuer of identity and credential, and certifying that farmers are actually who they claim to be, they own a given land, and so on and so forth. Farmer can collect this information with the centralized identity, and can present directly this together with other quality assurance of their produce credential issue in the same way, where we represent other stakeholders and not only bank, to customers. So customer can really start to trust now in a very simple way what they're actually consuming. So, and similar information about what actually is purchased now with an identity and a track and trace capability given by Zebra. Can become also information for logistics to know what are the current trend, again, what actually is consumed, what actually people buy, what actually people like, sharing this information using the audit trail. So again, sharing this information back to the let's say farmer, not to the whole world, so the farmer still maintain the confidentiality that they need. So all of this can really be the stepping stone, let's say, on which we can start to see and experiment new use case for connected agriculture that goes from farm to customer and back to farmer. So in a way that, again, give farmer in control of their data, in control of their information, gaining trust, and not thinking that their information is leaked and give to competitor, for instance. So all of this can really support the work of small farmers to become more digital, but still in a trusted way. So without losing their power and the control on their information. So next slide, and I think I'm handing over back to Alex for the conclusion.
Yeah, thanks, Michele. So just wrapping up here, last couple of slides. So as we said, we were going to just reference towards the end how we are actually working together, IOTA and Zebra. And IOTA led a project with Trademark in East Africa, which was a very interesting project, which you can see a video on YouTube, around tracking and tracing flowers. And we had some early discussions around tracking and tracing tea and coffee within this project with IOTA. But yeah, this is an example of how we're working together, IOTA and Zebra, in real life projects. And we also wanted to just not so much a fully fledged live demo, but this is a very simple illustration of an RFID, passive RFID reader, which you saw on the table earlier when we talked through locationing. This is on the right, a demo of a passive RFID reader on the table, and that box has an RFID tag on the box, which looks very similar to a label attached to the box. And what this guy is doing is he's passing the box over that reader. And what we've done on the background is this is just a sample application, and you can see there a data point has just popped up. And what we've done is we have forwarded that event onto the IOTA distributor ledger. And you can see on that web portal, an event is just popping up on the ledger. This is a really simple illustration just showing in real life how an event from a Zebra device can travel across the cloud into IOTA's distributed ledger with a couple of API transactions. And like I said before, we are working on lots of different use cases in different industries, but ultimately, tracking and traceability is a very important use case in agriculture. So we see a lot of opportunity of Zebra and IOTA working together in this sector. We also have a couple of other videos on YouTube. We have one particular video showing Zebra Savannah and IOTA, and in there again is another use case there focusing on some work we did around traceability of tires, of car tires. So yeah, lots of different sectors and use cases that we've explored together. Just a final slide here around how Zebra sort of go to market and how we sell our products. And I think IOTA has a similar model. We work through partners, so we very rarely does Zebra sell directly to an end user or an end customer. We have a wide cross-section of partners across the world. We have 10,000 partners in total. And lots of these partners are just, of course, distributing the hardware that we sell. But many of those partners are what we call ISV partners, that are software partners. And these partners are developing software on our devices. And lots of these ISVs have worked with us, with IOTA and Zebra, to develop applications using the APIs and the distributor ledger from IOTA to bring to life the use case. Because IOTA and Zebra, as we would describe it, are really the building blocks for a solution in the use cases we've described, including in the agriculture sector. And we really need partners to build the front-end software layer that brings the use case to life and makes it a usable solution. So if you are a partner yourself, or if you are a software company yourself or a solution integrator, then we'd be delighted for you to sign up into our Partner Connect program, that we call it. There's no cost to do that, and the QR code there is will take you to the link to sign up. And if you are an end user, then we also encourage you to ask your technology supplier to sign up to the partner program, so that we can then work together and make sure that the technology, or the building blocks as we describe it on the Zebra side and the IOTA side, is accessible to you to build solutions. With that, that's the end of our presentation, and hand it back to Mark, see if there's any questions.
I have a whole bunch of questions, probably more than we have time to reasonably get through right now. But I guess I'm going to come at this a bit from the perspective of my own industry, which is kind of around vertical farming and controlled environment agriculture, which I think might be a very obvious case for this kind of a technology, because there's a lot of sensors, a lot of data, a lot of things. And I was really interested, in this idea that more connectivity is more opportunities, but also more risks. And I think certainly my experience in an industry association in the vertical farming and CEA world has been that there is all this data, there is all this information, but there's a lot of nervousness around how that data is managed, right? And around the security of that information, and around IP as well, and proprietary concerns and things like that. So I guess what I'd ask you, and bearing in mind the constraints of time, is if I'm a vertical farm, right, say for argument's sake, and I'm looking at this, and I'm looking with my partners at this, not necessarily just as one business, but what does all of this mean to me? How do I engage with this? How would I engage with this whole thing? You see what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I take a stab at that, and I'll let Michele add. But I'd say that I think the way that we try to approach this is it's really focused on the use case, and it's maybe a bit of a boring answer, but the reality is if we have a customer that comes to us, or a partner that comes to us and say our customer needs RFID, then we often will say, well, if we were to go down that path and go with the technology that they're asking for, then very often the project will fail because they have not focused on the use case and what the locational technology might be, or the scanning technology, or whatever technology might be fit for purpose for the use case is the one that should be deployed. And I think the same probably goes with the way that data is shared and the way they're accessing data. I think focusing on the use case and letting, of course, the partner to define the how is so important, because especially in these areas, which we'd admit these are nascent technologies still. There's still predominantly pilots, in the technologies that IOTA and Zebra are talking about together. Locationing and event data to a blockchain or a distributed ledger. So yeah, I'll let Michele see if he's got any thoughts. You're on mute, Michele.
Sorry, not really much to add. I would say that I totally agree with the reluctance in sharing data and embracing this digitization because of that. So that's also why we try to make the blockchain much more simple than an abstract concept. So we try to simplify this in terms of APIs and functionality that you can actually get, but also always stressing the fact that you are in control. So, and that's what we want to transmit as a message. So you are in control not only because you call the APIs, you install your system locally, but also because the technology that we actually develop has confidentiality at the core. So it's as confidentiality by design. So we define few new protocols like the IOTA streams, but also the identities that actually give you control on this. And this is part of our message. So it's not going to be accessible to everybody. So we cover that part. So now enjoy the benefit, and enjoy the benefit in a way that you understand. It's simple to integrate. You don't need to really understand the nitty-gritty of the technology. So that's I think that the first barrier, and giving the best user experience where actually you feel the control of your data, your information is the most important part. That was our focus in what we are now proposing next for the connected agriculture. So the simple integration that Zebra can offer, that's the first step. But the control on the information and how to properly explain this is our main interest.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you. And just one other question. I can't not ask this question. I'm sitting in Glasgow right now, where of course, COP26 is going on down the road and everybody's talking about sustainability. And so I was delighted that you kind of mentioned this question of energy efficiency in these kind of considerations. I mean, how far down that road have you gone with this? How important was that as part of your process?
Yeah, I mean, it's always difficult. I take this from the, let's say, the core infrastructure perspective, the ledger infrastructure. So, yeah, of course, we have completely different approach to blockchain. Not going into the details, but we remove what is the most, let's say, not efficient from a blockchain point of view in terms of energy functionality, which is the proof of work. Everybody knows about that. So IOTA managed to find a way to remove that. It is our main strength. So that's why we also focus it's not anymore a blockchain, therefore enabling value, or let's say the rich become richer, let's say, with trading and knowing that they're putting too much resource in the blockchain and getting the benefit of this. We managed to have a technology that actually is sustainable. The consumption, it's I mean, just to give some numbers, 600 million of IOTA transactions are equivalent to one transaction in the Bitcoin blockchain in terms of energy consumption. So this is the most important part. So I think for us, so guaranteeing that you get the benefit of the blockchain with a sustainable technology that doesn't add the burden of energy consumption. So, and that's where we always will try to position also this technology in respect to sustainability. We understand that some use cases are not ours, not where we want to push, because I mean there is no need for doing this with a not efficient blockchain. So that's our let's say spot where we are putting energy to become more and more sustainable.
Perfect. Okay. Well, listen. Thank you to both of you for that, and to all of our speakers this morning. That was the last session of the morning. So we're going to shortly go to the lunch break. But as I said earlier to you, I encourage all of you to go and check out the virtual exhibition while the lunch break is happening. Michele, Alex, and all our other speakers, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. Thanks all.
Enjoy the lunch.
everybody, welcome back, or indeed welcome anew if you've just joined us. I was going to say good afternoon, but actually, as you might imagine, we've been diligently watching our data from this morning, and so far, delighted to say we've had viewers from 65 or more countries. So on that note, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, or even good middle of the night, depending on wherever you may be. For this afternoon, we've got a really great lineup of speakers for you on a really diverse range of topics, actually. I'll take you through those one by one as we go through the day. I'd like to remind folks also to check out the exhibition area as well when you get a chance. The topics this afternoon will range from things as diverse as small farmers in India, which we're about to cover shortly, and I'll take you through that, right through to interplanetary agriculture and farming in space. So really got a full suite of different topics on offer for you this afternoon. With that, I don't want to take up too much time, so without any further ado, I will go on to our first speaker, who is Dr. Dinesh Chauhan, on helping small and marginal farmers in India through full stack technology solutions. Dr. Dinesh, welcome.
Hi, Mark. Very good afternoon.
Yeah, very glad to have you with us. I'm very pleased today that we've been able to also see how these technologies can help, sort of smaller and more marginal communities to benefit from these technologies. So very keen to hear your presentation, and over to you.
Yeah, so first of all, I would like to thank the organizers of Agri-D conference for organizing such a wonderful and great event this morning. And I would also like to thank the visitors from all across the globe who are attending this very important and relevant series of sessions in this international conference. So very good morning to all of you, depending upon the time zones. So this is Dr. Dinesh Chauhan, Vice President, New Initiatives, Dehat. So Dehat is basically a full stack technology platform, and we are happy to say that recently, a few days back, we have raised another round of investment of roughly around 115 million US dollars, which makes us the biggest full stack technology platform in India. And this is in brief about what Dehat is all about. In the next couple of minutes, I will be taking you through the presentation where I will explain how Dehat has been working in addressing the issues of small and marginal farmers in India. So, am I visible, Mark? My screen?
Yes, you are. That's perfect. Thank you very much.
Yeah. So on my today's topic, I would like to explain like what Dehat exactly does in India. So what we solve, how we solve, and why we solve. So we are actually providing quality value chain services to roughly around 100 million Indian farmers. With the increase in penetration of smartphones, over more than 20% in rural audiences, we are capturing that. And then we are strengthening digitalization to render the massive transaction size of 400 billion US dollar. So how we are doing this in Dehat is that we are enabling farmers to have agricultural input, advisory, finance, and market via mobile-based technology, improving transparency and efficiency of agri value chain for all stakeholders. Why we solve? We have the ability to serve 1,300 plus last mile franchisee micro entrepreneurs who are catering to more than roughly around 3,70,000 plus farmers. We have a platform with more than 4,000 agri input SKUs and more than 450 plus bulk output suppliers. Dehat has a potential to provide annual growth of roughly around 3.5x. So, what are the biggest pain point if we talk about country like India? So there are the various stakeholders in value chain. So coming to the agri businesses like bulk buyers, agri input companies, and banks. So what are their pain points? So what we have observed that the bulk buyers see post harvest losses to the extent of almost around 40%. Then most of the market has been captured by the local brands. Roughly around 35% of this market is captured by the local brands over here. Then access to credit and insurance. So access to credit and insurance is available only to 10 to 12% of the farmers. Agri retailers have no direct access to farmers. So these were the some of the biggest pain points of Indian agriculture scenario. If we talk about the agri businesses side, and if we coming to the farmer side, then we have observed that the farmers pay huge sum to get high quality or good quality agri inputs. So there is the availability of good quality of agri input is restricted to them, and then they have to go through multiple channels or layers for services. We have also seen and observed that there has been poor yield of crops, causing less income opportunity to these farmers, and dependency upon the local lenders for various input needs. So these were some of the biggest pain points if we talk about agri businesses and farmers. So this company was formed to address all these pain points, and we tried to address this all these pain points through full stack technology driven platform. So if you can see that we have tried to address the pain points of in terms of agri inputs, then crop advisory and financial services, and market linkage of produce. So what we have tried to do with the help of this technology platform, on one side of the business, we have tried to establish a transparent distribution network, reduce in stock return by 10 to 20%. If we talk about crop advisory and financial services, so the access of farm data and farmers to for lending and crop failure, it has our platform has enabled with the help of crop advisory reduce the risk. If we talk about the market linkage of produce, then the post-harvest losses have been reduced up to 10%, and we have allowed to offer the customized supply chain with zero fixed cost. Similarly, in terms of farmers, farmers have got the access of agri inputs. More than 3,000 plus agri inputs are available on our platform. All these inputs are quality products. They are available all the time, and it also saves roughly farmer saves its input cost to tune of 8 to 12% in this process. Through crop advisory and financial services, what we have seen that there has been an increment in farm productivity by up to 15% for these farmers. We have provided the complementary financial services also to all the farmers who are onboarded on our platforms. If we talk about market access and linkages, these farmers have got access to more than 300 plus bulk supplier for quality in output produce. And what we have observed and what we have tried, that in this process, that more than 5 to 8% of better price discovery has been there, and they have got that better weighing, fair weighing, terms and conditions, better pricing, payment terms. So all these have effectively added roughly around the profitability of the farmers. What we have seen has gone up to somewhere around 35 to 50% in this process. So in Dehat, the small and marginal farmers. So whatever we do is basically keeping farmer at the center, right? So there is a Dehat application for farmers. So Dehat means village in Hindi in India. We provide through our application, the farmer can get agri input, crop advisory, market linkage, farm implements, credit and insurance, cattle feed, and there is a dedicated call center helpline also. So farmer can call to these call centers, and then there they can ask whatever query they have got, and their queries are being sorted out by our dedicated call center. So why Dehat and why Dehat with us you get what? So with Dehat you get the exclusive last mile partners. We have created these Dehat centers in villages. What we have basically done is that we have identified micro entrepreneurs among these farmers, and these are basically the entrepreneurs who were already there existing in the system, but they were not getting the opportunity to get the right kind of business model. So through Dehat Center, we have got the exclusive last mile partners who come from within the village itself, and these centers actually cater to a catchment of 3 to 5 kilometers, and through this model, these micro entrepreneurs have got a sustainable monthly income as well. So these Deha centers are serviced through nodes. So what are nodes? So through nodes, nodes are basically a regional inventory point. They are the smallest business unit, and these nodes cater to roughly around 60 to 100 kilometer of catchment area. And each node has got roughly around 50 to 60 last mile partners, which we call our Dehat centers. So here in this picture, you can see that this is a schematic diagram where you can see that there is a nodal office, and then we have got different Dehat centers, and all these Dehat centers are being catered through these nodal offices. Currently, we are growing at the rate of 3.5x annually. We have got like 300% growth in farmers. Our team size has grown by, if I talk about currently, our team size is more than 700 plus. These numbers are slightly not updated one of the current numbers. We were from 68 in March 19 to 230 in March 2020. We are currently having a team size of around 800 plus manpower. We have been growing significantly. So as on date, we have got access or served more than 5 lakh farmers. We have been handling more than 1,000 metric ton of commodities per day, 1 million plus minutes per month of time spent on crop advisory, almost around 2,000 micro entrepreneurs established, roughly around 90,000 acres under management. With through technology, what we have done is that it has brought the transparency in the entire value chain. So we have got various platforms both for farmers. We've got separate platform for a franchisee micro entrepreneur network. Then there is a platform for our nodes and warehouse, and also there is a separate platform for all the agri input companies and our output buyers as well as banks. So all these stakeholders we are connected digitally. So we have a combination of both a digital as well as physical model. So this is the best way of operating in the country like India, where we have got physical stores, which are digitally connected through the node and through us and through the buyers and suppliers, and the farmer is also got connected through these centers through a mobile application as well as physically he can go and interact with them. So if you see here, typically in this slide, we have tried to show that what a typical Dehat application for farmers look like. So we can see that farmer community is sharing knowledge on this platform. Then these farmers get a customized weather alerts. Then there is a e-commerce platform where there are more than 3,000 plus agri inputs. The farmer can see and decide which product to buy, and he can place order over there. Then even we have got this application helps us in through image recognition. We can identify kind of disease which he has got or the pest which he has got in his crop. So he can upload that picture and he can get the information on that in the real time basis. Then there is a Dehat business app for micro entrepreneurs. So in this app, he can have the visibility of what was his business transaction looks like, how much business he has done, what is his accounts, and then what is his credit availability available, and how he can indent and place the order also. This is another visual representation of, like, we can, through our application we can also see what is the current health of the crop in that area, and at the field level we can have the analysis of all those things through NDVI data. So our partners can, and even we can visualize what is the crop health current, and according to that we can actually forecast what will be the yield, how it is going to come, and what will be the productivity of our catchment. And accordingly, we can connect to our buyers. We can tell them what is the current stage of the crop, and they can take the decision according to that on their buying behavior. So you can see that we can have the crop status report and analytics for our buyers as well. So they can even exactly plan like what will be their output. According to their output requirement, they can even plan the buying through us. With the typically the Dehat revenue model, so roughly around 70% of our revenue comes from market linkage of farm produce. Agri input business is another business where our revenue comes around 30% of the total business which we get. And through farmer network and data, there is a small revenue model where we get roughly around 2 to 3%. So the major business of Dehat comes through our market linkage in farm produce as well as sale of agri produce and other services. So in this, we have been working closely with almost most of the players in the value chain, both on the input side as well as output side. On the farm produce, we can see that we have been working with most of the large organized players in the retail format as well as organized player in commodity trading. In the agri input side, we have been working closely with most of the leading agri input players in India. Then other channel partners like collateral management agencies, banks, financial institutions, lenders, and also we have been working with almost each and every significant player in the market in the entire agri value chain. Dehat has been a young team with the founders coming out from institutes like IIT and IIM. So we have a young as well as dynamic team, a strong and robust team, and with a well-experienced team handling the various verticals of food and agri value chain. So what is the vision as a Dehat? We have the vision for 2025 is So vision of Dehat is to reach out to roughly around 10,000 plus Dehat centers by 2025. We want to address to more than 110 million farmers with a touch point of 0.6 billion by the year 2025. And we aspire to be the biggest agri value chain full stack technology solution provider in the country. So Dehat is set to become the India's largest full stack agri player, then the fastest growing agri-tech startup, aggregating 10 million Indian farmers by 2025. We have a very strong value proposition with the retention rate of network of farmers. More than 95% farmers are with a retention rate of more than 95% of the farmers. The last mile connectivity of the agents. And Dehat wants to become actually the Amazon of agriculture, you can say, with entire 360-degree services. So some of the accolades which we have received, like from Your Story, Entrepreneur, the Cane Mint. So these are some of the news which are being covered in the media. So now, in the last slide, what I would like to say that what makes Dehat India's fastest growing agri-tech startup. So sustainable unit economics, differentiated value proposition. So with also the combination of both physical as well as virtual presence, the digital presence. So digital model has been very successful. We have observed in the last 9 years in our journey. Our founding team is a very strong with more than 30 plus years of experience. The bundling of services through full stack and exclusive large mile network. So I would request now, Mark, can you just play the video of Dehat, a short video, so that our viewers can have an idea of what...
It's a bright and early morning. Look, there's Ramnath ji. He's one out of over 10 crore farmers in India. His day is just beginning. Ramnath ji has a lovely wife, 2 wonderful children, and a big, beautiful farm that helps him grow food and fresh vegetables. Ramnath is on his way to his fields. On the way, he sees some familiar faces.
Good morning, Ramnath ji.
We have your order ready for pickup today.
Great. I'll pick it up in the evening.
It's not easy taking care of a farm. Every day, Ramnath has many important decisions to make. What is the right variety of seed as per the soil conditions? When is the right time to plant them? One wrong turn could cost him a lot. It's a good thing Ramnath is not alone. He is a smart farmer and connected with Dehat. Hello, we are calling from Dehat. We are Dehat. We provide end-to-end solutions and services to farmers in India. We cover everything from seeds to market. We are one of the fastest growing agri-tech startups.
Will you come down and take a look at it?
Yes, we will schedule a field visit. Dehat is a tech-enabled bridge between farmers, entrepreneurs, and other agribusinesses and services. We are there through every step of the farming process. We have a Dehat center within every 3-kilometer radius. We link farmers with local markets and help them make informed decisions about what to buy and which services to use. So how is your wheat coming out?
Today I have harvested and the per acre produce is very good. Looking to sell the same now. I also sowed 2 full acres. I hope it turns out well.
You can request for wheat buying via your app. But hold on, you have 3 acres of land. Why so only 2?
I don't have the money to take on more.
You can always take financial aid from Dehat.
That's great news.
You can take the amount from us and repay it once you harvest and sell the crop. That's right. We also provide financial aid. After the crop is harvested, Dehat helps farmers find the right markets for their produce. Our goal is to assist farmers like Ramnath ji through the farming process, right from seed to market. We provide tech-enabled solutions to all farming needs so that farmers can continue to put quality food not only on their table but also on yours. We are Dehat.
So this was all in brief about what Dehat is all about. And thank you, Mark, and the organizers to giving you an opportunity to explain what our model is all about. We have been working very hard to cater to small and marginal farmers in India. So this was in brief our journey, which we have done so far in this short period of 9 years of time in India. Thank you.
That's brilliant. Thank you so much. I have a bunch of questions I'd like to ask you, actually, if I may, probably more than I have time for, in truth. But I guess there's clearly, looking at those early stages and talking about the pain points, there's a complex range of challenges for farmers there, and you've obviously been very successful at getting a very high number of farmers to join you. So what was the key to achieving that in the early stages, and how easy or difficult was it to get your message to them, particularly at that very early stage? And then did you find that it kind of multiplied very quickly after that?
This is a very interesting and very important question, Mark. Right? Thanks for taking this up today. Our founders actually they came from a rural setting, right? In spite of getting to some of the best colleges in India and coming out from institutes like IIT Delhi and IIM Ahmedabad. So they have their roots in villages. And so after spending a couple of years in consulting, they thought that agriculture being very important vertical in country like India, and they saw the pains of these farmers and villages coming from the same background. So they went back to the village and tried to explore this. And in this process, they learned that these are the pain points with the farmers, and they really wanted to do something to them. So this actually connected the farmers very well. And we actually worked on the grounds, though we wanted to do something through the help of technology, but we knew that we have to go to the field and it has to be a combination of both physical as well as digital solution in country like India. And while we were working with the farmers, small and marginal farmers in India, eventually what happened there, the internet connection improved, then the policy of government changed, and then suddenly we saw that the data access became very easy for these farmers and a very nominal cost. And with the coming of this 4G network across India, so all these things coupled up to help us to grow, and these also helped us to reach to the larger audience and farmers in this process, right? And we saw that the farmers are also ready to adopt these kind of technologies and these kind of platforms. And then what we did is that our micro entrepreneurs were from the farm village itself, right? So we identified youth from the village who were actually having the desire to do something, but they were unable to find an opportunity, right? So what they can do, so there was a gap, right? So we identified this, that these guys want a service, and they have that desire and fire within themselves to do something for the village. And somewhere we connected with them, and we trained them and we groomed them. We went to the output buyers, we went to the agri input suppliers, and we discussed with them, and then they also found that there is a value in this kind of proposition. So this was the way how it all happened, and these micro entrepreneurs became our spokesperson. And once once we service these farmers with our real service value, and they saw that there is an value add services, and they got benefited with it. And this how this all began as a small movement, you can say, and now which is taking a shape. And we are happy with our journey till now, and we are sure that this model is going to work, at least for us and for India as well.
Excellent. Yeah. I mean, so looking at it from the other end of that question then, because I saw that you also, you said you're engaging with the really big players and institutions. How different is it engaging with those kind of much bigger fish, and how challenging is it to kind of match what they want against what the sort of the small farmers and that much smaller end of the scale? Is that an easy match to make? Did they want the same things, or was it quite divergent at times?
Yeah, so obviously the bigger players and bigger retailers, they have their specific requirement, right? So we as an intermediary, we understood very well. Like, for example, even I come from a retail background, haven't spent more than a decade in retail value chain in India with fresh fruits and vegetables. So we have got a strong team. There are a couple of guys who have been working in commodities. So we have a strong team who actually understand what business is all about. And most of these guys come from rural background, or they have got their degrees in agriculture, or they have spent their time in fields as well. So this helps us as a team to understand what market is all about, what is the requirement of our client. Like going back to our farmers and like finding out it is a difficult task. You rightly said that, to educate the farmer according to the requirement of the buyer, right? So but we try to work with them. And initially, fundamentally, what we have done is that we worked with them. Whatever they were growing, we tried to find out a buyer for them. And then we also did aggregation. So this micro entrepreneurs is also an aggregator in the village, right? So he aggregates all these commodities as per our requirement and specification, and accordingly we discuss with our buyer, and then offer them the quantity in volumes. Eventually, we are also running capacity building program with these farmers. We are also running programs with farmers and setting up farms in collaboration with some of these bigger companies to provide better technology to our farmers, giving them the better seed varieties. We are working with a couple of crops like lychee, etc. in Bihar, where we are actually educating farmers how to grow these crops, what are the new technologies they should adopt. So these are some of the examples which I wanted to tell here through this platform, that we are engaging with the farmers and as well as with our buyer as well, right? So, and we understand what is the quality requirement. We aggregate those produce and then offer them to our buyers, right? So we are actually doing the handholding in the entire process. Neither we are leaving our farmers in between, or neither we are leaving our output buyers as well.
Yeah. Okay. So, I mean, it was interesting that you mentioned, that you built your business up in layers as a kind of a network of interconnected nodes. I know you described them as nodes, and for example, with the different sort of scale catchment areas, from the very small to the sort of the 60-kilometer ones or whatever, you know. And so I just wonder, do you see that continuing as a process? I think you do, because, you know, you sort of mentioned scaling up. And do you think that's something that could be replicable elsewhere in the world, or do you think it's a sort of, is there a uniquely Indian context there, or is it replicable?
No, this model is very well can be replicated any other parts of the world as well. So probably we will also be expanding in other geographies sooner because of this pandemic and all those things. Probably our space at which we were trying to expand got some hit in between. But obviously, coming from India, we have in our country itself, there's a huge requirement for our farmers to address that. But definitely, we are open for collaborations and partnerships across the globe and newer countries and geographies. I have also myself personally spent a lot of time in countries like I worked in Africa myself, handled projects in Africa. I've seen closely that the places like Africa and Southeast Asia, they are all of similar kind of geographies, right? If we talk about Africa, most of these places they are currently at a stage where India was somewhere in 1940s or 50s, right? So our models can be adopted there, and they don't have to reinvent the wheel. So I strongly believe actually that this platform can be replicated, or this model can be replicated. We will be keen to replicate this in other parts of the world as well, as because wherever there are small and marginal farmer, more or less likelihood is that they are also facing the similar kind of challenges: the last mile connectivity, access to finance, better quality of agri input. Then coming with the current pressure of climate change, I think we have to work parallelly in all the geographies of the world, rather than in one part of the world and then leaving the other part of the world. So we all are getting impacted with our various agricultural practices. So I think it can be very easily replicated or adopted in other geographies as well, especially in places like Africa and Southeast Asia.
Okay, brilliant. I mean, that's good news, surely. And then just one last question, if I may, changing tack slightly. You know, you mentioned there towards the end about there was a knowledge sharing aspect to this among farmers. And I just wonder, how important is that, particularly as the number of farmers that you've got on board sort of grows almost exponentially? You know, the amount of knowledge that's available must grow with it. So how important has that become as part of your sort of your operations, really, and what you do?
So you see, we have got actually a digital a backend call center where we actually address the queries of all these farmers. We handle huge amount of queries every day. So we have got eventually what is happening, that we are getting a huge data accumulated at our end also, which we critically examine and provide solution for it. So it itself is a great repository for us as an organization, which can actually be used not only by us but other players as well as. And then we are working closely with various CG institutes and then government institutes and agencies. So we keep on working closely with them to share data, and we keep on exchanging the knowledge and the research which is there available with them, to extend it to our farmers. And this is our way of working. So we request them to provide us their technologies, and we have been collaborating with these kind of international organizations and technology. So this is all which I can say at this, and it was very great session.
Yeah. Well, listen.
Questions. I'm sure audiences must have enjoyed this and definitely been benefited by our session.
Yeah, great to have you, and thank you so much for answering all those questions. So Dr. Dinesh, thank you very much for your time today. From there, we're on to our next session, which is on full access on-chain traceability for farmers. Satish, welcome.
Hi, Mark. How are you doing?
Yeah, very well, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing good, Mark.
Excellent. Well, it's great to have you with us here today, and I'm very much looking forward to hearing what you have to say. So over to you.
Great. Thank you. Good day to everyone across the world attending this session, Agri-D Convention 2021. It's a great opportunity for startups like us to present what we have built, the problems that we are trying to solve for the marginal producers. So today I would like to present a full stack demo of Foodlens. It's a blockchain and spatial imagery modules that we have built. And I would like to talk about problems that we are trying to solve. And towards the middle of the session, you'll also see a 12 to 15 minutes demo of the entire stack, how it looks like. And I'm ready to take any questions that are available, that may have come up. So let me share my screen now. Yeah, this is the Foodlens that I would like to present today. We are building a super app for the small and marginal farmers to make sure that they increase the yield, we cut down the middleman, and also generate more revenues. In the previous session, Dr. Dinesh has set up a good pace for what I'm going to talk today, and albeit at an abridged mode, what we have done. The differentiation, what we see from the other platforms that are available today, is that we have built the entire stack on a blockchain platform to make sure that we build the entire trust and transparency on the chain, on the blockchain, that could be available for multiple stakeholders. So we built this technology to enable sustainability and financial inclusion for the 70% unbanked small and marginal farmers. As per a World Bank report, almost 70% of these marginal farmers are under poverty, without access to cheaper credit, without access to technology, and also not access to direct market linkages. We look at a couple of problems. I'll just small summary that I would present. The problem we are trying to solve is how we could provide a cheaper credit that's not available today. There's a gap of about $450 billion across developing nations, starting from Africa, India, China, Southeast Asia, where predominantly you would see the small and marginal farmers. Obviously, there are spurious agri inputs sold. That means that a farmer could lose a part or entire crop and no direct market linkage. They only realize about 15-20% of the market value. So the solution we came out is a Foodlens that provides cheaper credit access through cooperative banks or NBFCs, high quality agri inputs, and direct market linkage. We work with a couple of banks that you could, couple of institutions that you could see here. We had customers in US. We solved some problems for traceability of organic cattle, and we have customers in India like Britannia. We've done some POCs with them. But going deep into the actual problem here, as I was earlier telling you. So today, most of the farmers, they are not under a preview of a financial institution. That puts a lot of stress on them to borrow either from middlemen on loan sharks at higher interest rates. Especially in India, we are looking at 3% to 4% per month. That adds up to 36% of interest per year when they have to take a loan of, say, about $400 or $500. Today, why the financial institutions are not coming in? They don't see any credit reports of these farmers. Even if they want to lend, that's not happening today. Similarly, if we find a lot of issues coming in yield, decrease in yield because of spurious seeds, as well as not being able to access technology, for example, spatial imagery. And the other thing, even when the produce comes up, they are unable to directly sell because of the mandi structures and the middleman structures that we have today in this part of the world. To solve this problem, we have built about 5 modules today. 2 of them are live that you could see in the demo in a while. One of the things that we are trying to address on the credit or credibility of any farmer today, we are building alternative credit scores using spatial imagery, blockchain, IoT, and AI data, wherein if today most of them do not have credit cards or home loans or other financial instruments that could prove that they are credible enough. So we are building this platform today under beta testing. We have rolled out precision crop monitoring. We've crunched the entire information and then the power of all this data into an Android application that the farmer could access directly. We're also building pest detection algorithms, deep vision data sets. They're under testing now. Also for lenders, we are building risk management data points here, and the traceability is live as we speak. One of the USPs for us is that everything exists on a blockchain platform called Foodlens blockchain network, and that is the differentiator from our other AgTech platforms out there. Why now? Why this is coming out now is that we are looking at the next billion users in India itself, wherein We have all these farmers that are available. The rural community is increasing. As of 2019, 2 years before itself, the rural internet users in India have already surpassed urban users. As you can see statistics here. And we are experiencing a 35% year-on growth in the rural penetration, because as we could say, we have networks like Jio and Airtel, all these companies, they have set up all the bandwidth and the pipes, the towers, so that the data is now accessible even at the village level. So this particular slide summarizes the way we operate and what we are trying to achieve. So we focus on increasing credit profile for a small and marginal produce, like a small marginal farmer, high quality agri inputs, we're rolling out probably next year, and direct market linkage, which is live now. What we do now is that we provide a multilingual supported Android application for a farmer that he could start recording pre-farm gate activities. You'll see a demo later on. And we also encourage them to perform digital transactions and micro savings on the platform. The reason why we do that is that if a farmer needs to purchase a top-up for his mobile phone, and predominantly in India, we have 95% of them on a prepaid connections than a postpaid connection. So we are in a position to now prove that he's credible enough, that he has got enough credibility that we have shown all the data of his produce on the pre-farm gate, obviously, and also encouraging them to do the digital transactions to increase the credibility score, as you can see here. And then we input all the data, we record all the data coming from agri input suppliers, and they work with cooperatives. And the cooperatives would aggregate the produce and then sell directly to processors or agri distributors. And from there, it goes to consumer. So we are inputting all the data on a blockchain platform. So we use AI wherever is available on IoT sensors during the logistics here. But the kind of data that we are capturing today, by 2026, we would probably have about 3 billion data points on the Foodlands network that provides enough insights about a farmer that could be provided to a bank or NBFC to provide them cheaper loans. Similarly, by using our spatial imagery modules, we can prove that the farmer has lost a crop, and we could process claims at a much faster pace. That's the whole idea, and obviously the Foodlands network plays an important role to make sure that the data is transparent across all the stakeholders, and they get a single source of truth. How it works, again, on the traceability part of it, we're looking at starting recording the data from the soil preparation all the way, sowing, fertilizers, satellite monitoring. Every fifth day, we provide them data that they could use it to proactively take decisions so that they do not lose a crop, or also look at a pest detection and increase the yield. So we provide all this data, put it on the blockchain platform, and that is now replicated across all the nodes for all the stakeholders. When the harvest happens, we tag gunny bags with QR codes, and this could be verified by the B2B purchaser, or if there is a retail packaging, we do have QR codes that could be now put on a retail packaging, and that could be verified by a consumer. Similarly, the second module that we have rolled out is a spatial imagery module that provides multiple parameters starting from vegetation, moisture, micronutrient stress, which is most important to look at the kind of fertilizers that they require to increase the yield. We also provide them biotic and abiotic stress, all in the power of a mobile phone. Today, we work with multiple digital aggregators that they work at the village level or a cluster level. We define a cluster as a cluster that takes care of about 5 to 6 villages within a vicinity of 5 to 8 kilometers, and they act as like ambassadors that work with farmers on a daily basis. They provide them access to inputs, logistics, equipment rentals, and in turn, we are also increasing the revenue of the aggregators, as well as giving them better price for the farmers of the produce by cutting down all the middlemen. So they work with institutional buyers directly, so that we also take a cut about whenever a sale happens, and it also increases revenue for the partners, and most importantly to the farmers. That's our main focus. So today the traction, we have about 26. In fact, this week we had about 2 more organizations joining our network. Rollout in India, we have got some pilots running in Kenya at the moment, West Africa and USA. We have also seen a lot of increase in consumer confidence here. We have initial partners that are already available. We rolled out this technology last year. It's about a year ago now, in midst of the pandemic. And then we are now slowly organically growing now at the moment. And as you can see there, we have some competition which we respect, and we previous presentation we had from Dehat, and slightly making sure that we move out all these features in multiple phases now. Right, currently we are live with traceability as well as spatial imagery modules. So contact that me. And I want to really quickly show you how the Foodlens network looks like in the backend, right? We have talking about so many slides coming up, but what is important is that how we have made it simpler for any organization or a digital aggregator to come on our platform. So we have, as I said, a couple of companies that are rolled out. I would like to talk about one of the toughest regions we're working in, the northeastern part of India, where we get the best part of turmeric coming up, called Lakadong turmeric. So we have now worked with farmers there with multiple product types, like for example, Lakadong turmeric, black rice and ginger. And we are now showing the entire process about how this is actually coming up. For example, if you can see this data is now available not only to the farmer, but to a potential B2B buyer or a potential consumer that they wish to buy directly from our platform. Everything is recorded. We are a unbiased platform that tell the real truth and verify the information that is coming up, and we provide this data to any of our tech companies or buyers that they would want to verify, for example. So in this case, we are now showing the proof of the turmeric, the blockchain details, the contract that has been executed, and the timestamp that is now on a particular block. And we provide the location part of it to the nearest 10 meters that they can verify where this is coming from, for example. So I'm just looking at so this is coming from a state of Meghalaya. We can actually zoom in to the plot where this is coming from. And similarly, we also show how this is being produced. For example, you could see that today everybody, companies that claim that it's organic, we only see the another license number, but we are in a position to show the entire traceability, how this is being produced on a most hygienic places here. So I wanted to show you that a quick part of it before I hand over before I show you the actual demo of this. Can you please run the video, please? In this session, we will look at how Foodlens operates. Foodlens is a Android application at the moment that can be downloaded from the Play Store. It allows any food producer, irrespective of what they cultivate, is applicable more for agriculture. You can also do it for aquaculture, meat industries. In this demo, I will talk about what are the features within the Foodlens platform, and then how we have enabled traceability on a blockchain network, as well as spatial imagery using a satellite feed, and how we inform the smaller marginal farmers or the producers how they could increase the yield. So let's look at various features here. The moment a farmer or the producer logs on the system, we show the current parameters here, like the weather parameters. They have an option to start recording their existing produce, or they could start adding a new produce. Similarly, we have an option to start mapping a GIS form and also look at the data that comes in here. I will come back to this in a while. By default, system supports multilingual. Currently, we are supporting English, Hindi, and Swahili. The Swahili for Eastern Africa. At the moment you change, the entire UI changes here, as you can see here. So we'll come back to English for easier understanding. So I'm changing back to English. And currently in beta testing are the credit score that we are building, alternate credit scores for marginal farmers. It's in beta now. They have an option to apply for a loan, also in beta. We have option to change the PIN or the password. So I'll come back to the main features here. Coming back to the main page, as you can see here. So in order to start recording any of the activities of a farm of the produce, you could click on the plus button here. So we also allow the backdating, because we allow farmers to start recording the data from any stage of the crop, for example, growth. They could always backdate. So have this saying 1st of October. Product type, we have a lot of products here that have been added. So let's look at, for example, green amaranthus here. So probably 0.5 acres. The moment you click on the submit button, it picks up this data and creates a block on the Foodlands blockchain network. As you can see here, the hash has been written. You can go back here. And the system allows to create a batch code. If there is multi-crop available in a farm, they could actually start taking a printout and then creating a placard and then taking the data there. We'll skip this for now. So as you can see there, we have a new product that's download that's available, batch code D054. So we click on that, operation type. So I'm just going to go record growth and we allow the farmers to take a picture of this. I'm just taking a picture of a plant here nearby. I'm standing at. The same thing could be used for meat or any of the other produce that we're talking. Foodlands today allows for multiple types of food products to be added. So we do a compression of the data of the images here, and then you could add an operation. So as you can see there, it's already created a block on the Foodlands network with the hash coming back. And as you could see, we are now building the traceability starting from, in this case, record growth. So I'll show us a couple of more details here. I'll come back. And looking at the product, operation type could be in harvest. So demo. I'm just taking one more picture here in this case. So the picture now, just now that will be committed to blockchain once I click on the add operation. We have to wait a couple of seconds for the compression to happen. Let me click on the add operation. Now it's now committing to the blockchain network that is now accessible for multiple stakeholders. So you can see here. So we have an option to share the information to potential buyers or other people. So we have the share option here. So you could put on your Facebook or you could put any or WhatsApp. I'm just trying to send this information to my team here. So advantage here is that the moment you share it to the two people, you can click on this, and then that now gets creates a good UX for a end user or a potential buyer to verify the data. So let's look at the record growth that I have added earlier on. We show multiple parameters here. So I'm showing the time, the farmer name, the description, the pictures. A farmer could add up to 3 or 4 pictures into the platform, and you could cross-check the blockchain details. In this case, we show the smart contract that has been executed and at what time and execution done by which person that's been taken care. And we also show the location here. So if you have direct good signals, you pick up the geolocation of the exact place where it is there. So right now it's showing the place where I'm recording this presentation now, this demo. So as you can see here, that is now the exact place where I'm standing and recording this. So that is accuracy that we show on the platform to prove that this particular produce is coming from this particular farm and that it belongs to this farmer. So that is a proof that we can show where the food is coming from when a consumer purchases this produce. Similarly, we have looked at the harvest data. So I would, that's what I can do. So let me show you how a farmer could benefit creating a QR code once harvest is done. The farmer has an option to create QR code directly from the platform. So you click on the amaranthus there and click on tag QR codes. You give an option to look at how many QR codes per producer, per distributor, or a consumer. So I'm going to click 3, 6. If they're going to pack it in, say, 1 kilo packaging. So that generates QR codes, dynamic QR codes that could be printed and then labeled on each package. So waiting for the creation of this. So we have the QR codes generated now. I'm going to show you how they look like. If you can zoom in, so you can see that that's a QR code that is been there, and each QR code is unique. The consumer, before they purchase this produce now, so they can see that it's verified with equivalence. We're an independent verification blockchain network. It's an unbiased information that way that we allow the consumers to verify with the data that's coming in here. So they could just scan the QR code and they could see the entire data. So I'm pausing it for probably 15-20 seconds. If anybody wants to scan this QR code and then check, so you could use your camera in your iPhone or a QR code reader in your Android phone to scan this. This is essentially the experience that we are giving to an end consumer that they could verify. We use the same QR codes for verification by a B2B buyer. For example, if we have bulk purchase of green amaranthus here, before it reaches the consumer, and if it reaches the supermarket, so before they accept the produce, they can cross-check the QR code and then make sure that we can verify the provenance, where it came from, the kind of methods they were used to produce the green amaranthus, and they could take it up. I hope you were able to experience this. Some of you that could scan this QR code and then see that it's actually, we should the entire data available on a platform. That is exactly what we have done in terms of farmers that could be done in this case. As you can see there. So we could verify all the produce here by clicking on the latest data. So for example, in amaranthus, you can see the images here. For the farmer, the UX is very simple, but when you share the URL, that we show the good looking UX in this case. So I hope that gives a clarity about how the traceability is maintained, how we create trust and transparency within the ecosystem that is available at the moment. So let's come back to the satellite imagery part. That's the second module, which is live at the moment in our platform. So we have made it very, very easy for any farmer or an aggregator that I'm mentioning in the previous slides to actually help the farmer to start mapping their farms. It could be 1 acre farm, it could be a bigger farm. So allow them to just click on this plus button here, to give a name, example. So let's say it's 0.4 acre here, then acres. So all the farmer or the aggregator would do is just to walk around a place. So I'm just taking a small square to do it. So click on the plus button there. So we've taken the first geolocation, and I'm just walking towards one more corner of it. And then we've taken this small plot I'm doing now up into the other corner, and then got this location. And typically for 1 acre farm, it takes about 3 to 5 minutes. But for demo purpose, I'm taking a small farm here, which is nearby. And we take the middle point. So the moment we do that, it shows the data. So we have right now, once we click on it and do the Sentinel-2 satellites at the moment, and that fly over, in this case in India, every 5 days. That's the reason why it's. I'll show you some data that's already available. For example, this particular data that we are showing, it's been mapped a couple of weeks ago. So we have the data that's now appearing. So as you can see here, we show multiple parameters. One is starting with the vegetation part of it, wherein we could in fact pinpoint where they need more attention. For example, probably this needs a bit of attention here, in this case, so that we take care. So let's go to we have other parameters we show as moisture, biotic stress, or abiotic stress, and micronutrient stress. So let's look at the micronutrient stress on this form here. As you can see here, the red patch means it needs immediate attention, and there's a couple of lemon yellow patches that need also attention here, so that the growth could be increased here. One of the major outputs of showing this precision data to a farmer is that 2 things we are trying to solve. One is to increase the yield by
precisely saying that which part of the land requires attention. The second thing is that we are also trying to decrease the input costs. When I say input costs, agri input costs, we're talking about the fertilizer costs in this case. Without the precision data, it's possible that the farmer will have to buy fertilizer worth $100 that would have to use it for the entire acreage. But because of this data availability, as you see that only 30% of this land has stress, so he just needs to spend about maybe 50% of the fertilizer cost and then increase the yield of the farm. Similarly, let us look at, for example, biotic stress. So the system pinpoints exactly where we have the biotic stress. So in this case, if there are some rodents or small animals eating up the crop, so that we are pinpointing here. The red portions need more attention here, which are by the road. So similarly, the farmers benefit in multiple data points here. So we just want to, so I'll show some of more data points, maybe some more examples here. We have one example coming in from northeastern part of India. So where we have mapped a bigger land, it's on a hillside. So we could really show you now how this all comes up. So there's a big plot here, but the uniqueness is that it is by the hill slopes. So that's also a challenge to do a mapping initially. Once the mapping is done, we'll start getting the data properly there. So let's look at the micronutrient stress. So again, for a plot size, almost about 10 to 12 hectares that we are seeing here. So it's only about 20% is what we have the stress, and I believe that would be the most advantageous in this case, that we lower the input cost and also increase the yield here. That's two things that we have done here. Implementation using blockchain technology to make sure that we create transparency of multiple stakeholders, to create real-time data availability for farmers or the producers to take care, and also to tell their behind-the-lens story. In this case, for example, if they are growing amaranthus, in this case, they are in a position to tell their story from the day of sowing the seeds all the way up to harvest, and that gives more comfort zone for any consumer that, okay, this is coming from this particular farm. We're supporting sustainability of a farmer, a smallholder farmer, and that they're doing the best to create, naturally farming or organic farming, farmed produce that comes directly to you. I hope that gave you more idea about what we're trying to do. So that ends the presentation here. The demo. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you so much for that. That was really good to kind of see it in operation and how it actually works. When you're mucking about with these things, it's really, really interesting. I've got a couple of questions from the audience, actually, if I may. So firstly, one of them was, how do you handle warehouse receipts in this system?
Okay, that's an interesting one. We have not yet rolled out, but I can tell you what has been planned. So every gunny bag that we tag, it's actually tagged with verified by Foodlands tag that we put in there. And for example, let's say we are moving 10 tons of this produce to a warehouse. So everything is now tagged with our tag there. And if we have a financial institution that would like to discount this warehouse receipt, what we are now providing is making sure that that does not move from the warehouse, and they could verify that it's coming from a clear source. Typically, a cluster is what we operate, so it's coming from cluster, and that also allows them to make sure that it's good produce, that it has enough value, basically. Right. That's how we operate it.
Okay, brilliant. And then just one other quick question from the audience is Credible linked to, I think it's CIBIL, Credit Information Bureau India Limited? Are they linked together?
No, it is not. That's exactly what we're trying to solve. The legacy CIBIL that was built probably 30, 40 years before is actually focusing on tier 1, tier 2 cities. And that's an unfortunate position that we are at the moment. They only look at instruments like credit cards, house loans, and other instruments that you'd have. But today they don't look at any instrument about how the harvest is coming up. That's exactly what we're trying to solve. Great.
Okay.
I hope that's useful, Mark.
Yeah, no, it's been really great to have you here. Thank you so much for your time and for your presentation and demo. That was really great.
Thank you.
And with that, we will quickly leap on to the next presentation, which is Certification and Licensing through Open Source Systems with Meryl Demon of Cropley.
Thank you so much for this lovely introduction, Mark. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing very well, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, all good. Are you able to see my screen?
Hopefully should be able to in just a moment once it's loaded up.
Perfect. I'll introduce myself in that time. I am Meryl. I am the CTO for Cropley, and I am one of the youngest mentors for Google Summer of Code. I am one of the maintainers for an open source project called Liquid Galaxy, which had started off under Google Maps a few years ago. So is my screen up now?
It's not actually, no. I wonder if you're on a different screen.
Let me restart the screen. Ah, there we go.
There you go, perfect.
Perfect. So what I would be talking about today is how we can use open source systems that we are developing. It's still something which is a work under progress, but I'm incredibly excited to show it to you. And it's using an application called Certify. And behind Certify is IOTA Identity at its very core. IOTA Identity is a great framework which provides decentralized identity and self-sovereign identity. Now, let's start off with identity basics and why it's required. I'd actually answer that backwards. Let's go on why it's required now. In this age of internet and where all of our data is online, big tech giants like Google, Facebook, Twitter, they harvest our data, they sell it off. And that's really problematic when you're looking at from a privacy standpoint. And digital identity with IOTA Identity aims to solve that. It offers full privacy because the identity is pseudonymous. You have full control over it. And the best part is that it's verifiable. If there's a credential issue to your identity, you can check it. So let's say there's a license which has been issued to you. You are always able to verify that on Tangle, and it does not contain any of your private information. How amazing is that? Now, another part is pseudonymity. It does not, since it does not contain your personally identifiable information, no one can identify who you are in the real world. Now, that is how decentralized identity works. It gives you a DID, which you use to get all your verifiable credentials. You store the verifiable credentials with yourself. There's no centralized database which does that. And you can verify them on Tangle with the issuer's DID. Tangle is basically IOTA's fancy word for, well, it's not a blockchain, but I'll use the term blockchain here, just so that I can connect with a wider audience. But just think of it as a very advanced blockchain. It's actually DAG based, so it's not a line, it's multiple lines, and it's something which is quite a marvel of technology. So let's go ahead. How does this impact the agriculture industry in general? Near the start of the year, I learned about the fact that quite a lot of food goes to waste when during cross-border trade, just because of one document which could have been prevented with this technology. And that one document is the proof of origin. If that's not present, all of that food, it goes directly to waste, and it's food which could have been used in a better way. And these things can be prevented when everything is digitized and it's immediately verifiable. Let's say you damage the paper or something, and now that piece of paper is useless or that document is useless, and there would be no dispute about whether it's genuine or not, because how it works is that you can't even manipulate it really. So another point is that we can go fully feeless. And this is something which IOTA offers. IOTA is completely feeless, scalable, and extremely fast. As you would see in the live demo now, it takes only a few seconds to verify a credential and only a few seconds to create a regular DID. Yeah. And you would be able to reduce overheads and have better transit times. And those DIDs can be used to now provide farmers with access to trade, finance, and amazing markets, empowering better inclusion and robust identity system. So here is what a DID looks like. So as you can see, there's no personal data, as I said. So the number which you see at the very start in the ID key is basically your DID which would be issued. Verification method does not exist by default, and so does service. It doesn't. Now, why they are mentioned here is because this is what an issuer's DID looks like. And the authentication is basically your authentication which has been generated using your ED255 key pair. Now, let's look at verifiable credentials. As I said, these are credentials you truly own. These credentials are totally in your hands. No one else holds them. And this is because they actually do contain some sort of personally identifiable information. And these can be used to prove any sort of property that you possess. Let's say your passport, which can hold your name. Let's say your driver's license, it can hold your certification, etc. Now, credentials are basically just statements about an entity, which, as I said, they tell what properties that entity possesses. So a verifiable credential contains a cryptographic proof about the contents of the credential, and it would actually fail if you even modify it one bit. As a change as small as just making a character uppercase or lowercase, it would completely make that verifiable credential invalid, thus making it an amazing technology. So credential creation can be broken down into a few steps. The first is that both the holder of the credential and the issuer need DIDs which are tied to the tangle. And then the issuer needs to assert certain properties about the recipient, and then they sign the credential and send it off. And from that point, that credential is only held by the holder. I mean, in an ideal case, at least. And once that happens, you're in control of your credentials and no one else has access to your data, which is quite amazing. Now, let's see what a sample verifiable credential looks like. So you see the credential subject part. That's the main area of a credential where you'll find all sorts of information. I made this credential myself. The sign part would not exist. That's something that we've added as in form of DVID or domain verifiable identity. It's a feature that we worked pretty hard on, and I am super stoked to show it to you. Now, let's talk about how much shall something like this cost in terms of fees. 0, because IOTA is feeless. Amazing, isn't it? And now let's move on to the live demo. I'll close this off. And let's go to the onboarding part. Now, those of you who are from the IOTA ecosystem would know this quite well. This is pretty familiar to Firefly Wallet. Let's create an account for an admin. I'll quickly use ASDF and ASDF as password. 123 and 123 as pin code. These are super secure pin codes, by the way. And let's use my domain here. Now, this is the amazing part about it. We have managed to tie your DID to a domain using the steps you would see now. And this allows for credentials which are verifiable to the domain. And that means that if you are directly able to check if something was issued by gov.uk or was it issued by totally legit UK government website.com, which again is super nice. So let's create our admin account. Now this would take about 20 to 30 seconds because we need to actually do 2 signs to the tangle. The first one, oh, there we go. It was super fast. And here's my key phrase, which I should not reveal to anyone, but since it's a demo, who cares? Let's continue. And this is my DVID key, which I need to tie my DID to the tangle. I can copy this over. I think I have it open here. And I need to add it as a DNS record as it's stated on here. I need to add it as a text record. It needs to be an @ record, and I need to issue it like this. So let's find that. I actually already have one. I'll just need to update this since this is a new identity now. Let's save it. There we go. My DID is tied to the tangle. Let's continue from here. My identity is ready, and here we are on the dashboard. Now, since it is still a work in progress, so this dashboard does not contain any data at the moment, but we can go to credentials. Let's create a new credential template. Let's call this license. Oops, if I could spell it correctly, license. Let's actually call this farmer's license. Reference code, let's call it farm123. Credential type, we shall keep it to be a license. And let's say it has a validity period of 5 years. Let's add some custom fields to the form that the user would have to fill out. So custom field name, let's call it farmer's name. Field type can be text. Add another field. Now let's call it field area in hectares, and let's make it a number. And you get the idea. Let's say, I don't know, date of birth, and let's make it a date. So these are all the field types that we're offering at the moment, but we can expand on it quite a bit. And let's save this template. Now let's see what a regular user would be able to see. So let's create an account here. I'll call this Merul, and I am seeking a farmer's license. Oops, I'll need to register, sorry. And 123, 123. This is a super secure password. Oops, my cache was weird. Let's create a new application. I am seeking a license, a farmer's license, that is, and it fetches the form that we had created earlier. And now let's enter the farmer's name. I'll just say Merul. Field area, I'll say 100. And date of birth, I'll just enter a random date. It doesn't matter really. And here it appears as pending now. And let's go back. Applications, here we go. Here's an application which was recently processed. Here we go. You see the information about the application. And now I can either choose to confirm it or decline it. Let's confirm this application. So now that I have confirmed this application, I can go back to here. Let's refresh it. It's approved. Let's try to view this. And here is our verifiable credentials. Now, let's go over the DVID part a bit, which I wanted to show you, and I'm super, super excited to show you. Since DVID is a technology we've worked pretty hard on, and it's pretty exciting to be able to connect your DID to a domain name, because a domain name is something which is a proof of your identity on the internet, right? It's a substitute for an ID card. So the sign part you see here, it's not there by default. We have actually expanded on the protocol to add this here. So what it does is that we see all of this, we convert this into a buffer since the credential subject is where the data is at. And we sign it using a separate key pair that we have created in that ID. And that key pair basically checks, and in the DNS, if I go back there, I had added the public key. So where is it? Give me a second. I can't find it. It was DVID. Yeah, this one, sorry. DVID.public key is equal to, and then here's my public key right here. And whenever someone tries to verify that credential, what happens is we have two levels of checks. The first one is checking against the domain, and the second one is checking on Tangle. And once we have both validated, we can say that this verifiable credential, we know both the proof of origin of it and the proof of authenticity of it. And this is absolutely massive because as far as I could tell, this has not been done before. So let's actually see it in action. Let me copy this over, and where do I have Insomnia open? Ideally, this would be done through a companion app called Vera, but that is still under the works and we are still working on it. So let's try to send off this request. It should take about 4 or 5 seconds. There we go. David is true, and VC, which is the on-tangle proof, is true. So it's valid on both counts, and that is the proof of origin is there, and we have the proof of authenticity. Awesome. Now let's try to manipulate the data a bit. Let's say I put a lowercase m here and send this off. Here we go, false on both counts. This is because the credential is no longer valid now that it has been manipulated. Isn't this amazing? And so as I said, this signature right here for the proof of origin, it only checks for the credential subject. So if there's something which is manipulated here, it would fail on VC level. And that is why we need both of them to be true. So it's David is still true, although the VC turns false. And this added security is what makes this extremely different to other systems. Now let's go back here to our organizations dashboard and settings. It seems I'm actually on an older version, since we have also added roles and user management to this, and it doesn't appear to be here. So let's try declining an application. Oops. Let's go back. And let's apply for another application, a license, another license. Let's enter random data here. Another date, submit application. Let's go here. Applications. Let's view this one and let's decline it. Let's go back here. And now this one appears as declined. And when I view this, there's no credential, but here we have this credential. So what we're working on is a service which can allow for partial revealing of data. And this would again be pretty amazing, since you do not, in order to show like if your credential is valid or not, you do not need the person to know all the other information enclosed in that credential, like your name or your home address or how big your field is. It's something which is not relevant to that. So in order to fix that, what we're working on is a service which allows you to partially disclose information which is only relevant to that validation. So I'm monitoring YouTube chat and Pine chat. So shall you have any questions, feel free to write them down, and I would answer them now. I know, David, I just went too fast on this, I think. Okay, so someone says, yes, sorry.
No, I was going to say thank you very much for that. That was an amazing thing to see. I had a couple of questions I'd like to ask, if I may, actually, and a couple of observations to make. So, firstly, I just want to check that this is actually true, that without this proof of origin document, the food just never goes anywhere. It just goes straight to waste, right? That's what you said.
Yeah, that happens quite a bit in cross-border trade. where the customs require you to provide them with proof of origin. And a lot of food, I don't remember the number on it, but it was something in quite a bit of tons. Like, it was an extremely substantial amount of food, which is directly going to waste, and this could have been prevented by the system.
Yeah, I mean, it's just an astonishing fact when you think about it, really, that, we have so much food goes to waste in the world, and some of it might be something as simple as that, and that coming up with a solution like this might to help that. So I just wanted to ask, because that obviously presentation was about some of the sort of the code and the technical details and how it works, but obviously the key part of it is this both credentials true or both credentials false thing, right? That's the key to unlocking it. So what does that actually mean? Like, in practice, if I'm the farmer or the supplier or somewhere within this chain, right, and I see this, what does that actually mean for me on the ground, I guess, is what I'm asking.
That's an amazing question. So if you're someone on the ground, a very common problem that farmers face, especially in countries like India, where I'm from, is that a lot of documents, they need to go through a lot of scrutiny before you can establish that it's something which is valid. They take a lot of time to validate that, to check the authenticity, and that could happen in 4 or 5 seconds now. You can immediately check if it was issued by a domain, let's say something like gov.uk. You'll know that if it's been issued by gov.uk and it's been issued by a DID which is tied to the government, then you can directly validate from that point that if it's been issued by the government and it has not been altered, it's authentic. You're proving 2 points here. The first one is that it has not been manipulated, and that's the on-tangle proof which we have in verifiable credentials. The second part of it is checking that who issued that. And that is one of the more important things that we've added on top of the protocols, where we are able to validate who issued them. And with those 2 proofs at your disposal within 5 seconds, it would be quite substantial.
Yeah, I mean, I guess what when I think about the sort of on the ground thing, it's that must open up a lot of other possibilities. Like there must be bottlenecks in supply chains that are happening, and all sorts of complex and sort of almost emergent problems that come from quite a simple problem, but then must multiply out across supply chains, and that this hopefully goes some way to sort of addressing some of those challenges, or at least if you take away that base level problem, then all of those other things, the sort of butterfly effect, doesn't happen quite so much, right?
Yeah, I fully agree with that. There are quite a bit of problems which can be solved as an effect of this. Actually, the reason we intended to solve this is because earlier in the year we had worked on a full chain traceability system, and then we realized that those records, they don't mean anything unless there's proof behind those records, and that forced us to work on this, and we discovered IOTA identity and how amazing it is, and we've worked on that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's been, pretty much a theme across the day, really, has been that, the great advantage of these kinds of technologies is that it's not just traceability or saying it was in a place, it's actually concrete, irrefutable proof that it was what it said it was where it said it was, who it said it was, all of these kinds of things, right? And that's a massive challenge across agriculture, really.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so I mean, I think, I wonder whether there's a kind of, does this, what am I trying to ask here? I guess what I'm trying to ask is, like, with farming being so different in so many places, from really high-tech approaches in some areas to very low-tech, is this kind of approach universally applicable? Does it work everywhere, or does it have to be sort of contextually adapted to different circumstances?
So the core protocols behind it can work anywhere without the user even needing to understand what goes on behind the scenes. They only need to really just press a button or something and they just directly see it. The core protocols are universal in this case, The front end that we've made, it's supposed to be more of a white label solution which anyone can adapt on. It's actually going to be released as an open source project. We are waiting on getting a security audit on the connectivity we are trying to establish between the companion app called Vera and the main Certify system. And then after that, it would be released as an open source solution. And anyone can work from it and try to give it their own spin, basically.
Right. Okay. So yeah. All right. So the sort of white labeling approach means that there's essentially the ability to kind of adapt it as needed to different places and contexts.
Yes.
Okay. Brilliant. Well, listen, Meryl, thank you so much for that, and for taking the time today. And I think we're ready to leap onto our next session now, which is key considerations for using a public ledger with Christian Hasker of Hedera. Christian, hi and welcome.
Hello.
How are you doing today? You okay?
I am great. Thanks for having me. I have my coffee. It's early here in San Francisco. So,
what time is it there?
It is 6:26.
Oh,
so
wow! You're a
is
brave
just
man getting up
rising.
that early.
Yeah.
You're a very brave man to get up that early. Well, we're very grateful that you did. And with that, I shall hand it over to you and your coffee to take us from here.
Brilliant. Let me share my screen and you let me know if my presentation is showing.
By the magical powers of technology, we shall make it work.
Okay. Do you see my screen by any chance?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So, and this should now be full screen. All good?
It is. Yep, all good.
Okay, thank you very much. So my name is Christian Hasker. I head up marketing at Hedera. Hedera is a public network and also a governing council of that public network. And we'll take a look at how it's a little bit different later on in this conversation. So the main consideration for using a public ledger is all around trust. So, way back in the day, maybe our parents' era, that was the analog era before computers. And then, starting in the 70s, there were these computers that allowed us to do data entry much quicker, but they were not interconnected. And then obviously we saw the rise of the internet era throughout the late 90s and into the early 2000s. And that really allowed us to collaborate with one another. But that system is not built on trust. How do you know who is who on the internet? How do you know that the person that you're interacting with or the business that you're interacting with is trustworthy? So distributed ledgers and public ledgers especially, they are there to solve how do parties that don't know each other or trust one another, how can we interact, how can we transact, how can we socialize, and that is the era that we're entering today. So primarily there have been 4 generations of distributed ledgers. If we look at the very first generation, this was really spearheaded by Bitcoin, and the amazing innovation around Bitcoin was to be able to do money without a central bank. So Today, we trust fiat currency because it is backed by a central bank. But if you remove the central bank, how do you do money where we can trust one another and transact with one another? And that is what Bitcoin solved. And they solved a big problem around double spending with a public ledger. All of these transactions are on the ledger itself, so you can, on the blockchain, so you can see whether the transaction happened, you can see account balances. And then the promise of cryptocurrency is to be able to transact with tiny, tiny amounts of cryptocurrency. So for little items, maybe you need to get access to some data and you want to pay, a couple of cents for that. That was the first generation of DLT focused around cryptocurrency. And then with the DLT, you have the underlying ledger. So if you can store account balances on it and you can see transaction history, what else can you store on this ledger? Well, you can store files and assets on there. Our previous speaker talked about verified credentials, so you can store identity on the ledger. Audit logs of things that have happened, and data around medical history and things like that. So the underlying blockchain that underpins the cryptocurrency is incredibly useful for storing information in a trusted, immutable fashion. So if you have cryptocurrency and you have assets stored, then the third generation are these things called smart contracts, which is if you have an asset and I have cryptocurrency, there should be a way to securely exchange one for the other. I give you my cryptocurrency, you give me the asset, and we know for sure that the transaction has happened, and we don't need expensive intermediaries sitting in the middle of the transaction. We can do it with each other without the need for these intermediaries. And then the fourth generation is, how do we do fair markets? So these are traditional markets that need to operate incredibly quickly without intermediaries. So if you think about today, a stock market is a centralized operation. You have someone receiving the bids and matching them with the asks, and they sit in the middle of that transaction. So how do you do that without the intermediary there? How do you do a game without a central server? How do you do an auction without a trusted intermediary, where if I have something I want to sell, I can just spin it up and have an auction that happens. I get paid, the person gets the thing that I'm selling, and all is good. So in order to do these markets, you need very high throughput, and you also require fairness. No one should be able to front run the system and pay a little bit more to win the auction, for example. Okay, so let's look at the challenges associated with the layer one public networks, and maybe why, although we're seeing good adoption, what are the challenges that need to be overcome for these to really, really go mainstream, where everyone is using them for everything. So the first challenge with a lot of public ledgers is they require just enormous amounts of energy to run the nodes and to secure the transactions and to transact with the asset itself. Fees to send Bitcoin can run into the tens of dollars, and to, sell a piece of art on something like Ethereum can cost tens or sometimes hundreds of dollars for that one item. and use incredible amounts of energy to do that. As we'll look at later, Bitcoin uses a phenomenal amount of energy. And every day in the news now, you open up your news app and you're reading about how we need to be moving to a decarbonized world. And a lot of the electricity for running these nodes in the network comes from not clean sources, and it's really wasted energy. Another problem with the public networks today is they actually cannot handle very many transactions per second. So if you need to do something like a stock market, or you need to have a high throughput use case where you're writing a lot of data to the blockchain, it really struggles to do that. And until we have networks that can handle tens of thousands of transactions per second, that's really going to impede the types of applications that can be built on this network. Most networks have these high unpredictable costs associated with them to transact on them. I talked about how requiring a lot of energy also leads to a lot of transactional cost as well. So we need solutions where we can have much lower costs to transact. If I see you on the street and I want to give you, $10, I can give you $10 and there's no transaction cost associated with that. So when we work with cryptocurrencies, it should be the same way. It should be practically free to transact. Also, once you start to take away intermediaries, we have to make sure that these systems are incredibly secure. Security vulnerabilities, hacking of these ledgers, stealing of assets on them can lead to undermining of that trust and lack of utilization of those networks. And until we make sure that they are bulletproof, that is going to impede their growth as well. And then how do we actually ensure that the decentralized ledger itself doesn't become centralized over time? How can we ensure that a few people aren't controlling that ledger and can do whatever they want with it? So having visibility into who is governing the network, how it's being governed, is very important. And a system needs to ensure that it stays decentralized over time. Today there are a handful, just very few mining pools that actually have most of the hashing power for the Bitcoin network itself. So if they start to collude with one another, then the overall system itself can be compromised. So even though there are hundreds and thousands of nodes in the network, if they're all controlled by a few people or a few companies or a few governments, this can lead to centralization concerns over time. So we have to overcome these challenges. And so we need high performance public networks, things that can do many thousands of transactions per second, and ensure that those transactions are actually settled on the network with finality. You need to make sure, just like when you go into a coffee shop today and you pay with your credit card or with Apple Pay or something, the transaction actually has gone through, and you know that within about 3 to 5 seconds. You don't want to be stood there for minutes on end waiting to see if your transaction went through. High level of security, the highest level of bank grade security needs to be in place so that the network itself cannot be compromised and can be resilient in the face of attacks that unfortunately are too frequent across the internet today. You hear of distributed denial of service attacks that are aimed at compromising different systems. The networks themselves have to be resilient to those. If we are transacting, billions and trillions of dollars worth of goods and assets and whole economies running on these networks, they have to be secure. They have to be stable. If you are storing all of your farm land ownership records on a public ledger, and that public ledger splits, and now your records are stored on the old ledger and the new ledger goes off in this direction, that becomes a real problem over time. And so not just the splitting of the network, but the predictability of the fees as well. If you're an enterprise and you want to use a public ledger for your applications, it's very important that you know that what you're paying for transactions today is what you're going to pay tomorrow, is what you're going to pay in 6 months' time, so that you can budget accordingly. It's no good if today a transaction costs $1 and tomorrow it costs $5. And then governance. We need very professional, transparent governance that can increase trust in the overall networks themselves, that can steer the roadmap, make sure that there aren't just a couple of people that are steering the network in the direction that it needs to go. And then sustainability. It's no good if these public networks use inordinate amount of electricity and are actually contributing to the carbon footprint, especially if this conference is focused on agriculture, and farmers are incredibly cognizant of how climate change is affecting crops globally. And so to build agricultural platforms and applications on networks that are using high amounts of electricity almost defeats the purpose. So let's take a look at the technology that underpins Hedera specifically. This is a technology called Hashgraph. So Hedera is not a blockchain. It is a hash graph, just like the previous speaker was talking about building on IOTA. IOTA is not a blockchain. IOTA is a tangle. But the goal is to achieve the same effects of a blockchain, have the same benefits of a blockchain without a lot of the downsides of the blockchain itself. So by design, a blockchain is slow. And it is slow so that it can maintain high security. And it takes some time to figure out which is the next block to be added to the chain. There's competition that takes place with computers crunching algorithms to earn the right to add the next block to the chain. And there's always a trade-off. So if you speed up a blockchain, the thing that you sacrifice is security. And then blockchains require, very heavy energy resources. So Hashgraph is the underlying consensus algorithm that underpins Hedera. So on the blockchain side of things, the reason that you compete in order to add the next block of transactions is so that the nodes can come to consensus and decide, okay, this node is going to add the next block of transactions. So with Hashgraph, this happens incredibly fast. Information is gossiped out around the network. The nodes come to consensus, and the transactions are processed incredibly quickly with finality. While also having incredibly high throughput, but also incredibly high security as well, something called asynchronous Byzantine fault tolerance, which is basically assuming that nodes in the network are malicious. The network does not assume that all the nodes are good actors. It assumes that anywhere up to 1/3 of the nodes in the network can be malicious, and yet the network can still come to consensus on the veracity and order of the transactions being sent to the network. And then because it is so mathematically efficient, it does not require heavy electricity usage at all. So on Hedera, there are 3 primary services that are able to take advantage of the underlying hash graph consensus algorithm. There is a consensus service itself, which exposes that consensus algorithm and allows you to send data to the network and come to consensus on that data very fast and very securely and with finality. So let's say you want to have an audit log of events that have happened within your application, and you want to make these transparent and trusted to the world. You can use the consensus service as a public verifiable log of those transactions that cannot be changed. The token service allows anyone to mint both fungible and non-fungible tokens. A fungible token is something like $1, right? If I give you my $1 and you give me your $1, they are absolutely the same. They have the same value. They're interchangeable. Non-fungible tokens, NFTs, which are incredibly hot and everywhere you look today, these are things that are unique, maybe very limited edition or one of one. If you have a trading card for an athlete, that is a non-fungible token. And then, as we saw earlier, smart contracts are very important in order to bring programmability to these networks themselves and allow operations to happen autonomously without someone initiating those. So if certain things happen, then an asset is released, and that can happen very securely and automatically. So we talked in the challenges to address a little bit about governance and why it's important. So there are different forms of governance, that networks can look at. There is direct democracy, where you ask everyone to vote on everything. And this has incredibly high trust because everyone has a say. Every vote is counted. But it isn't very agile at making decisions. How do you have everyone have input on decisions and yet come to a consensus on what should happen on the network? Let's say you want to add something to the roadmap and you have to ask hundreds of thousands of people to weigh in on that. It's not going to happen fast, and it's going to be hard to figure out exactly what happens there. At the other end of the spectrum, you have anarchy, where everyone can have input and do whatever they want, but the trust is low, and you also have no ability to make these complex decisions either. And then if we move to the right, you have a dictator model, and hopefully it's a benevolent dictator, but it's a dictator nevertheless. It's one individual deciding what should happen for the benefit of the network. And if they're benevolent over time, sure, maybe no problem, but what happens when that benevolent dictator becomes malevolent and starts to compromise the network? Or what happens when that dictator is no longer around and you have to appoint a new dictator? So the good thing about a dictator is you can make these decisions very, very quickly because there's just one person, but it has a lot of downsides as well and is, should not be trusted. So then as we move up, you have this expert council. So many people coming together who have high expertise, high trust, and they govern the network. Now, the problem with the expert council is if it cannot enforce those decisions across the whole of the network, then it can lead to anarchy. So at Hedera, we have chosen that professional governance model, and we have a group of companies and organizations that are decentralized across different geographies. So if you look at these logos here, you have organizations in North America, South America, Asia, Europe, Africa. They are decentralized across industry. So you don't want any single industry to dominate and be able to steer things in the direction that just benefits that industry itself. And then you also want to make sure that they are decentralized across time. As we see in politics, you know, the longer that a politician stays in power, the more they can be compromised and consolidate that power. So with the Hedera Governing Council, no one member can serve longer than 2 3-year consecutive terms on the governing council before they have to leave the council itself. So should you trust any one of these companies? No. Should you trust, you know, 2 or 3 of them not to collude together? No. But if you have different geographies that have to obey different governments, and you have different industries represented, and you have decentralization of time, then this presents an incredibly high trust model. These companies are incredibly well-known brands. It's reasonable to assume they are not going to do things to undermine these brands that they have spent a long time building up over the years. Okay, so how are we doing on time? I think we're doing pretty well. So sustainability. Earlier I said, let's look at you know, how sustainable different networks are. So UCL, they are a Hedera Council member. This is University College London. They are one of the leading research universities in the world, top 10. And recently, they decided to do this independent analysis of different public networks to see how they compare with one another across this very important vector of sustainability. So if you want to read the report yourself, you can go to the Hedera website, UCL-blockchain-energy. And let's look at the results. So on the far right here, you have Bitcoin, which, you know, there's a break in this column because it did not fit on the slide. So as you can see across the different networks, it is absolutely by far the worst offender when it comes to environmental impact. This is the watt-hour per transaction. So to send one transaction on the Bitcoin network takes 3.6 million watt-hours to do that. Next is Ethereum 2. So this isn't current Ethereum, by the way. This is Ethereum as they move to their proof of stake model. And way, way better than the current proof of work system. You know, they're saving in excess of 90% of the energy, but still comparatively uses a lot of energy. And then as you move down, a good benchmark is Visa. So Visa is obviously a credit card payments network, and every time you swipe your credit card and transact on the Visa network, you're using about 3 watt-hours per transaction. And because of its node type and because of its mathematical efficiency, Hedera is, orders of magnitude more efficient than any other public network out there. So if you are an agricultural application choosing a network and you are conscious of the environment and the sustainability of that network, then Hedera is also a good choice. So let's just take, in the last couple of minutes, very quick look at some enterprise use cases. Because we have a governing council comprised of enterprises, we are seeing a great deal of adoption by those enterprises themselves. So Avery Dennison is doing supply chain, in the agricultural industry as well. Everything is logged to Hedera as a digital identity, so you can track it from its source to the consumer. DLA Piper, which is one of the world's leading law firms, they are tokenizing real estate and fine art, these very high value items in the physical world that need legal expertise and a technology solution to tokenize them. So if you wanted to tokenize forests or agricultural land, this platform is a good option to do that. EDF, Électricité de France, is Europe's largest electricity utility company. And due to the low carbon footprint of Hedera, they are building carbon offset markets on Hedera so that people can buy credits and offset their carbon footprint on the network. And then Standard Bank is the largest bank in Africa, and they're really focused on how to open up banking services to the unbanked. And they're looking at Hedera for identity and credentials, and also issuing of bonds and allowing people that today don't have access to the bond markets to be able to buy and sell bonds very affordably on the network itself. So that was just a very quick look at some of the requirements for adoption of public distributed ledgers and some of the advantages that Hedera brings. So thank you very much. It's been a pleasure being with you today, and I will stop sharing my screen.
Thank you so much. That was great. I could have you sat here for the rest of the evening asking you questions, I think, not least because of the politics stuff, which catches my interest anyway. But just in the brief bit of time we have, I was really interested in this the sort of, with Tangle earlier in the day and the hash graph here, and it's the way you describe it is the same benefits, but allowing for sort of greater complexity without all these trade-offs of sort of time and security and so on. So I just wonder, I guess it's a bit of an open question, this, but do you think this process kind of mimics the way that like complex natural ecosystems achieve a kind of resilience in the end? Is there a sort of biomimicry element there?
Well, there certainly is evolution, right, in any technology. And in that sense, it absolutely does mimic nature, where you have a sort of first breakthrough and that achieves maybe a narrow set of objectives. And then as these, in nature, as things evolve and it leads to, greater breadth of capabilities, we absolutely see that with technology evolution as well. And I think those go hand in hand.
Yeah, and then also just following on from that, you talked about the sort of the need for resilience within the system in terms of governance and sustainability. And I'm so pleased you talked about the energy use and everything as well. But I wonder whether to what extent there's a case for this sort of technology to be part of a wider sort of systemic resilience story about addressing vulnerabilities and fragilities in kind of food and other complex systems is, you know, resilient in itself, but also aiding resilience in the wider picture?
Yeah, no, I think that's a great question and observation. You know, we do live in a fragile world where everything is interconnected, and certainly the internet has been phenomenal in so many ways. Allowing us to communicate and socialize in ways that we haven't before. But it's come with incredible costs and downsides as well. You know, misinformation is rampant. There's a lot of fraud that happens, and whatever ledger you choose, I do believe we're looking at a multi-ledger future where those ledgers themselves have to be part of an interconnected sort of nervous system and allow transactions to flow between them as well. And so not only the individual ledger has to be resilient, but the interconnected, the next iteration of the internet, Web3 has to be a lot more resilient than Web2 has been.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, well, on that note, Christian, thank you so much for joining us today. And for that really interesting presentation. And we'll quickly jump onto our next session. It's very close to my heart: open source data security in controlled environment agriculture. Gianfranco, welcome.
Welcome. Can you hear me well?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine. Thank you very much.
Awesome.
It's great to have you here today, and I'm looking forward to hearing about my own topic of interest, which is controlled environment agriculture, and how open source data security can work for that. So over to you.
Awesome. Do you see my screen?
I do. Perfect.
Yeah. Well, as you said, my name is Gianfranco Campos, and today I'm going to talk about open source data security in agriculture. So let's just start. Just to mention that I represent Signal Technologies, and we are eagerly working with DLT technologies and integrating IoT, AI, and blockchain. Open source and open data, they have the word open in common, that's clear. But why is a good idea to bet on openness? Well, let's start realizing that every one of us today is already using these tools every single day. Our phones are based on open source code, and we rely on open data for our day-to-day lives. For example, when we use Google Maps to drive around, we don't think about it, but right there, we are using this tool. The corporate and industrial world is no exception. For instance, we rely so much on open tech to allow the space station to orbit the Earth multiple times a day without even worrying for a potential blue screen. So then the thing is that open source and open data are not exactly the same. In this case, data can be numbers, locations, names, and of itself, data does nothing. On the other hand, a source code is something that uses or produces data, and these two rely on each other for their own significance. But again, they are different in essence and purpose. So in the case of open source software, the openness means guaranteed access to the application source code, and also that the code can be forked, can be modified, can be redistributed. In the case of open data, the access principle provides access to the data and the metadata. Speaking of metadata, someone just took a piece of that beautiful word lately and started to, or continue with something a bit nefarious. Any guess who could be? Back on track, open data provides the opportunity to reuse it in the applications. So the actor that collects or mashes up the data from different sources usually has the option to stop providing access or maintenance to the data. For open source code, the companies see economic value around licensing and servicing and product innovation. Also, in the case of customers for open source code, the economic value is about cost saving and evading being locked with a vendor. For open data, the data owner's economic value is the sales of premium access to a public service or receiving additional development resources. In the case of open data, there is also third parties as an actor, and the economic value for them is about selling applications of the data to generate information, also increase transparency and new services. So these are, in short, the concepts around open source and open data. Now that we have a clear understanding of both, let's check a bit the numbers of open services market or open source services. The market was going to reach 50 billion by 2026, and it is right now sitting at 21.7 billion. That's an annual growth of 18% for the next 5 years. In 2020, it is estimated that 85% of code bases had at least one vulnerability with an average of 158 per code base. However, we see that the adoption is increasing at very fast rates. But as well as the adoption is increasing, the vulnerabilities are increasing around open source and open data. So in the case of open source, 65% of code bases had license conflicts, and 75% of these are numbers for this year. 75% of code bases were composed of open source code. So in general, the average vulnerability found around this is that the bugs are there sitting for 2.2 years, and nobody even worries about it. And then, several of the 10 open source vulnerabilities that were found last year reappeared in 2020. So the adoption is there, but there is also the need of increasing the security and constantly improving the software to meet the market standards. Okay, so we're getting closer to the fun part. What I'm showing you right now is a set of open source technologies that, in this case, are allowing us at Signar to create new business models. I think there is no greater burden than greater potential, and these technologies combined are driving our team to do things that were unthinkable before. I will show a bit in a moment. I just wanted to mention that it's not only the DLT per se, or it's not only in this case, IOTA technology that allows us to solve the market needs for agriculture, but it's also other open frameworks that are out there that are giving us the tools to create new software that is not relying on heavy licensing or not licensing at all. And this is transferred to the farmer in such a way that they don't have to pay for licensed software other than our own services. I also want to share, before I jump to the other part, is that this year there is a new project that is powered by Linux Foundation, very specific for agriculture. It was released in May. So the name is AG Stack. And the play of them is to develop an open source digital infrastructure for the agriculture industry. So it means that now big players in open source community are stepping on these needs and not only, essentially are leading the path. They will focus on open and freely available software code for millions of relevant models, pests, crop, animal, weather, etc. Also, programmatic access to growing number of sources of free public and proprietary data, open and free access to software application frameworks to create models and data for web and mobile. And finally, they are also working on extensions and toolboxes that provide vocabularies, dictionaries, and utilities for specific projects. So what we have done so far at Cigna, this is at the conceptual level. Then I'm going to show you the actual thing. So on the left side, we have the real world. We have the plants. And on the right side, we have the farmers. In the middle, there is our tech. We have IoT devices that are gathering input and output variables. And these IoT devices are sending all that data to our backend, where we have a farm management system. That farm management system adds context, adds business logic to the IoT data. So let's say we capture temperature, pH, humidity, and these type of variables. Then the farm management system is adding comments to it, saying, okay, this temperature is related to a tomato crop that was planted on September 7, and that is located at this section of the farm using hydroponics techniques and such. So that allows to make sense of the IoT data. And also the farm management system is routing the data to IOTA DLT or IOTA distributed ledger. So then the data becomes immutable, and it serves for tracking purposes to begin with. So within the supply chain, we are able to trace back the origin of the end product. So when the farmer produces a tomato, we can scan all the traceability of that given a batch. So that's one of the particular uses that we are working on right now. And then obviously the data is presented on a user-friendly fashion. Farmers are not technical people. They like things easy, quick, and practical. So on top of the IoT data and the farm management system, we also have an artificial intelligence or artificial intelligence models. We are using deep learning and we are using machine learning for different purposes. So we're using deep learning indeed to get to the output variables, to the crop performance, how fast the crop is growing, how much the crop is producing. So this data allows us to correlate with the IoT data, what conditions are making the plants happier to reach a maximum yield. Okay, so very quickly here, we have the IoT device. Again, as I mentioned, this is a water quality management, or sorry, water quality tool or IoT device. There is the farm management system that I will explain in the next session as well in detail. But here we have the tomato or the crops, and down here we have the second version of the rover or a prototype. Well, right now we have prototype. This is the MVP that is built by Iris Corporation. So here is the farm management system live, and this is where I mentioned that the farmer will add context to the farm, to the production. Here, well, first they have to define what seeds they are using, like what species, what batch number, who's the provider, etc. And then they have to also confirm where the farm or where the crop is being planted, add the section to it. And once the plot is added, automatically all the IoT devices that are fixed to those sections or the farm management system knows from where to read the sensor data or what sensors to add to the JSONs or the information that is being sent to the Tango. Essentially, we are creating a digital twin of the production, and yeah, here is the part that I shown a bit before, where we had the output variables or the AI image recognition for the plant performance. So where has this been implemented? We have the first implementation in Alberta, Canada at Rafferty Farms. Again, all of these has been built with open source technologies, and we are using IOTA DLT to send the data from the farm to the blockchain. And yeah, it works. We have tested this, and we are able to have response rates of 2 seconds to 2 milliseconds, depending on if we use the public mainnet or if we use the private Tango, like a private blockchain or a private network that secures the IoT data. And the idea of using the DLT is to also to transfer the workload to secure the communication to the network instead of adding on top of the IoT devices, because the IoT devices are very small, very dumb, and if we try to make them safe and secure, then they will require more energy, they will require more maintenance. It will have a series of needs that would make it unviable. So with the appliance or with the application of DLT, what we're doing is we are passing on all the burden on the device to the network. So if someone tries to hack the communication, it will essentially be trying to hack the DLT rather than trying to hack the IoT device. And even if they hack the IoT device, they will be only hacking one point rather than the entire platform or the entire communication. So that's the vision. That's where these technologies are heading. So that's one of the reasons to apply them, and that's why we are working on this. So right here we have a live dashboard that is showing real-time data. So this is the greenhouse right now. We can see that it's sitting at 18 degrees, and it's going to jump to close to 30 degrees. This is the environment, humidity, the water, soil moisture, and the CO2 levels. In the case of Rafferty, what they have done is they are pumping the CO2 into the greenhouse. And there are lots of things that are being tested right now, not only for Rafferty, but for other farmers, such as, okay, how much does a greenhouse is capable of process in terms of CO2? How much carbon the greenhouse can capture? And then how will this CO2 capture would translate into tax credits or carbon credits? So there is huge opportunities around these technologies, and having the traceability again, it's an enormous potential for the industry. So let's go here. Okay, but the Tango, the IOTA network, does not only allows immutability and I would say the security or the distributed communication. It opens up a Pandora box or a blue ocean of opportunities for the startups and ecosystems that are being built right now. There are other use cases that can definitely be implemented in this fabric, especially because the characteristics of being feeless and being super scalable. So the fact that the data or the fact that the network doesn't have fees allows us to send the data frictionless and send value in a frictionless fashion. So value and data are together and are secured by the network together. So either if you send just a message, an IoT message, or if you send payment, both have the same level of security. That's that brings again, lots of opportunity. In this use case, what we are working on right now is to build a bridge between Rafferty Farms, which is the farmer, the greenhouse, with Lethbridge College, which is the an academic institution or a university that is very specific for greenhouse and aquaponics. So they have high interest in researching about the development of aquaponic technologies or aquaponic techniques. And they have been eagerly looking for a way to get their hands on the data that Rafferty Farms is producing. But there hasn't been a viable way so far until now. The problem is that if you put Visa or MasterCard or even other blockchains that are out there to try to get this done, the problem is that fees would eat up the revenue. So for us, in other words, if you try to monetize the data of a sensor that is sending for, let's say, an hour or a day, having fees for that transaction makes it not possible. But in the case of Iora, since it doesn't have fees, it totally makes sense because then the data is secure, it's super energy efficient to the point that we are able to run this on Raspberry Pis, and it works totally. It does nothing to the Raspberry Pi. I think that the energy consumption for about 1,000 is in the order of 1,000 messages is in the order of 1 joule, which is nothing. 1 joule is like lifting 1 kilogram and carrying slowly 1 liter up. So that speaks of how energy efficient the technology is. And in the case of this use case, for this use case, we have a farmer that is creating data as data author, having a data streams for the farm data, and also creating information with the machine learning. So both data and information are being exchanged with other farmers, with academic institutions, with product developers, and such. In this other use case, it's related to the payments, and it's very focused on the machine-to-machine economy, or where machines are their own economic entity, and where machines are essentially making things or completing tasks without even asking to the owner. So they are receiving requests and they are performing a specific task and getting paid in the event or as part of the event. So that also allows farmers to not necessarily go through the capital expenditure of buying large equipment, but opens the possibility of having equipment that is available for a region. So then the machines that are in the same location or very close by, they can provide services to the farms around and then return and wait for another request. That's another use case, and indeed, I have it right here. I have the prototype here. So this is a rover that is serving the farm, or the same rover that was showing that deep learning video tagging the images. So the farmer selects what to do. Obviously, schedule the task. The rover sends a cost, and then in this case, we are making a step here where the farmer confirms the transaction and says, Agri-D 21, confirm. Then the transaction is processed by the network and is shown. So here the transaction has been sent to the network and it has a monetary value on it. So the rover has been paid. Then the rover goes, does the survey or moves around the farm. And the end result is that once the rover completes its task, we get something like, sorry, that's another video, test video. We get something like this. Okay, so that's in short this use case. Sorry. moving forward, Signard is a team that is distributed in 7 countries. We are specialized in electronic engineering, software engineering, DLT engineering now, which it's a new thing, but we are learning as we move forward. Data scientists, business experts, and also agronomists and farming experts. I'm very happy for today's presentation, and I don't know if there are questions.
Thanks, Gianfranco. What we're actually going to do is we're just going to bring in Arturo Flores now. I promised you guys some conversation about interplanetary agriculture and space farming today, so now is that time. So we're going to bring on Arturo, and then you guys can continue from there.
Awesome.
Arturo, welcome.
Thank you very much for the invitation.
Yeah, and with that, I will hand it back to you guys.
Great.
Great. I'm going to share my screen. Sorry.
Yeah. Go ahead, Gianfranco.
There we go.
Perfect.
So IPA, or Interplanetary Precision Agriculture, is a name that came up between the collaboration of IRIS Corporation and Signard Technologies. Arturo represents IRIS. And the name came up because Arturo did an analog space mission in the California desert mid this year in August 2021. So what problem we are trying to solve with IPA, or Interplanetary Precision Agriculture? The problem is that farmers feel stress when they try to make improvements to their own operation. They have to go through the complex relationship of dozens and dozens of variables. I mentioned in the previous session that we have temperature, humidity, CO2 levels, water quality, and another set of variables that makes it impossible to the farmer to constantly manual monitoring this. And then also, well, there is lots of data silos. So these data silos, there is Susan also in the presentation. Yeah, these data silos, if she can join, would be great. So these data silos are very, very difficult for the farmer and throughout the supply chain. So the problem is that then the data is isolated and the farmer doesn't have a way to solve this. And the effects of these problems become evident several months after. So when the farmer makes a change, then when the farmer makes a change, they don't have a way to know what is the impact of those changes in the farm. So how the market is growing? It's growing at 12.7% per year. The increased adoption of IoT devices allows to have very comprehensive farms. It's essentially becoming a replicable experiment between farms. And this is for on-air farms and off-air farms as well. And North America is expected to hold most of the market share for the next 5 years. There is also the potential that Asia Pacific region is going to be flourishing with startups and innovations for the industry. What we have focused on is on tomatoes and grapes. And then, well, we have we took the decision because tomatoes are one of the major exports of Peru, and also, well, indeed, grapes is even at a higher rank. And in the case of tomatoes, it's also one of the main crops, indeed the main crop that is producing greenhouses here in Alberta, Canada. In the case of tomatoes, an average farm produces about 120 tons per hectare per year. When it's not automated, when it just have like, very basic, it's just the greenhouse. But if the same farm is improved with technology, then the farm is capable of reaching about 600 tons per hectare per year. It's not only because the tech or because the automation, it's also the techniques involved, the mechanisms that are inherent to the farm. But the combined effort of these technologies are making the farm to go from 120 to 600, which is X5. The case of grapes, the grape production, it's one of the biggest around the world because the winery industry. And for the winery industry, it's very important to determine the procedence of the grapes. So far we have been talking about on-earth farming, and then that brings us to the next slide. The technology, it's applicable not only for on-earth, but also for off-earth farming. What we have is, again, replicable experiments, which are the greenhouses. And the farmer, what it's scoring in this greenhouse with a controlled environment can be reapplied to farmers around the world. So the components that make this happen are IoT devices such as Precision Water Pro, Precision Habits Pro. I think Susan is going to jump into.
I think so. Yeah, we're just gonna add Susan. She is in fact here, so we're going to bring her on now as an extra panelist for you.
Okay, nice.
Hello,
everybody.
Hello, Susan.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Loud and clear.
Loud and clear.
Fantastic. Hi, everybody. You can
Hi.
tell me when you want me to say anything,
No,
present.
Yeah, sure. This is actually my last slide. Then I think Arturo's going to share, and Arturo can co-present. So we have the Precision Water Pro, which measures water quality. There is the Precision Habitat Pro that measures the environment or the growth environment of the plant. And we are also tracking the production weight with a smart scale that is connected to the system. So when the harvest comes, the partial weights go through this scale, and we correlate the weights with the batches of production. And then there is the rover that has the deep learning or computer vision that measures the plant behavior. So all of this data is being sent to the backend, again, in a JSON format. The backend is the one that adds context to the mix. It determines the seed or the location, the technique being used, the batches that are related. The same data that is being sent to the backend is processed by the deep learning models to detect the growth variations, and also to correlate the IoT data with the AI data. So then we can figure out what makes the plants happy. And finally, this is being forwarded to IORA network to make the data immutable, to allow data commercialization, to enable smart contracts, and even decentralized identities that allow the farmer to have access to, especially for rural farmers, to have access to finance tools that hasn't been available for them before. So all of this is presented through the front end, and the farmer, in this case, the Earth farmer or the Mars farmer, are capable of sharing and interacting with the system. Okay, Arturo, it's your turn.
Thank you very much, Gianfranco, for the presentation. So my name is Arturo Flores Alvarez. I represent the Iris company, and I'm part of the company as a robotics engineer that also participate in the development and deployment of IPA during an analog mission that was conducted together with the ENMARS Institute, in which Susan is the representative. Also, Susan, would you like to present you?
Oh, thank you. Do I share screen here? No, or just present myself?
Just introduce yourself. Yeah.
Okay. Hi, everybody. I'm Dr. Susan Jewell. I'm the CEO and president of MMARS, Mars Moon Astronautic Academy and Research Science. And we've been deploying analog missions, in-person analog missions since 2016 out here in California in the Mojave Desert. So Arturo was mentioning he was in the last mission in August of this year, where we reopened again here in the Mojave Desert. So, and that's where we worked with Arturo and Gianfranco on this technology.
Thank you very much, Susan. So I will continue with the presentation, talking about the main engines that participate in the IPA system. So first, you have here in the bottom left, Gianfranco, could you please play the video? We have here an IoT module that is the Precision Water Pro module that is mainly used to collect data from water supply. For instance, water level and water flow. As well, we have a very similar IoT module that is the Precision Habitat Pro that is mainly used to collect data that is closely related with the crops, let's say temperature, humidity, and soil moisture. Furthermore, we have the IPA farm management system that you can see in here. This platform provides our users contextual data from their crops, and according to the needs, our users can conduct seed management studies or crop planning. This platform, as Gianfranco was saying, is very powerful, very versatile. And thanks to this platform, our users can follow the growth of their crops and also interact visually with data that is being collected by our data collectors, such as drones or rovers. Yeah, you can see here some interaction. You can add the type of seeds, the other type of nice features for crop management. And also we have here in the top right the deep learning component of the system of IPA. In this case here, you're watching a demo of a convolutional neural network algorithm that is recognizing grapes in a binder. One powerful feature of the deep learning component of the IPA is that you can tailor the algorithm with the proper database to recognize any fruit you want. In this case, could be grapes, tomatoes, or apples. And finally, all these elements was successfully tested and validated in an integral experiment in an analog mission in which I participated. Just to clarify, an analog mission is a field test in locations that has physical similarities to extreme space environments. And in this case, we were motivated to test IPA, the whole system, for an application using a rover, an holonomic rover, and also the Precision Habitat Pro module in the green hub of our base camp that was primarily to monitor little crops of grapes and tomatoes. And our main objectives were twofold. So first, we wanted to test the performance of our devices in two considerations. First, energy efficiency, considering that in an analog mission, you have to be really careful with the energy and the energy you spend. And second, test hardware robustness to deal with temperatures of up to 45 Celsius degrees at the Mojave Desert. And the second objective was in regard to the DLT. We wanted to secure and stable distributed communication, and we achieved it by deploying all our data collectors, IoT modules in a local network and connecting these devices to a private IOTA Tangle network, and we did it successfully. One meaningful result that I can highlight from this really beautiful experience was that that this experiment reinforced the idea of the concept of IPA, in which we created and completely isolated DLT in an isolated place that resembles a future application and the potential of this project to implement it in other worlds that definitely are not going to rely always on communications from the Earth. So that's why indeed it's interplanetary precision agriculture, and it fits with the experiment of testing it in an analog mission that resembles future settlements in other worlds, let's say. Finally, can we go to the next slide, Gianfranco? Here we have some photos. In the top right, you can see me with other hardware that we're deploying in the analog mission. Also a photo of the rover next to the crops. And in the top left, you can see the dashboard of the Precision Habitat Pro module monitoring temperature, humidity, and soil moisture. Finally, we have satisfactorily present and submit this work, this experiment in the format of an article to an international journal. So I will leave the floor to Susan to explain more about the analog mission, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Arturo and Gianfranco. So hopefully I'm able to share my screen. And it says share screen, share screen.
In the middle.
In the middle? Okay, so it's the first time. Share, oh, don't show these tips again. Share screen. All right, where do we go?
So it should be underneath the video where we see our faces.
Share?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, it's my first time using this.
No, you're absolutely fine.
Okay.
Magic of technology.
It won't let me share. Why is that? Choose what to share. Entire screen.
Yeah, so you select the screen that you want to share. Yeah.
But I'm pressing share and it won't go. Yeah.
Oh, but yeah, you have to click share screen, then share screen, and then you have to select the screen number.
I'm not quite sure. Let me see. I'm not quite sure how to do this. So I'm pressing share, and it says share screen.
Yes.
It opens up, says entire screen, share screen audio, but there says window or Chrome tab. So I press window.
Entire screen.
Entire screen is what you want, definitely.
Yeah.
Right now I'm pressing share, and nothing happens.
But you have to click on the screen you want to share. So there is how many?
Oh, there you go. Yeah. Is that it? Okay, don't show this. I don't know. Oh, there we go. Is that it? I'm not sure if that's it. Apologize.
It's okay.
I'm not able to open up the screen.
Yeah.
The share screen. Stop sharing.
So
how else can I do it?
Options I can see here, I'm being told by our tech support folks, you need to put in presentation mode.
Oh, to open, you have the PowerPoint, right? On
yes.
One of the, yeah.
I have the PowerPoint, it's opened.
Yeah, you have it in presentation mode, but how many screens you have? Only one or two?
One screen.
Yeah, so when you click share, then share screen again, and then under entire screen, click on the screen one.
Technology, right?
Yeah.
Sorry. I've never used this platform, so maybe I should have. Okay, let's start again.
Yeah.
And all right. Are you able to see my screen? No.
Not yet.
Okay, so I'm on. So I'm actually. It says share.
I just wonder whether it would be easier. Are you possibly able to?
Hello, Susan. Could you go to share and share the screen, and then go to the presentation mode on the PowerPoint, and I'm gonna put that up on the screen.
Presentation mode. Do you see?
There we go.
Tech support. We love you guys.
All right. You can see it now, correct?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay. Thank you so much. So because of that, I'm going to go super fast on this. But yes.
You have time, 15 minutes.
Oh, okay. Thank you
Yeah.
so much. So I'm going to focus on, interplanetary agriculture and space farming. What is it, and why are we doing it? And how do we develop innovation technologies in this space, in this vertical, for changing a paradigm of how we're going to do sustainability, how we're going to produce new food with new novel technology. So we use space as a way to be able to do this. And analog astronaut simulation is what we've been focused on since 2016. So we already said what MMARS is, basically training, next generation leaders and civilian astronauts, because this is the future of where we will have permanence in space, but in particular on the surface of Moon and Mars within our lifetime. Here's our training facility. This is what we do as analog astronauts. We deploy crews of up to 6, maybe 8, and now we're expanding up to be able to accommodate maybe 20 to 15. Okay, before we go on, what is the definition of interplanetary agriculture and specifically space farming? And then I just got this quote from Wiki, which says, space farming refers to the cultivation of crops for food and other materials in space or on off Earth celestial bodies, right? Equivalent to agriculture on Earth. Farming on celestial bodies, such as the Moon or Mars, that share many similarities with farming on, farming on space station or space colony on the surface of a planet. So here's what we're doing now. In 2022, we will be building our MMARS training facility, a first of its kind analog MMARS base. And part of that is to be able to accommodate and scale up the number of crew members up to maybe 50 to 100 that live in this particular simulation environment. And here in the Mojave, you could see it's very barren, it's very remote, it's very isolated. In fact, Arturo was part of this crew in the middle where we went up, and this is a very high, we went up to probably up this mountain, you could see in the upper left, where we started doing rover testing, we started collecting soil. So this is our vision of what we will be building starting in 2022. And you could see in the bottom, these huge geodesic domes in the bottom right. Inside, one of them will actually be dedicated to looking at enclosed environment, looking at space farming and developing the technologies. Okay, so, we've been very focused on how do we actually build the architecture for space farming. And here are some images, graphic images, artist depiction of how maybe the future of what the space farming architecture would be. And obviously these will be on a planet's surface that will be under pressurized conditions. So you won't be floating around like on the ISS, where we've done a lot of research in space, developing space food, growing food on the International Space Station. No, you'll be in a pressurized situation, so you won't be floating around. So here are some images of potential architecture that we build. So inside these, colonies or space cities, we're going to build GreenHab, which is short for green habitats or greenhouse. So up here is an artist depiction of what a GreenHab could be. But this one is actually built in China. And these are pods that they have already started testing, growing hydroponics, vertical gardening, doing research in modifying genetic modification of plants, and so on and so forth. So it's already started, in these analog settings. And having environments that are monitored or conditions that are exactly like on the surface of the Moon or Mars, except minus, removing the gravity aspect. So for us, we're focused on astrofarming and training because, yes, we will, besides integrating robotics, robotic farmers, we're going to have humans working with the robots. So in our analog missions, we are training future robotic farmers to work alongside the technologies, alongside the robots, to be able to, build and to be able to create new paradigms, to create new food, to create new ways to for sustainability for the crews, or eventually for multiple, millions. That's where Elon Musk is thinking about having large settlers, all right, on the surface of Moon and Mars. So you're going to have to, provide the food. You're not going to be flying, large payloads from Earth to, to supply the food for the crews or for the settlers. So this is something that's part of the analog missions. So since 2016, it's a simulation, it's an analog of what it could be like. So you do early prototyping. So in our missions, we've always added and integrated a analog sort of green hab, and we do a lot of studies. In this particular slide, you could see the crews actually working with Martian and lunar regolith, and being able to see, can we actually grow, germinate modified herbal medicinal plants or other, normal plants in these settings, right, with these different regoliths. And also designing very cheap sort of, DIY hydroponic vertical gardens and testing it out. And as Otori had mentioned, that this is extreme environments, extreme heat, extreme cold, and can they actually, once they're modified, right, can they actually survive? Can they thrive in these conditions? And then be able to also, provide the food for the crews. So with that, this is what we've done. And this one is interesting because we were the first to deploy in 2019 before COVID to Nepal, and we went to 15,000 feet. And you can see here, this is where we deployed the base camp. And if you can notice how isolated, how barren this area is, this Amber Dublin base camp. And there is our analog base camp right there, that little yellow dot. And we had to, figure out how to supply the food, how to cook the food for the crews. What was interesting at this high altitude, a lot of the food or the plants that grew at sea level could not be cooked at 15,000 feet or higher. So we had to default to a Nepalese diet and use indigenous plants, for part of the menu. So that was an interesting discovery for us. And that is really why we also look not only at, new paradigm, novel change of, growing. How do we grow? How do we also cook the food? Where do we get our food supply from? So this was an interesting a study which we will continue, and we will be deploying to Everest in 2023 and higher, as well as Antarctica, to be able to look at and continue this study. So one of the projects we're working on is the Martian diet. But this is something very interesting for us to think about, right? The future of food. What kind of food can we not only provide for the astronauts and the Martians or lunar settlers, but apply that to be able to look at that integrated into Earth, right? To be able to commercialize the ability to provide and manufacture these food and distribute it here on Earth, right? So the idea of growing using cellular agriculture, looking at insect products, and growing, like I said, modified plants for inside the green hub to actually give this healthy diet for the crew. And you could see here is the Martian diet as a graphic image. So the idea of entomophagy, which is using insects in a closed loop environment, is an absolutely wonderful idea. It's sustainable, it's recyclable, and you're not destroying the biome. So here, using insects to be able to, biodegrade the compost, the leftover food, be able to biodegrade cardboard, and wood. This is what we're also testing out as a study. The other things, I'm going to go really fast here, is looking at 3D printing bioreactors so that you can culture meat, you can use stem cells from plants so that the idea is, this is the paradigm novel change, is you're not going to be bringing animals and growing animals in a traditional agriculture paradigm on the surface of Moon and Mars. No, because first of all, just the space, right? The space and the area, and then the soil being toxic. So the idea of using biotechnology, using stem cells to be able to cultivate the stem cells, whatever end food you want, whether it's meat, whether it's fish, whether it's vegetable, you're going to do that in the bioreactors. You're going to have a library of stem cells from all different plants, animal species. And therefore, you're able to then be able to go and tap into that library of stem cells, cultivate it in these bioreactors, and then you'll be able to provide the amount of food for the number of people that you want to provide the food for. So there'll be less waste. It's more efficient, and you're not going to, destroy your environment. So here, synthetic biology, I'm not going to go into it. It really is, this is the future of genetic modification, being able to use CRISPR, for example, which is basically, in the layman's term, is gene editing tool, where you're able to modify the plants. For example, maybe these plants can be modified using CRISPR that can survive without water, without sunlight, can be in the dark, to grow in different types of soil compositions. So this is really the future of agriculture and growing food, not only for space, but here for Earth. Now, one of the interesting studies that's been going on that we'll be bringing in is, how do you make soil, so for example, barren soil, or for example, here on Moon and Mars, it's toxic soil. So the idea of, yes, we can grow food on using this, Martian soil. No, we're not, because the soil on Mars is full of perchlorates. That is toxic to the body. So now we're saying, okay, let's try to remove the perchlorates or any toxic composition in the soil, and then maybe that will make it arable, make it also allow us to be able to grow food for the human consumption. So here we modify the bacteria, and here you can see a bacterium that actually can eat up the chlorates. But the byproducts of that is interesting, right? Where you can get oxygen and chloride, and you could use it for rocket fuel, you could use it for oxidizer. So the byproducts of what you're doing is also important, besides cleaning the land, as you can see here, to be able to make it arable soil, the regolith, right? Martian lunar regolith soil, to grow the food that we need, right? That's really interesting, and that is what studies have been going on for the last decade or so. So 3D printing, bioprinting is absolutely very important. It's a technology that will allow us to 3D print the type of food we want to eat, but of course, getting the source material is the key, and that's from the stem cells. So here we've already, I'm sure this is this slide is all about IoT, about using drones, about using autonomous vehicles. That is the future paradigm. How are we going to do precision agriculture? How are we going to, not only for space, but here on Earth, but using robotics and drones? So I'm going to say that, we are focused on building these autonomous robotic rovers. And in our missions since 2016, we've tested many rovers that has onboard capabilities, all the cameras, the sensors, to be able to go and help, and the crews to be able to do these, conduct these studies. And NASA as well. Of course, that's the future of what may be on the surface of Moon and Mars. These large trucks or rovers that will be autonomously controlled, and it will be able to do all the agriculture, that we don't need the crews or the humans to go out into, out of the pressurized environment. So here we already have a tour in the mission in August. And few more slides. I think this is what I would like to really show about innovation, about out-of-the-box thinking. So right now, MMARS, with our scientific team, we are developing the butterfly concept. This is a hybrid drone glider concept. And the idea is that we're using biomimetics, right? The nature, taken from nature, flying insects, and be able to say, can we let it fly like VTOL, like vertical takeoff, which is the drone, and then allow it to glide? So both those concepts of, to incorporate it into this project called the butterfly, and then the wings can fold, it can open up, but then it can drop down to multiple layers, and it can fly in the atmosphere. And remember, if you don't know, Mars is primarily carbon dioxide. And so with the carbon dioxide, you're able to take in the carbon dioxide in this butterfly drone, a glider, and it will be able to sustain in the atmosphere and then be able to grow whatever plants or food that you want to grow. And that is kind of the concept. Of course, this was for Earth, right? You could see here, it was part of our carbon extraction project that we were submitted for, called the stratodomes. But so you could see here for Mars atmosphere, but here on Earth as well. So with that, this is our prototyping process where we built this solar-powered glider. This is just a very early prototype. And then we also built this drone here. We attached it to the glider. And here you can see what we're testing out here in the Mojave with the concept, right? Testing, remember, it's rapid prototyping. And then eventually we're going to be able to build this not only on a glider, but build it onto a body of a rover, right, which we're working on as well. So the whole idea of innovation, thinking out of the box, where you're going to have a drone, which is a VTOL, right, attached to a glider, that's then also maybe modified to attach to a rover, and you could see where this can go, right, on the surface of planet surface, or here on Earth, right, where it can see the land, fly, it can see the land, the area. Basically, the technology will remove the human laborers in the fields, right? This is what technology does. But obviously, for austere, dangerous environments, you don't want your astronauts going out there, right? Rather than you're going to have the technology do it for you and remove that danger element. So last, I'm going to say, this was amazing. This was Heinz company that actually, and here you could see the researcher, principal investigator here, they actually built a controlled Martian environment where they grew these tomatoes in this totally controlled, monitored, and then they produced this Mars Heinz ketchup, which is not for commercial availability, but they had the astronauts taste it. And so this, to me, is the idea of the commercialization of the technologies. And that's what's really exciting, right? So with that, I want to thank you. And I think I went much longer than I expected, but hopefully that was interesting.
That's absolutely fine. It's you were very close, actually. Only 2 minutes over. It's very good. I think we might have to make it a rule if we do go to Interplanetary that no one's allowed to use presentation decks out of Earth anymore. That might be the first interspace law that we have to make. But yeah, that notwithstanding, I just I want to thank all three of you really for that, and just to sort of observe, I suppose, that you talked about the way that Mars works to train people on Earth how to live in space effectively, but also by doing that and by these missions to ultimately be in space or on the moon or on Mars or whatever, that by having these sort of closed loop systems and by really rigorous science and technology, we might actually be able to learn how to live a little bit better back here on our own little home planet. That this idea of waste goes away, right? So
yeah,
that's a really valuable thing.
That's a very interesting. I'm going to say we use space for thinking out of the box, for innovation, for R&D development. But the new discoveries, right, the new paradigms that we test out using the space environment is actually really to improve life on Earth. And that is the most important connection, right? How we use space to improve life on Earth. So it's not about running away from Earth problems. It's literally conversely so, right? So, but yes, obviously, you see that with the last 3 months, the opening of civilian space, private space sector, and the private astronauts, the vision of actually becoming multiplanetary and have permanence in space is happening now. And so this is exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, well, I guess we're a little bit over, so we'll wrap it up there. We're actually going to go to a break now, so we will be back on the hour for the last few sessions of the day. But thank you to all of you for being here today and for presenting. And to our audience, we will see you shortly.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Thank you
much.
very much.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, welcome back everybody for what will be our final set of sessions for the day. It's been a pretty amazing experience and I've learned an enormous amount. I'm sure you have too. To get us started with those final set of sessions, I am going to welcome to the stage Rob Jennings, Justin Oberg and Tola Casali to talk to us about NFT cattle identification systems.
Hello, Mark.
Welcome. Hi, how are you doing?
Oh, great. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you just fine. That sounds good.
Okay, and everybody can see what I eat right behind me. So we're all working from home these days.
Yeah, there's no hiding anything these days, is there?
No.
No. Well, listen, it's great to have you with us. And without any further ado, I will hand it over to you. The platform is yours.
Okay. Hey, thanks very much. And I apologize. My clock is chiming right now. It's again, we're at home. But I want to thank you for having us. And also want to thank Adam and Camilla with Cropley for not only inviting us to be a part of this, but for hosting this entire webinar and conference. I know it's a very large undertaking, but it is very important. And so we appreciate you guys taking leadership in utilizing how blockchain can be used in the agriculture world. Specifically, we're working on cattle. I was one of the founders of an early project called Beef Chain that some of you may have heard of. And we moved into cattle proof, which is more of a broader concept. When we first started talking about agriculture and tracking cattle utilizing blockchain, my first project of putting cattle on a blockchain was put in an Excel spreadsheet on Ethereum. And we really had like the ERC20 token at the time. Around 2018, Will Intrican and some others developed the ERC 721, which had a lot more functionality for what we're trying to do. And I also, at that same time, once the ERC 721 came out, I teamed up with Justin Oberg and Tola Casali, who were working out of Denver, Colorado, doing trucking logistics and supply chain tracking, which really leads right into what we're doing. So we were sort of able to take what they've done and developed in the traditional Google Cloud track and trace and different tools that you would use for logistics and move it over into the sort of tokenized blockchain world. So we are taking live cattle and turning them into NFTs, ERC 721s. And we believe this is really one of the best use cases for an NFT that you could get. It's a real asset. It has real value. It contains data that's important to everybody in the supply chain. It can be a regulatory compliance tool. It can be a financial functionality tool. It can be an animal disease traceability tool. It could be used for PVPs, for value-added programs like non-hormone treated or source of age verification. It can be used for export tracking. And just a number of things that you can do. And I will say this, it has been difficult for us some days to focus in. And I know a lot of startups, particularly in the blockchain world, there's just so many opportunities and things that we're all thinking about doing. And so we're just trying to stay on the straight and narrow path and do this in phases and get there. But we are doing great stuff. We're currently have cattle tagged in a feedlot in Nebraska. We're working with the Nebraska Brand Committee. We are getting a USDA certification. We're in the process of becoming USDA certified for our protocol. And we have a big announcement soon with some big cattle partners and genetic partners. So a lot going on at Cattle Proof. Used to be Cattle Pass, but we did switch over to Cattle Proof. And so we are cattleproof.com. And that being said, I would like to hand it over to Justin Oberg and Tola Casali. I would be remiss if I didn't give these guys a lot of credit because they've taken an idea, and we sort of had this idea. And then when I met Justin and Tola, we just all gelled on this idea. So they've really helped me make it a reality. I'm not a developer, and I'm more of a business guy. And so without Tola and Justin and Chris Castro and their team, we wouldn't be doing this. So I'm going to go ahead and hand it over to them and let Justin and Tola do a demo. And if Tola gives you a hard time, come back to me. He's a joker, but Tola's a hard worker. Justin's a hard worker. So off to these guys for the demo and any questions you might have.
Hello, Agri-D.
How's everybody?
Yes, excited to show you guys our DApp. Like Rob mentioned, the whole point of this application is to build an immutable layer representing physical animals and tracking them throughout the supply chain. Some of the reasons, as Rob brought up, why we do this. Traceability. I think all of us here can understand the importance of that. But in the world of cattle, we have to establish a proof of ownership, especially when we're moving animals between state to state. There's a lot that goes into, from a regulatory compliance perspective, managing information around the health and where these animals come from and how old they are, along with all of the information that we can add to each one of these animals when they actually go up for purchase. We can add value while bringing in the unique aspect of blockchain and cryptocurrency for us to be able to handle real-time settlements and actually establish a protocol of handling these animals in the digital space and establishing a smart contract to handle each and every one of these transfers. Jumping into DApp itself, you guys can see here in mobile view. I'll give us a little bit of space.
There you go.
So here I can see my animals. There is no database managed by CattleProof behind this application. We are using the Ethereum blockchain and the Ethereum network to manage all of this information. So you can see all of my animals here. I can click into one and it's going to pull up a specific ERC721 NFT that represents an individual animal. If somebody gave me their Ethereum wallet address, I could actually transfer this animal over to your wallet. And if you logged into CattleProof, you could see that animal there. But let's say we have a new animal, just hit the farm. We want to tokenize it, make a digital version of it in the blockchain space. We, on our animals, are utilizing Bluetooth tags on each one of them to create a digital identity, a unique identity. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit find one. You can see here, I can see all these Bluetooth devices around me. I'm going to find one that's going to act as the animal. Let's see, I have this guy right here, some kind of Bluetooth device we're going to assume is an animal.
I was going to say you should have went with the sheep queen. Perfect.
I know, right? Sheep queen. Well, that'll be the next one. All right, so now I have the ability as a farmer to upload information to this NFT representing this specific animal. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take some pictures of this animal's face. It's just going to be an example for this demonstration. But I'm going to take it from different angles because part of CattleProof is creating a biometric digital identity for each and every individual animal. And the best biometric that we currently are utilizing is a 128 vector of the animal's face around key points. So that way we can just have many aspects and many different ways of being able to identify this animal in the future, no matter what happens. I'm going to upload, this would be a video panorama. Just, it's up to the farmer on how much information they want to attach to the animal. But our job is to give you as much different ways and different abilities and features to upload to the animal as possible.
Yeah, to make sure they have all the options that they need.
Exactly. It's up to you on how much data that you want to upload, though. We're going to establish a EID, which is given by the USDA. Usually starts with 840. I'm going to do a fake one here, along with the weight of this fake animal and its date of birth. Everything looks good. We're going to create the NFT. So you can see I'm here on my MetaMask wallet. Got to pay some gas. We're going to wait for that contract to load.
Usually it takes less than about 20 or 30 seconds, depending on the meta size, the data that it has to include.
Yep.
There we go.
Wonderful. So down here, you can see this newly created NFT in my wallet that represents this animal. Again, I could transfer this. Let's say somebody purchased this animal, and I need to transfer the NFTs over to their wallet. What if I want to look at the timeline? I want to look at vaccination histories, boosters, or I'd say I want to upload additional information to this animal. So in additional media, I can upload more photos, more videos, documents. A lot of farmers manage different spreadsheets, different documents, PDFs that relate to the animal, such as a veterinary inspection certificate. We could get a proof of ownership from someone like Nebraska Brand Committee, establishing ownership over the animal. So they can upload documents and photos and videos that, again, add just more value to this individual animal, because there's a digital twin as an NFT that's following this animal as it moves through the supply chain. The idea is you don't only purchase the physical asset, in this case, the head of cattle, you're also purchasing the digital twin, all of the information that that animal has generated along the way as well. So with that, again, I can come back here to my cattle page, see all of my animals. I can build a report of my animal. There's common reports that farmers have to generate, again, to regulatory agencies, buyers, things of that nature. With it being a blockchain decentralized application, ownership over the data is key. So farmers have the ability to grant access to outside organizations to view certain pieces of information. You can see my current access list, who I have authorized to view my animals and the different data points that they're able to look at. There's also shipping capabilities coming soon to be able to move these animals throughout the logistics network that we have established. But the most important part is, let's say I find an animal out in the field. I don't know which animal this is. So let's say I want to pull up and search throughout my Bluetooth devices. I think it was this one that we did. Trying to find the same Bluetooth tag that we had before. Here we go. So this was actually another tag that we had tokenized. And you can see by doing a Bluetooth scan around me, I'm able to pull up the animal that I'm standing in front of. I can then visit this animal profile, look at some key information. Oh, it's this guy. Okay. And now I have all the information I need to understand the animal that I'm looking at in front of me. So we like to call this beyond just a blockchain application. This is really the convergence of IoT, right? Bluetooth sensors out in the physical meat space that are what are creating that unique digital identity that we can use to differentiate between animals, paired with a blockchain information system, so that when we capture this information from our IoT sensors, we can put it in an immutable space that can be relied upon, whether you're looking at this as a financial asset management system, whether you're a regulatory agency on behalf of the government tracking health information, or a buyer that just wants to know that this animal exists and it's the animal that I'm actually intending to purchase, and that the information that you're claiming about this animal is accurate, along with it being an inspection tool. So let's say you don't know what animal it is that's in front of you, utilizing a Bluetooth inspection capability by means of our web browsers, we're able to quickly pull up information and trust it in order to do the things that farmers do each and every day when it comes to managing these animal assets. So that's in a nutshell. I know there's not too many features and functions that are going on, because it's actually quite a simple thing that we're doing. We're just making the digital brand, right, that each and every farmer does and has been doing for hundreds of years. But we can now digitally brand in the metaverse by establishing these NFTs that act as a digital twin for each and every one of our animals. So thank you very much for allowing me to present, and excited for the rest of the conference.
Hey, and I want to add something to that. And if you're not familiar with how the cattle business works in the United States, if you go and say you were going to sell your cattle, you're going to move them, and you're in Nebraska, you need to have a brand inspection certificate. Or if you're going to move them across lines, you need a CVI, certificate of veterinary inspection. The way it works now is a brand inspector physically drives out to your house or your ranch, maybe 50 miles each way, and he'll look at, say, you're going to sell 30 head of cattle. And he'll look at that 30 head of cattle. He'll check the brands, make sure that you do indeed own them. Then you're going to pay him a brand inspection fee. He's got a little iPad. He's going to swipe it. He's going to give you a receipt, okay? Well, it's one receipt for that 30 head of cattle. So how do you get one receipt to go in 30 different directions, knowing that these cattle are all different, unique, and traveling in different directions? So what we've done here is, and this is why the NFT is important here, because you've created each animal previously as a commodity was just, a pot of cattle or a herd or a pen. Now consumers want more information about their animals. Regulators are demanding more information. So what we're doing is we're taking that information that was previously associated to a pot or a pen or whatever, and now we're able to attach it to each individual animal. And so, 10 animals go here, one goes that direction, 5 the other way. That certificate of veterinary inspection is now traveling with every animal. That brand inspection or that PVP is now traveling with every animal. And oh, by the way, it's also verified on a blockchain. So, you're able to append this data. You're able to move the information forward with each individual animal, where previously it was stacks of paper, it was affidavits, it was, quite frankly, a mess. And you see this a lot with fraud that's taking place, people buying and selling animals that don't exist, people faking organic programs, faking non-hormone treated programs. And so what we're hoping to bring to the table, individual digital identity for the animals and the ability to share verified information across the supply chain. So yeah, that's essentially what we're doing. Tola, you have anything, or Mark, you got any questions for us? Tola, any thoughts here?
You said it very well. Everything we're doing here is to become the best age and source verification company in cattle. So we're looking to produce trust and loyalty within our clients and within the system. So hopefully Cattle Proof is the solution for both parties, and we are the middleman for all those transactions.
Mark, are you there? Any questions, or anybody have any thoughts, or
Hey, yes, I am here. I'm listening with great interest. Actually, I have a couple of questions that I'd like to ask you, actually, if I may. I guess I started this wondering, I wasn't quite sure how this sort of technology applied to cows. It didn't seem like an obvious kind of use case to me, but you've definitely persuaded me, certainly. But I guess what I wanted to ask is there a potential here, and this is to all of you in whatever way you've feel is appropriate, but is there a potential here for greater levels of kind of data aggregation and other uses to be built on top of this? Because if you're tracking individual animals, can you draw larger trends? Can you draw larger movements? Can it be tied to kind of the net zero agenda and policy things and all of this stuff that's happening? It seems like if you can identify, like absolutely reliably identify individual animals, then you have the potential to build all of those things on top of it.
I like the way you think, Mark. You're already dreaming big. I like it already. You're already dreaming big. So that lets you know that there's pudding in what we're saying. So we definitely have the ability to do more, but we were directly working with the use case of cattle because that was our first goal and purpose. We can establish more, but our use case and our purpose is to make sure cattle can be distributed across the blockchain globally. Once we do that, then I am assuming we could build, of course, more, but that is our main goal at this time.
Yeah, fair enough.
And maybe Justin wants to address, and I'll add to that. Thank you, Tola, because I think Tola is right, and Justin is correct that they've kept us on that narrow, right? You know, like, and it's not even really us, it's the cattle business, right? We're learning from them and taking it and applying to blockchain. And a lot of that is like, hey, we don't need all this other stuff, simplify it. But once you've created that digital animal and that traceability, there's all kinds of, you know, there's tokenization of the herd, fractional ownership in the animals, a marketplace where you can sell beef or you can sell live animals, you know, everything that I mean, really it becomes a financial functionality tool in its real end case. But we're using it for traceability. But as Justin alluded to, there's trucking logistics and everything. So there are a lot of layers that you can build on top of this. For our purposes now, it's getting ranchers and stuff used to just the basic type of how do you utilize blockchain. And I think what Justin and Tola and their team have done is we've created red button technology. We like the big red button, you know, so you're out in the field, you got a cow. How does a rancher get a cow on the blockchain, you know? And we've solved that problem. And pretty much all he has to do is press a few buttons and get there. So we think that that's, you know, what we're really doing here. I guess I kind of lost track for a second.
The cool part,
you know, simplifying it. Yeah, go ahead, Justin.
Yeah, I mean, the interesting part about obviously blockchain and our interest in DeFi and all the financial applications that have been coming out over the last couple of years, if you think about what was the original money thousands of years ago, for a lot of people, it was cattle. And so thinking about when we're building these digital versions of our physical assets, especially in an agricultural space, you know, we've really defined the smart contract for cattle that current operations and rules necessitate in order to, you know, legally move these animals. But this is an asset management system. And in this case, cattle, it's very easy to make the link and to switch over to view these animals beyond just physical assets, but as representing financial value. And so when you are moving millions of dollars of money based on this underlying information, people ask all the time, why blockchain? Well, that's why blockchain. The data that is underlying all of these systems is literally influencing large amounts of money that are relying on these animals to, first of all, exist and to and verify the claims that are being made on the animals. And as they move from party to party, we have to make sure that it's moving reliably in as real time as possible as we're settling these huge transactions. And so we think that we have set ourselves up very well to take advantage of those future opportunities as they make sense for us to open up our immutable layer around these animals to be utilized even by entities such as banks that use cattle as part of their clients' portfolios each and every day. We want to be the most reliable information layer for those parties. So that way, when they are going to their clients can be assured that the amount of financial resources that they're investing in these assets are in assets that are real and are valuable and will be able to produce a return in the end.
Okay, so let me just throw a question out here then. This is on I'm going to throw a bit of a curveball at you, I'm afraid, but I just wonder, you know, looking beyond the kind of the animal agriculture side of things, I wonder whether there are applications for technologies like this in things like kind of biodiversity management, conservation. I mean, have you sort of thought about any of those kind of uses? I could imagine, for example, you know, an Amur leopard, for the sake of argument, you know, or something like that, you know, just to really think about where these kinds of technologies could go. I know that's not your focus, but just throwing it out there as a question to see what you think as the experts in the field.
Go ahead,
Mark,
Paul.
I'll tell you, man, we would love to have you as a partner. Your creativity, like it's amazing. Like I can tell now you have had 5 different ideas you already calculated that you're ready to run with now. And we love that. But yes, this technology has huge implications. We really haven't dug down that rabbit hole because that's a hole that, you know, sometimes there's no light to at the end. So if we're just really focusing on being amazing at one thing. If we can be great at one thing, then that allows us to branch off. But as long as we're great at just moving cattle on the blockchain, using age verification, source information, data, metadata, then if we can execute this, then everything else will just unravel. It will come to us. I think that's the best way to answer that.
And to that point, Mark, if we can stick a tag in it, we can track it. Justin and Tola can track it.
And that's the truth.
But I will say this also: we did file a provisional patent. We do have one filed right now, and I will add that it includes livestock, it includes tracking wild animals, and it includes also pets. So there are multiple use cases for this. But as Tola says, it's tough to go down every rabbit hole. Cattle we like because it's a high value commodity. Also, a lot of what we're doing is in the blockchain space is disintermediation. And you're hearing a lot of issues right now with big packers, with the big four, with sale barns taking huge commissions, and everybody else, meat is at an all-time high. Everybody else is making money, but the producers are struggling. And so that's one thing we haven't talked about here. And our goal here is to help make producers make more money. Okay. It's not to get Justin, Rob, and Tola rich, although we do want to get a painting for Tola's office there. We are trying to get that and save up for that. But our goal, people, you get rich. I don't know. Nobody's getting rich. We want the producers to get rich. Okay. We want the consumers to know their producers. We want to cut the people out of the middle, and we want to shorten that supply chain. So the end buyer, whether it's a commercial buyer or a home buyer or whomever, they know where their meat came from and they know the value of it. And this guy down here, the person who's most important in that chain, the guy making the food, is making good money so he can keep doing that, And no offense to anybody out there who might take offense to this, but we don't want to eat manufactured meat, okay? We want to eat real meat. We like whole foods. And so we want to help improve people's knowledge and information. And we also, to your point on zero net or protocols, water conservation, whatever, we want to reward ranchers who are participating in these protocols. We're a platform, so any third-party certifier that wants to participate in what we're doing, we can do that. If you have your own protocol and you want to utilize what we're doing, that's not a problem. But I'll say it, our number one goal is to help producers make more money. That's it.
Yeah, and on that, let me ask you the final question I had lined up, which was, again, I totally understand that you're coming from the point of view of the market that you're in, and this one is related to that market. But I just wonder, whether it's in the US or whether some of the other speakers we've heard today in India and in Africa and then in the developing world, where livestock is just unbelievably valuable, and those people being able to make a living is incredibly important. And whether it's them or whether it's kind of farmers, as you say, in places like the US who are struggling to keep their heads above water, but it's the application of this technology to farmers anywhere and everywhere of this kind that can enable them to take some control over things and not just have to react to whatever the market says they have to do, but to have that degree of, of autonomy and be able to take control of their lives and make a good living out of it, right?
Yeah, I think so. That's what we're trying to do is create the value add here. And I will say this too, this is 50% technology and this is 50% marketing. So you can have all this data and all this information, and it can be immutable and you can do all this stuff. But if you're not using it in the marketing of your product, then it's really not doing you any good. So we view this also as a little bit of P.T. Barnum, where you're trying to get a market differentiator. And you say, hey, look, my cattle are better because I'm proving to you that I'm putting it out there. I'm not doing this through hidden affidavits, or this isn't commodity beef. This is high value champagne beef that you can only get in the sand hills of Nebraska or in the basin of Wyoming, which, by the way, if you don't know this, the best beef in the world comes from western Nebraska, eastern Wyoming, and South Dakota, western South Dakota. That's all the best beef in the world.
And we are working with Botswana as well.
I was going to say some countries.
Go ahead.
Some countries will value this more, especially heavier countries that are into more cattle, like Botswana. Some other places that have more value into livestock than other countries. So yes, to that extent, it would be a partnership that we would be looking to have more with places that have this kind of situation where livestock is twice as more valuable than, like, say, natural gas. So places where we could see ourselves in our implementation work, we're more than willing to be hand in hand and fist to fist to try to get this application done.
Yeah, absolutely. And just it's being pointed out to me in a chat here, but that you guys need to come to Scotland. We got a lot of cattle here. We could use a bit of that as well. So
we
come on
wanna
over at some point.
We'll be there. Hey, if you go to cattleproof.com, if you're in the United States, you can buy NFT beef. We're selling quarter beefs. It's 125 pounds. It's cheaper than what you'll pay at the grocery store. We ship. We will give you the exact location of where it came from. If you're an NFT collector, you'll have the first NFT beef collectible in the world. So cattleproof.com, all you need is an Ethereum wallet. We're working with the Bulla network, B-U-L-L-A, for crypto payments. So you can pay with Bitcoin or ETH, or I think there's a few others there. But cattleproof.com, if you want to buy some fantastic Red Angus Simmental mixed beef from the sand hills of Nebraska. This is the best beef you'll eat. Grass-fed, grain-finished, for a nice marbling. Come there, cattleproof.com, ready for delivery at Christmas. And if you buy now, you're hedging against inflation. You're locking in your prices because this beef is already less than what actually the beef is being sold at in the stores right now. So cattleproof.com, come and buy some verified beef.
All right. Well, on that note, and on that fine final note, we will leave it there. But thank you to all three of you. And I'm now going to invite the magnificent Adam Unson to join me on the stage to take us into the next session. Hey, Adam.
Hey, Mark, how you doing?
Yeah, pretty good, pretty good. It's been a pretty amazing day, actually.
It's been a long day, but an amazingly insightful one.
Oh, yeah. No, I've definitely learned a lot of things. My brain's gonna have to go and bubble for a few hours now, I think.
It's almost beer o'clock. Just think.
It's very almost beer o'clock, I think. Yeah, definitely.
What have been your highlights of the day?
I think really for me, the thing that I'm going to take away from this is, well, among many, many things, but that I'd never really thought of blockchain as something that could kind of work with things like the developing world, these use cases like we were just talking about around sort of conservation, all these sorts of things where you tend to think of like sort of capital intensive technology as being not applicable in those circumstances. And it turns out I was wrong about that. So it's really good to learn that that's a possibility.
Yeah, I think that's one of the reasons why we put together the Agri-D convention, because it is a very misunderstood and underrepresented technology, and the use cases that it can support, whether it is in animal agriculture or in rural development or food wastage or any of these use cases, it just opens up new possibilities.
Yeah,
so
no,
I'm glad that you have even, like, as a presenter at the convention, have learned new things from.
Oh yeah, no, definitely. I've got half of mine now to try and figure out. I have a long-standing model of cooperative ownership for communities in urban redevelopment, and that now has a bit of blockchain and DLT in it. So.
Yeah, and obviously all the controlled environment agriculture. I mean, the use cases for data security in CEA and even in IoT sensor systems in fields, in traditional agriculture, or I say traditional outdoor agriculture, should we say. The potential is huge. Data marketplaces, crop futures, there's so many possibilities.
Oh, it's almost unlimited. So yeah, I'm really excited to have been able to sort of see all these presentations and learn so much over the course of the day. It's been great.
Well, I just want to say thank you, because without people like yourself volunteering to support such an event, we wouldn't be able to do something like this. So Mark, you're a legend. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much. And in turn, I'd like to thank you for inviting me, and also a quick thank you to the tech folks behind the scene who've been the furiously paddling legs to my mostly swan-like gliding on the surface.
Awesome. Cool. So I guess I can take it from here. Mark, again, thank you very much. Before we close up the convention today, on this stage, for starters, we're going to talk about one of the areas that we really like to focus on, and that is people. Agri-D convention has been about bringing people together in an open environment to learn and to share and to connect. And it's an important area that is sometimes overlooked when we talk about technology. It's the people it affects that is overlooked. The people it empowers, the people it supports, and the people who build it as well. Technology would essentially be pointless if it had no benefit for people or the planet. And it's this focus on people which led us, the team at the Agri-D, to put together an event which could encourage the new generation of tech developers to investigate this technology for social good. And we partnered with IOTA and Hyperledger to put together the hackathon, which could provide an opportunity for developers and creators to come together and to learn about emerging technology and how it can support the solutions that can build more resilient futures for communities and for our food. As we all know, this event has brought people together. I was looking at the statistics just now, and we've had people from all 6 continents, over 2,000 connected from 78 different countries. And it's these sorts of opportunities that provide everyone this chance to explore DLT technology and how we can use it to help the future of our food. Now, with countless areas of agriculture and the food sector, there are challenges that present huge blockers in building more inclusive and resilient food systems. And the projects that were built over the hackathon in just 2 days really shine a light towards the potential the technology has. As we've learned today, there are so many use cases. And these use cases create more accessible, inclusive, and sustainable rural systems in any country around the world. Now, the Agri-D Food Hack, as we named it, it brought together not just developers, but leading experts from the DLT space. We had members from the IOTA Foundation, from Hyperledger, from Zignar Technologies, from Croply, from the UN World Food Programme Innovation Accelerator, to support and encourage and provide an open weekend of live developer workshops and presentations that really helped inspire and educate this collection of global developers and entrepreneurs and creators who really thought outside the box on how this technology can be used to support the future of our food and the people behind this. I mean, we had an overwhelming diversity of participants. It's the first hackathon we've done as Agri-D, and we still had representatives from 5 different continents, all coming together to learn, connect, and develop, which just really validates the global interest in building a brighter future for our food. We presented the teams with a number of challenges, focusing on 3 issues that are commonly faced within global food systems: food waste and how we can develop solutions that can reduce this waste; rural development and how we can support inclusion and access to finance and services and technology; and sustainable agriculture. So how we can look at the technology and use it to provide more sustainable systems, whether they be traditional or in controlled environment agriculture, or anywhere in the world. So the teams really blew our minds. They approached the challenges from many different angles and experiences, with some teams understanding the domain of agriculture and the food industry, with some individuals coming in with no experience at all. And these different perspectives created solutions as diverse as financing solutions for farmers, gamification of AI data systems, and crop options markets, and so many crazy outside the box solutions. And today, what we're going to do with you right now is to share with you the 3 finalists and their presentations from the teams that the jury deemed the most unique, impactful, and well-designed solutions from the hackathon. Now, first up, sharing a solution that supports options and crop futures for farmers, utilizing smart contracts and tokenization systems. I would like to introduce from Team Alpha Interface, Khalid Ranem. So Khalid, are you there?
Hello, good evening, everybody.
Hey, how are you doing?
I'm doing fine. How are you?
I'm perfect, thank you very much. Yeah, excited to be here. I'm not going to waste too much of your time by talking over you, so I'm just going to give you the floor, and you can share with everybody your amazing creation.
Okay, thanks. Everything's fine. You can see the screen.
Yep,
okay.
That's perfect. Yep.
Okay, good evening, everybody. My name is Khalid Ranem, and I'm from Team Alpha Interface. So as Adam said already, we are one of the people that did it in the hackathon. And yeah, today we want to introduce you to our product, like a fair and trusted marketplace that we built. And yeah, let's get started. So yeah, what are the problems today we are facing? So a lot of people today lack access to markets. Like, consumer wants to buy like their products directly from the farmer itself. They don't want to maybe go to the supermarket or something like that. So yeah, that's one. Lacking trust in data. Like, people want to know how the crops was managed, like how the environment was treated, and so on. And also we want to allow people to. So there's also like a problem where companies don't have like access to an inter-regional trading. So that means like companies want to buy maybe from another region, from another country, and so on. And a lot of middlemen actors that are taking profits on the cost of the farmers themselves. And we want to change that. So yeah, that's our solution. So yeah, we created like a marketplace for future trading and forward trading, utilizing the technology IOTA. We have created like a peer-to-peer system where consumers can buy directly from farmers, and companies can also buy from farmers, and farmers can sell directly to companies. And also, like the trusted data, we can assure like via IoT devices, like sensors that the farmers may be using. And through utilizing like IOTA, we can do like we can put this data that the sensors are creating on the rectangle, and they will be immutable. That means they can't be changed. So we can pretty much trust that this data is valid. Also, like I said, we can, through our peer-to-peer system, we cut out like most middleman actors. So farmers can sell directly to consumers, and farmers can also communicate and trade directly with companies. Yeah, through this solution, we can offer like more fairness, more for the farmers and companies, because they can trade directly with each other and set up the prices they see fitted for themselves. This also increases efficiency, and we also, through the future trading, delivering like a hedging for the companies. So this means they can be sure that the price will be staying the same for the duration they agreed on. Okay, we can move on. So right now I will show you now our demo we did. And as you can see, we have like our dashboard. So we can see our commodities that are available at our marketplace, for example. We have wheat, strawberries, berry mice, bananas, and so on. So you can see also like the price over the last 24 hours and how it was changed. Like wheat was doing good, plus 13 euros, and strawberry -9. So okay, let's go with strawberries then. As you can see, we have like a bit of information. Like we are right now in Germany, and you can see the production of Germany for strawberries, for example, in this graph, and like the actual price of this commodity in Germany. We can also go, for example, for France, and the graphics will also change and so on. And let's go back to Germany. As you can see, we have like an order book where, like, for example, a company can create like an order, a buy order. Like as a company want to buy, like, for example, like 100 kilogram of strawberries for a price of like, let's say 90 euros. And I can create this this order, and a farmer can for now like go on and say, okay, I can sell you this stuff like for a duration of 3 years maybe, and the price is okay. Okay, we can do that. I can click on trade, and I can get the information I want, like about like creator. It was me, Berlin, strawberry, 100 kilogram, 90 euros, and so on. And I can execute this trade, and it will disappear. And yeah, we have also like, this was future trading for companies and the farmers, and we have like forward trading. This means like a consumer can buy directly from his farmer in his region. Like, for example, I'm a consumer, I live in Berlin. I want to buy like strawberries from my farmers, and I don't want to do this maybe from from the supermarket, because I don't trust the products they are putting on. So I can like the farmer can create on our website an order, like he wants to buy maybe sell maybe 10 kilograms of strawberries for a price of 10 euros. And I can also like see what the offers are right now in the order book. And I can, as a consumer, I can buy, like, example, like those strawberries. I will get the location, address, and so on of the farmer, and I can go pick it up on the weekend, for example. So yeah, that's basically it for now. I can also like change the region if I want to. So yeah, and yeah, we can go on with the presentations then. Yeah, what are our future projections for the project? So our goal is to help the farmers as much as possible. So we want to, like, for example, also add like a donation option in the forward trading, so consumers can support their local farmers directly and more than just buying the commodity. Also, like, we want to create like a data marketplace for the farmers to sell their data that is being gathered by the IoT devices of them, like using IOTA streams, for example, and puts them on the Tangle or blockchain, and then you can verify that this data is valid. And yeah, we want also to maybe include like an infrastructure for delivery of commodities for forward trading, because right now I have to go and pick up the stuff I bought. So maybe we can set up like an infrastructure for delivery, like hero delivery, for example. Also, we need to add like collaterals. So what happens if the agreed trade like fails? Like maybe the farmer can't really deliver on the agreed amount and so on. So we have to maybe add like a blocked funding, and if the agreed trade was not fulfilled, we can like release some of this funds to the side that was lost on this agreement. Also, we need to make the orders more dynamic. Right now, I can only buy like 10 kilograms of strawberries, for example. But what if I want to only buy 1 kilogram? So yeah, we have to also implement this. Right. What makes our product different? So yeah, as we said, we are using the IOTA technology. So it's really lightweight and really energy efficient. So like one Bitcoin transactions equals to like almost 600 million IOTA transactions. So yeah, that's really impressive. And it's also feeless. We don't have to pay like for every transaction or every data we want to put on the blockchain, like fees. Like for example, like if the network is congested in Ethereum, fees can go up to $300. That's really high. So that's really good that we don't have that at all, and we can scale up really high because we can, like with IOTA, we can do up to 1,000 transactions per second. So much more than like 7 on Bitcoin and so on. So yeah. That's make us most different, and as we are now aware of now, there's nothing like that in the market right now. And yeah, our team was is consistent of Nicola. He was a research. Widget also research. Gerard was for backend development, and me, I have done the front end. So yeah, that's it. Thank you very much for listening, and I will yield back to Adam.
Thank you very much, Khalid. I'm blown away. As I said before at the hackathon, a team has come together and built that in just two days or just over 2 days. It's absolutely mind blowing. And before I move on, I mean, the solution you've really focused on the farmer and what brought the team to really come to deciding on a farmer focused marketplace.
So yeah, the whole idea was like to be helping the farmers in our case, and we wanted to do this as much as possible to be benefitful for the farmers themselves. So right now, like a lot of trading maybe going through middleman actors, and they will be losing like a lot of fees in this agreements. So we want to remove that for them, so they can have a better access and easier and fair like tradings on our market.
Fair trade is a really top priority moving forward with agriculture. So it's really great that your team has focused on this. So thank you very much for your presentation, and I'll speak to you in a bit and move on to the next team. So thank you again. So yeah, moving on from Team Alpha Interface, we moved to Team Fulham, who explored again the use of smart contracts, but to provide residual income and bring value to farm business beyond the harvest yield. And to talk about their work, I would like to introduce both Soham and Tejas.
Thank you for the introduction, Adam. Am I audible?
No, quite. Yeah, you're great. Yeah, I can hear you fine. So thank you guys for being here. And just the same as I did with Alpha Interface, I'm not going to rain on your parade. I'm just going to hand over the floor and look forward to you sharing your solution. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. We're Team Fulham, as Adam introduced, and this is going to be a presentation of Project Nurture, an idea we thought after noticing the increasing trend of farmers and declining, everyone not wanting to get into farming jobs. And this is really an issue, especially for countries that's GDP relies on farming and agriculture as a whole, and especially for societies that benefit off of the resources from agriculture. It is also getting more and more difficult to maintain agriculture as a primary business because of all the inflation, debt loops, bad environmental response, bad weather, and all other bad factors that can hamper such an activity. So we thought and we came up with a solution to it, which involves smart contracts. So the smart contract platform that we propose ensures that the farmer always gets a percentage of the revenue or of the price at which the ultimate product was sold in. in which the farmer's produce went. What this does is provide an external source of income that is stable throughout the year, providing the farmer with a financial security that a crop yield once or twice or maybe even thrice a year cannot. This will also help farmers where crop yield is hardly, they have a really small crop yield that hardly comes by once a year. So with the early deployment of this program will focus on the primary stages of the food chain and in time expand over into the full supply chain. The one plus point of this is that the versatility allows for expansion into other major fields, mining, handicraft, automotive industries, and the like. The technology that we are specifically using as our backend is known as the IOTA ledger, which is a directed acyclic graph-based DLT. Now that may sound like a lot of word, but basically it's a lot of connections or nodes at once. What it does, it allows for separate value and data transactions. And this in turn allows for really high scalability, near instant and feeless transactions while still retaining full security and immutability. And the cherry on top is the inclusion of digital identities and verifiable credentials, which allow for added traceability at every step of the process and accountability as well. So the farmer, the producer can know where anything went wrong, what went wrong, and at what time it went wrong. Back to the GIF that we appended. These little squares you see are all called, all of these are transactions that are happening in real time, and the ones connecting it are called nodes. And the plus point about this network is that as it gets faster and as it gets more and more transactions, it gets faster and faster. For every one block, for every one square that's added to this whole system, two more get certified, which is great for fast verification. I will now show you a quick demo of how our product works. Are you guys able to see the screen?
Yep.
Beautiful. Right, so this is basically supposed to be a standard product page. Up here I have fresh bread, which has the digital identity here, price and information and quantity and all of that. Now as a regular user, if I wanted to buy this, it would redirect me to the information page here, which would say it succeeded in this operation and all the necessary info I need to know as a customer. Well, if I wanted to check the credibility of this product, I would go here, fresh wheat harvest, which is one of the constituents in this. And this would show up with the QR code alongside all the certificates that make sure that this is an authentic product. We have our DID certificates, produce batch, certified DID, and all of the other goodies that ensure that this is a genuine product and no non-genuine product can take its place. Coming back here, my friend Soham now will take over and explain to you how this entire logic works.
Yes, so first we would have this collection of farmers and manufacturers that come together to get us collective profit. They would use our user interface to interact with our backend at the IOTA ledger, basically to make a contract and link it into their assembly chain where they basically convert, for example, wheat, and they process it into a dough and make a bread out of it. So basically they would verify all this process and basically give credibility to the product, a basis for authenticity that they did this and this certain stuff with the product. So when the user buys the product, he's not only just buying the bread, he's also buying its authenticity, that who made it, what was done with it, and he would be able to see all this direction. He would be able to see all this information through our front end, which can be seen in the diagram. And you basically saw a glimpse of it in our demo. And Tejas, if you could just hit the next slide.
Sure.
Yeah. So that's it. This was us, Full Ham. This has been my colleague Tejas Rehan, who is also the project nurture lead developer, and me, Som Jaiswal, the lead systems architect of this project. And we thank you for listening to us.
Thank you. And over to Adam now, I'd say.
Yeah, thank you, Som. Thank you, Tejas. Oh, sorry, it's been a long day.
Hey, no worries.
Yeah, I mean, again, yeah, more solutions that really focus on the farmer and that access to finance and bringing more value into the business. I mean, it's incredible what you've done, and the scope and the scale of that solution is obviously very huge. Like you said, you can't just take it to market. So where do you see this as a market entry? Where do you see this product entering the market?
Yeah, we see this entering in the food supply chain. Where does it begin? It begins with the farmer. You have retailers and brokers in between. So we see it going step by step into the complete end user market through that market. We are using that as an entry point. We think that market will be more interested in this stuff for now. But of course, who knows what might become of it in a few years. I mean, the scope is massive.
Yes, yeah. I mean, the food supply chain is huge. But like you say, it all begins with the farmer. So logically, that would be the best place to start. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you, sir.
No, you're quite welcome. We're going to move on to the next presentation now. And next up, we have Team Zignar, who have approached something completely different. They've approached the sustainability of agriculture through the gamification of data systems in AI to support improved accuracy in agricultural robotics. So when it comes to thinking outside the box, this is all the way over there. So sharing with us today, I am joined by Oliver, I believe.
Yes. Hello,
Hey,
Adam.
Oliver, how you doing?
I'm very good, thank you. And you?
Awesome. I'm great. Thank you very much. It's been an amazing day. So without further ado, I'm not going to rain on your parade. I'm going to hand the floor over to you, and we look forward to your presentation.
Okay.
Thank you.
So here it is. Our project, our application is called DTag, and it's named for decentralized tagging. Okay, so first of all, I will talk about deep learning a bit because it's the context of the application. Also about image tagging and how it's linked to deep learning and the problems it has. Also, how we are solving this problem with smart contracts and also the centralized identity and non-fungible tokens. And lastly, the user interface and the adapters of our application. Okay, so first of all, here we have a rover from Zignar Technologies. It uses cameras and also a deep learning algorithm in order to detect, basically identify diseases, pest control, growth behavior, and also crop performance, among other things, in the agriculture sector. And it uses this deep learning algorithm, but it has to be trained, okay? So it can take an image and detect objects inside of the image, like we can see here, an apple and branches. But it has to be trained. So in order to train a deep learning algorithm, we have to do manual image tagging. So here we have an example of how you tag an image. You basically draw a rectangle around the object you want to tag. And then you do this about 2,000 times if you want to train a performing deep learning algorithm. So this is a huge manual effort. And if you want to do sustainable agriculture, we basically need to have the less manual effort possible and automate things or do it faster or more efficiently. Okay. So here we have an example of how tomatoes are tagged, and we can distinguish the red ones from the ones that are greener, from basically the grape. And also we have here an example of grapes. This is all done with a rover. that can automate the agriculture, basically. So how do we solve this tagging image problem with smart contracts? Well, basically, what the smart contract does is to join the people that want to tag the images, so the investigators, with gamers, with people that want to tag the images and gain rewards in exchange about it. And also gamers can place bets, like in a casino, betting that their tags are better than the other people's tags. Okay, so that way we have another incentive for people to tag images. We also use IOTA digital identities because we want to ensure that no exploits are being done, so no spamming occurs inside of the smart contract. And we also use NFTs. Basically, the NFTs, they hold the image and all the metadata of the image. For example, the tagging, all the information that comes from the smart contract can be stored in an NFT, so it's safe and it's not mutable. Okay. So here we have the user interface that I will show the demo here real quick. We have it here. So here, first we describe the problem. So by definition, sustainable agriculture means to use technologies and methods to meet food needs, but without compromising the ability to produce future needs, basically the needs for the future generations. And the rovers and the automation and deep learning are a great tool to do this, but they require this huge manual effort. So here we can see we can start as a researcher or start as a player. If we start as a researcher, we have to create a digital identity, sign in with a password and everything. And we can then upload images for people to tag. And here we can see also a demo from the player standpoint, for the gamer standpoint. You can win rewards for tagging images. You can place bets. For example, clicking here, you place a bet, and then you tag the image like this. You click here, you just draw this rectangle here, and when you're done, you come here and fix the tag or send information to the smart contract. And when the smart contract basically has all the information from all the players about that image, it makes a cluster of every tag. And the cluster, I won't go into too much detail of how the math works there, but it can detect the outliers, so tags that are wrong. For example, if someone tags like this, the smart contract will say, okay, that's not valid, and the player will not be rewarded for that tag. And this data will also not be considered to evaluate which tags are better than the others. So it takes all the valid tags of an object. It finds the center of all those tags. So basically, it takes the average, and they takes the distance from each player to that average. And the lesser the distance, the better the tag. So basically, the best tags receive more rewards if they place bets. Okay. So how that it's clear that way. So we can also see here in the Figma how the NFTs can play a role in this part. And also, here, NFT soon. And also how you can upload images like this. Okay, so start, and then you can select the images to upload or place a link of your database, because most people that want to tag images, they have the images in a cloud. Okay, so adopters are basically, like I said, the people that want the images to be tagged, the investigators, and on the other hand, the gamers that want to gain rewards or just have a good time and test something new and using smart contracts, like the Fair Roulette did it with the IOTA Foundation. And this is our team from Signar Technologies that were working on this project. We have Israel Lopez, there's also me, and Alessandro Morales, and also Pablo Bellido. Thank you very much.
Oh, thanks, Oliver. I mean, this is a very unique solution. In regards to the use of gamification, NFTs in accuracy analysis, I mean, it's really something that's never been done before. How do you see this going to market? Like, how do you think you will create a willing audience to sort of participate and enter into this sort of space?
Well, we have like the first adopters, I think, will be people from the community that will be excited to test this, because like I said, like you said, it's something new and something that has never been done before. So out of curiosity, they will be the first adopters. They want to test this. But then people that really need this, for example, we need images to be tagged, because we use the deep learning algorithms. We use the rover, so we can also upload images and place reward from them. And then people that just want to earn some IOTAs can play the game, and people will come and tag images. So there
That's
we have
amazing.
it.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how this progresses. So thank you very much, and yeah, thank you to all three teams. So these were the final solutions, and to be honest, we were really blown away to have such a high caliber of products that were built from scratch in 2 days. From a hackathon was just mind-blowing to us. The jury had a really tough time debating and discussing these solutions in detail. We focused on a number of areas, from team dynamics through to the technical quality of the build, to the uniqueness and the impact of the solution. And the feedback was really broad across all of the teams. If we look at Alpha Interface, a team of 4 people who had never ever met before, coming together and building out such a feature-rich solution in just 2 days is incredible. With Fulham, a team of 2 researching and exploring into a new domain with little experience in the agricultural sector to create an impactful solution was inspiring. And for Zignar, creating such an out-of-the-box, like outside the box, sorry, not out of the box, but it will eventually be out of the box, outside the box solution to speed up the accuracy of data systems. It's just truly innovative. So I think I'm going to call everybody back on stage and just have a little chat, because all teams presented unique and inspiring solutions that can support a number of different social and ecological benefits. So I just want to have a chat to you guys. I'll start with you, Oliver, because you just come off the stage. What do you feel the hackathon helped Zignar in looking forward with the technology and the way you go about developing solutions?
All right. So first of all, it placed a deadline, so it really pushed our limits to work fast and efficiently. But I think the most important part was bringing all the community together for these days, and we were all like together, and anytime you could ask any question, and instantly you would have someone helping you, because we were all in the same like ecosystem at the same time and doing the same work. And I think that was the most important part, like being together and figuring out the solutions to the problems, not only inside of our team, but with the IoT developers and with the other teams too. So that is very unique, and I think that really helped.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it was a really great environment. Everybody coming together, everybody wanting to help each other.
Yeah.
Tejas and Som, what were your thoughts like? Because you came into this without much experience in the space. What have you taken away from the experience?
I really, I watched the previous recordings, and I really appreciate what the other teams have done. This is me and Soham. This is our first event of this type, and the stuff I've gotten to learn from you guys, it's just astounding. I can't put it into words. It's amazing. I'm just It's amazing the stuff you get to learn here. So many professionals, all with their other technologies, and I'm just a bit speechless here, but it's amazing. Personally, like working together with Soham and making this idea take place, even if just for a little, even if just in a little space, creating this idea, it was a wonderful experience. We researched, we got to know, we understood the issue, and with it all, it's like a sense of understanding, right, of how this all works. And as this as this happens, you start to understand what exactly needs to be fixed. What you didn't know before. Maybe you had some idea A, and you thought solution was B, but in fact the problem was actually J, and the solution was actually Y. It's all amazing.
Yeah,
That's
and the time crunch was just like, just make it already. We had no time to think, just do it. Yes.
I think I completely agree with you as well. I mean, where my first hackathon experience, I mean, this is going back quite a few years, but my first hackathon experience was exactly the same. I went in with an idea of what I was going to expect, and I came out just blown away by everything I had learned, the people I had met, the actual experience as a whole. And it's really great that we've got a team here who is in the finals, who've experienced this for the first time, and that is exactly why these events are created, to create this educational experience where you can come, you can learn and meet new people and build beautiful things for the future. So Khaled, I'm gonna ask you as well. I mean, you had a unique experience in the fact that not one single member of your team knew each other when you started, and that is rare in a hackathon. So what are your thoughts on your experience?
Yeah, it was a unique experience. Yeah, nobody of us did this at all, so this was the first time for all of us to do it in a hackathon. And yeah, it was really stressful but exciting. So our teammates also, like our team is like also in Europe and in Asia. So we had one from Thailand, one from India, one was in
Oh,
Spain
wow.
and the UK, and me in Berlin. So this was really hard to coordinate everything because time difference. But yeah, it worked well in the end, I guess. But yeah, it was really a good experience. I can just recommend it. So yeah.
It's amazing. I'm so as somebody who puts on events like these, it's really rewarding to and inspiring to hear participants who have had such positive experiences, and it's the reason why we do this. It's to provide these opportunities so you can learn, so you can be inspired to create the next amazing future tech, basically. So thank you all for participating.
Thank
And
you, sir.
I'm just gonna finish up here because obviously a competition and things has to have some form of winner, despite the fact that everybody is a winner in this. And after much deliberation, the jury did determine that one solution was just ahead. I mean, it was really difficult, just ahead from the final three. And the reason wasn't only because their solution provided huge potential for impact for the future for farmers and agriculture, but because they worked exceptionally well as a team to build out the entire solution, like from scratch in just 2 days, despite never having met. So I am happy to announce that the winners of the Agri-D Food Hack are Team Alpha Interface, with their scalable solution for supporting farmer options and crop futures with a feeless open marketplace. I mean, Khaled, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
I mean,
That was surprising.
yeah, I can't deny that every one of the jury members was really like unsure as to who should win. So it was all done upon a points-based system, and you guys came out on top. And it was really inspiring to see the team come together, the research, the collaboration, the communication, the building of such a complete solution, an idea in just 2 days without ever having known each other. I mean, minds were blown. So what are your thoughts?
Yeah, like I said, I'm really, really surprised and happy. I didn't think that we would win, to be honest. But yeah, I'm really, really happy and thankful for this. So this was our first experience as well. So perfect. So thank you very much for having us.
No, thank you all. And seriously, like I said earlier, I mean, every team got a prize because we really wanted to reward just the participation, and we all learned a lot. I mean, even I learned stuff over that weekend. So it was an amazing experience all round. And when we see what can be built in just 2 days, when people come together with passion and drive, I mean, it begs the question just what we can all build together when we have a bit more time. It's an inspiration that all of you can build these solutions in 2 days, which can support the future of our food and the people who are working each day to ensure it reaches us. So thank you all very much. And it's been an absolute pleasure. So on that note, I think it's about time that we close up this stage. So I'm going to say goodbye to you four for now. And from here, we can basically move on. There's still remaining sessions on the other 2 stages. I would really like to thank everybody for coming today. Without the speakers, without the volunteers, without the tech team, without IOTA, without Hyperledger, without all of the people who have supported us, Ag Daily and Trade Finance Global and people like that, we wouldn't be able to present events like this. Creating situations where people can come and learn is vastly important in moving forward and creating a brighter future for everybody. So without experts eager to inspire and encourage the next generation of creators, we would be at a loss. So from here, we can call it a day on the innovation and demonstration stage. I mean, this stage alone has brought some incredible insights into the technology that's being used in the world right now, and how we can build upon this, and how we must continue to build now to support a better future for everyone. I mean, I definitely want to thank Mark for taking his entire day out to help and support us here, and of course the presenters and panelists. There are still some insights, as I said, over on the tech and main stage. So I would encourage everybody to go check out what's going on there. And until next time, take care and enjoy the rest of the convention. From me, thank you and good night, good morning, good evening.